I know you're a monster. Why, hello everyone. How's everyone doing today? Welcome on in. Good to see all of you. Hope that you're having a wonderful day. I have been fighting with my stomach, but not like it's weird. I'm not actually fighting with my stomach because my stomach feels fine, but it's like it feels distended, if that makes sense. It's weird. I don't like it. But I've been trying to figure out what's going on with that. I might need more fiber. I haven't been eating enough fiber lately. That might be what it is. I don't know. But either way, we're here. We're going to be playing a game. It's just me today. We're just going to have a little bit of time. What the fuck is going on with that? Alexa, dismiss Jade's alarm. Also, hold on. Okay. Save. Yeah, it just feels like my stomach's trying to push out, kind of. Like, it's not like my stomach that hurts, it's more of like upwards, closer to my rib cage, near my my diaphragm and stuff. It just feels weird. I don't know why. It's fine. Also, I love how this is like making a lot of noise, but that's fine. Anyways, we're going to be playing Tiny Bunny today because I meant to play this game about 15 days ago. And I just have been busy with things, so I have not had the chance. But we're going to play today. If you don't know what Tiny Bunny is, good news. I don't totally know either. I've seen some people kind of play it a little bit, but I didn't really watch it hugely, so we're gonna learn together. I know it's like horror-ish or horror adjacent, so take that for what it is, I guess. And right now I don't know what's going on with the screen. Are you? Oh, you're just loading. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Hold on. Properties. I don't know what's going on with that. Sorry, I'm looking at a thing. I'm trying to figure out how this works. Oh, why that's a thing, but okay. There we go. All right. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. It doesn't matter. All right. Yeah. This is called Tiny Bunny. Offensive language and scenes of physical and psychological violence. Proceed with caution. There's your warning. That's about the best I can give to you. Serenity Forge is the ones who sent us this. Exclamation point ad if you're interested in knowing some information about that. Alright. This is called Tiny Bunny. The final episode, episode 5, finally came out. And this game has been 5 years in the making. So, we're gonna have some fun with this. I don't know how far we're gonna get. Alright, Joe, walking warm bath, and Joe and belly rubs with persistent and painful scene go doc. Maybe. What I should say is what I've seen of this was like a prologue, right? It was a prologue. It was like a game jam sort of thing or something. It was like a demo like long ago that I saw. So I haven't actually played through like anything with this. So I don't know a whole lot of what's going on. I wandered the fields and howled like a hungry beast. An endless song weaved from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. They were shouting and laughing and arguing about something. Someone was running through the snow while casting long shadows that would occasionally creep close to my bed. Our house had a mind of its own, the creaky old mind of a building that had seen a lot in its day and was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with the inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest, and the dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, rustling, whizzing, swaying back and forth. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to reassure themselves there was nobody behind the crooked trees. Fuzzy silhouettes swaying in the wind couldn't possibly do any harm. It's just a play of light and shadow. Just a play. I knew it was just my imagination. I was already 12 after all. Still. There's a fox there. Episode 1, the owl will arrive. Hey, put away your book. How many times have I told you not to read at the table? It's bad for your health. Look at how slouched you are. Hold on. Oh. Only voice actors they have are from their native language. I didn't protest and put the book about Conan the Barbarian aside. I was stuck on a line I couldn't understand after reading it 3 times anyway. Olya had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic. She almost looked like your typical girl from commercials. You're not going anywhere until you finish all of it. I, on the other hand, was still trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes as if it would make the porridge disappear. Hazy anxiousness welled up inside, all because of the previous sleepless night, the black forest around our house, and the gloomy wind. The longer I waited, the louder the lumpy white substance became. It looked like a jellyfish from the Couste Odyssey. I love that show. There's a sound going on. I don't feel like I want to know. I wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is, or how cold the black forest is at night. The spoon fell out of my hand. Mom showered me with a cold glare from her green eyes. What did I just say? I'll get it. I had 10 seconds to catch my breath before battling the nasty porridge once again. I felt around for the spoon. What is this, carved on the other side of the table? Karina. Yeah, that's my mom's name. I guess she carved it out with something pointy when she was little. She sure was a rascal damaging the furniture like that. She would scold me for a week if I did something similar, though. Should I remind her about it? No. She's been in a bit of a bad mood lately. I imagined her being my age, sitting under this table. I wonder, was Mom afraid of the dark back then? Or the sounds coming from the attic? Or the thick forest? I imagined my grandma coming into my little mom's room, sitting at the edge of her bed, where Olya sleeps nowadays, and saying this in her soft, smooth voice. Aisha is a special place, little girl. It's watching you closely, sniffing you out, trying to discern what kind of beast you are. If you're a good sort, it won't abandon you in times of trouble. But if you're a bad apple, it'll grab you by the side and drag you under the current. And that would be it. Grandma was caring. She never fought with anybody, never yelled, never swore. Those were the times without the maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations. Our parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in on one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She had already bought a casket, and she called it her cute funeral box. It waited for its time in the closet, patiently. It was black, upholstered with meat-colored material on the inside. I saw it when my grandma was getting buried. The house didn't change since the time she was alive, only all the photos were gone. Glass-colored pictures with gray faces of my ancestors. They all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. I crawled out from under the table. Olia was done with her cookies and was looking at my share like a sly woodland critter. I turned my gaze toward the frosted window. There were a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern of frost formed a picture on the glass. Olia, look, it's a fox. Where? It all looked almost like those optical illusion things they put on the back of student notebooks. A mixture of lines at first glance, but if you blur your vision a little bit and look under a certain angle. Not outside, on the window. Look, here's the nose, and here's... Hey, eat up. Yes, just a moment. I don't see anything. Hurry up, there's not much left. Ah, there it is, but it still doesn't look like one. And I'm telling you it does. Yeah, it does. Stop it, these kids, I swear. Now I couldn't see the fox either. It disappeared. Went away. Only the frosty pattern similar to stretched out nettle leaves kept creeping up the glass. My dad entered the kitchen with long measured steps. I want to have a beard like his when I grow up. Mom would always ask jokingly, come on, shave it off, it stings. This was so long ago. Nowadays, rumbling doors and witty comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Olia would always cover her ears when she hears something like, what's the point in all this, through the wall? It's all for your sake, Dad would reply, for the sake of our family. I always caught every sound in fear of hearing the most dreaded, deadliest word that started with a D. D-I-V-O. I don't even want to finish it. It was scary to imagine that me and my sister could be torn apart and taken to two different families. Anyway, your fox is nothing. I have an owl on my window. You and your owl talk again. You said you believed me just yesterday. Has anybody seen my car keys? I remember leaving them on the windowsill. Right. Maybe you did, and maybe not. You're a grown man, father of two, and still. Karina, please stop. Just let me get ready in peace. Your keys are in the basket near the phone. Well, thank you very much. Anton, stop making a martyr out of yourself and finish eating already. But the owl. There was no owl. But there was one. It had giant glowing eyes. Olia sprung up from the chair and placed her hands on her little face to imitate a pair of eyes with her fingers the size of an apple each. Last year you had Bye-Bye in your closet, and now this owl. But I saw it. Olia shifted her gaze back and forth from Dad to Mom to me, but couldn't find any support. Have you thought about befriending it? You know, like feeding with imaginary mice? Don't bully our girl. She's just afraid to sleep alone because she's still little. Olia pouted her lips in rebellion and rushed into the hallway. The staircase that led to the second floor creaked. Mom gave Dad a strict look. Oh, that look in her eyes is so uncomfortable to be pinned under it. Dad just snorted in reply and left, ringing the keys he just found. A minute had passed and the theme song from Little Mermaid echoed through the house. It was stored on an incredibly worn-out cassette tape, which Dad had already had to glue together once. It's so easy to fix objects by gluing them back together, for example. But how do you fix a relationship? Mom moved to the living room, and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances at the window. Olia had trouble sleeping ever since we moved to this house. She would toss and turn or curl up into a ball under her blanket. Sometimes she would jump up in the middle of the night and turn on the VCR. Cartoons helped to take her mind off all the troubles we had with the move and our parents. And then Olia said she saw that giant flying monster outside her window. She became obsessed with it. Our parents did everything in their power. They tried every little trick to get rid of those ridiculous fears. Olia refused to sleep alone and didn't believe that the owl was just one of her nightmares. After last night, I was unsure what to make of my sister's words, what to think of it myself. Can nightmares be infectious? That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up thinking of what to expect from my new school. There were a couple of days left before the beginning of a new term. My imagination drew long, twisting hallways that led to a classroom full of kids. But all the students behind their desks were simply dark figures cut out using a template. Circular holes gaped in the middle of their faces and pairs of eyes blinked inside those holes. It was as if some completely different creatures were looking at me from behind the flat black silhouettes. Their cruel glares filled with icy sneers made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Won't they gang up on me and beat me down, stomp on me with their bloodied shoes? This damn school can burn for all I care. I just wish for anything to happen to it. Doesn't really matter what. I didn't want to go there that badly. I didn't want to see people who were just itching to smack me on the head, trip me up, think of a new offensive name for me. Worse than the previous one. I felt like the glasses I wore made me an outsider or some sort of a monster. My gaze slid across the drawings hanging on the walls. I couldn't consider myself a great artist, but Olya begged me to hang them. Drawing was the only thing that made me happy as of late. The small circle of friends I had also enjoyed my paintings, and they promised to call me from time to time. Sometimes I imagined Mom picking up the phone and saying in a cold voice, "You got the wrong number," or "Anton is not around." Anton is not around. I imagined my future classmates lying in their beds, just like me, listening to the howls of invisible werewolves outside their windows. Maybe my new classmates will like me after all. But who would ever like a boy with thick glasses? I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when he was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet, my mom. The house creaked, pressed by the wind. The condo we used to live in a 9-floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill, mumbled with a TV set from behind the wall, cried like a baby from the big family next door. Our current house, though I can't really call it new, was completely different. It was silent and easygoing during the day. Its shadows lay dormant in the corners, on the closet, cobwebs, and under the stairs. But they all woke up during the night. Something was watching me from every corner. Almost as if the old photos of my deceased family with their ashen eyes were hanging on the walls in place of my drawings. The floor was squeaking, rusty drains were moaning, the attic was occupied by noisy drafts. One could think the house was performing some sort of demonic melody. And then I realized I was, in fact, hearing music. It was already playing for a good while. Somewhere at the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute. It was mixed in with the sound of the wind, of the creaking old house, and my thoughts too. I stood up and rushed to the window. I wanted to reassure myself that this music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. It's not like someone is playing it there amidst the cold, snowy night, right? Oh. Someone was dancing in the field. Black silhouettes I could barely make out with the dark forest as their backdrop. They jumped around, basked in moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around, and crawled on all fours. Stories about wolves playing under the moon came to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood upright at times, circled around holding hands and whipping up snow, disappearing into the shadows for a brief moment and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. Shadows dancing in the starless abyss made my imagination go wild, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly, the music had stopped. The dancing shadows froze in place, and I could swear, pierced me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with giant leaps. It glided on squeaky snow, without leaving any prints, until it was devoured by the pitch-black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like the bird inside a cage. I shut the curtains with a swift motion and stepped back toward the bed. They saw me. A freezing torrent of fear washed over me. I stood in the middle of a perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guest move and scrape around looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right, then circled around the house. Now my guest should be at the front door. I jumped into the bed and covered myself with a blanket as if it could protect me. The shackles of fear locked my muscles. I remembered the funeral. My grandma lying there, hands crossed on her chest, her facial features sharp like that of a tin doll. Ants running up and down the legs of chairs that held my grandma's casket. I imagined those little creatures climbing up her head and pulling up her eyelids with their tiny legs. Then her wrinkly eyeballs would once again move inside their sockets and she'd be able to see her grandchildren. I was chanting the spell she taught me throughout the whole procedure. And now, lying under the blanket and listening to squeaks and howls, I was repeating the same words. On the island of Buyana, underneath the blemished sun in the sea of colored blue, stands a cabin made of wood. There lay lard and ashen hair for the spawn from Devil's Lair to feast and always leave alone, God's faithful servant named Anton. Evil, leave this house must. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Bizarre sounds had disappeared. I cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and saw curtains waving round like a hanged man. And then the night doused me with a new portion of boiling terror. The sound scratched at my eardrums. In reality, something or someone were scratching at the front door, hurriedly clawing at wood, demanding to be let in. The door was shut. Dad had become very cautious recently, so he installed a sturdy lock. I remember him staring at the forest intently as if he was looking for someone. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I hugged my knees, placing my chin between them, and drilled the door with my eyes. It was so flimsy and weak before the might of the darkness. And then the doorknob twitched slightly. Then it turned halfway, once, twice, as if the person who tried to enter had no hands. The doorknob tilted once more, and then started clicking violently. My jaw cramped from fear, my wet fingers clutched the blanket. The door creaked and opened. The wind taunted me, moaning inside the tin drains. Now you'll see. The door was wide open. The dark writhed inside the carnivorous mouth of a doorway. Tusha. It was as if the night itself was calling out to me, flapping its black wings and squeaking with rusty hinges. I was trembling, ensnared by the web of darkness that hung in the corners of my room, waiting for the one who weaved it to come out of the gaping black hole. Tuni. My abdomen tightened and my chest rose up, ready to exhale a desperate scream. But before I was able to do anything, the darkness asked me, Tosha, are you asleep? My sister's pale face protruded from the thick shadows. I almost screamed from relief. Olya, I'm not sleeping. Did something happen? Olya frowned and stuck out her lower lip, a clear sign that she was about to cry. It was there again, staring at me. Shoo her away, Tosha, please. I'm so scared. The fear that was tormenting me just a moment ago crawled away and hid somewhere in my stomach. I needed to calm Olya down. It was just a dream, silly. Don't be scared. Dreams don't bite. No one's going to harm you. Olya sobbed. She was trying her best to believe me. But was I sure myself? I have an idea. Let's go to your room and watch the video Sleeping Beauty, for example. You like that cartoon, don't you? Why does the Sleeping Beauty have a prince and I have this scary bird? That question took me by surprise. Alright, let's watch Cinderella. My thoughts became tangled, fuzzy. What was that? What studied me with its eyes while dancing feverishly under the moon? The darkness was clinging to the window, and I couldn't be fooled by Grandma's old chants. It couldn't be satisfied with the feast of lard and long ashen hair. Tosha, you coming? Yes, just a moment. Oh, it is animated. Look at that. Had nightmare. That's why I didn't want to laugh at Olya and her owl in the morning. Who could be visiting us here in the middle of nowhere? We don't know anyone around here. So persistent. I felt extremely unsettled from a silly thought that our morning guests could have come from the woods. I could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was urging me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains where Olya always hides. Losha, come here. I felt like kettlebells were tied to my feet, but still dragged them toward the hallway. A couple of policemen towered over me in the doorway. They smelled like frost and worry. Mom always winced and grumbled the moment she saw patrol cars, worse than bandits. At the moment, though, she looked somewhat confused. Hello? The senior officer, who wore a grim expression, nodded. A boy had gone missing yesterday. His name's Vova. Look at this, please. Have you seen him? The police held out a photograph to me. There was a ginger boy around the age of elementary school, pictured with a wall carpet as the backdrop. He had a striped cat in his hands and wore a wide smile. No, I haven't. Are you sure? Look closely. Where would I see him? I don't know anyone around here. I barely leave the house. Well, maybe you've seen him from the window. That's right. Your windows look straight at the forest, don't they? The window. No, I haven't seen anything. I see. He sounded tired, but his eyes, his stare, long and heavy, was full of suspicion. I squirmed unwittingly under the weight of guilt which his giant shadow cast over me. The policeman finally tore his eyes from me and glanced over the hallway, the stairway, and the cracks in the ceiling, which I hadn't noticed before for some reason. How do you like your new place, by the way? Getting used to it? Bit by bit. It's just our little daughter misses the city a lot. The city, huh? Have the locals been treating you well? Yes. Everything is all right, thank you. The policeman pierced through me one more time with his brown eyes. My head started spinning. Can I help you somehow? I asked that in a shaky voice to look like a polite boy and to end this unpleasant conversation sooner. Now that I think about it, you look just like one of my nephews, little fella. He's a witty boy around your age, wears the same type of goggles. Always engrossed in reading those mystery novels. Told me he wants to enroll in police school when his family visited this summer. Wanted to help other people just like me, see? I felt uncomfortable, as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood before me. You know what? Little boys like you should stay at home. Steer away from trouble. The times have changed so much. Mom interjected in a cold voice. You don't say. Ah, well then. What grade are you in, Anton? 6th. Have you made any friends here so far? Not yet. I'll be going to school for the first time after the break. Then I'll leave you my number just in case. Call me if you have any new info. The policemen were gone along with their shadows, the smell of cheap cologne and the photo of a smiling boy. His face still stood before my eyes. I wondered what it was like for him being all alone there. For some reason, I thought of the forest swaying in the winds. What did his poor parents feel? And what would my parents do if I'd gone missing? Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Or would they accuse each other like they always do and forget about me eventually? Mom, this Vova, did he go missing in our forest? Seems like it, poor child. I looked out the window, at the road. The police UAZ drove off toward the village. The officer's nephew came to mind when I was splitting off old paint from the windowsill. I remembered all the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series I've read this summer. Your average boys and girls investigated all sorts of mysteries there. They looked for clues, spied on suspicious people, and after a set of amazing adventures, bam! Solved any complicated case. They became local celebrities and must have made their parents very proud. I noticed a trail of policemen's footprints that led to the forest. And then it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find that lost boy, and I'll get a reward. Olya will be so happy. Not only Olya, Mom and Dad too. Maybe they'll even forget about their quarrels for a while. Maybe I'll even save us from the D word. I fantasized about buying Olya a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself, and a whole box of Kinder Surprise. When was the last time our parents bought us any toys? Last autumn, I think. Dad had lost his job at the time. There's that annoying song about it. I had little to no idea what the job like. They count money, I think. Neighbors used to envy us. Nowadays, mom and dad barely had money to afford sweets, and dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Olya. Sometimes I gave her my share too. No matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she was just a pipsqueak. I couldn't wait to go out, looking for clues. I'm going outside. Yeah, right. Do you want the police to go around with your photograph next? The forest is so thick. What if the boy got snatched up by wild animals, or even worse? Even worse echoed through the hallway. I won't go far. I'll stay away from the forest. Did you hear what I said, or should I repeat myself? Better go pack your school bag or play with Olya. The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. It meant that the argument was over and Mom had the last word. The dark, stuffy closet. Save. Mom says it smells like mice, but how would she know their smell? She hates when I stick my nose in there. She's afraid I'll cut myself on the freshly sharpened axe. And Olya can't even be lured close to it. She thinks Bye-Bye is living there. I tried to help her fight her fears once. I opened the door and turned on a dim lamp so she could see that there was nothing but cobwebs, Dad's tools, and scratched walls. She didn't believe me. And I like to hide in the closet and listen to Olya count outside. 1, 2, 3, better hide from me. And then drag her feet on the creaking floorboards, hoping that she wouldn't need to look for me in the cramped monster's den. Ross had seen so many people come and go in this house. It was black as if it absorbed all human sin from the long years it was hanging out of the ceiling. After Grandma died, Mom was going to take it off and hang a horseshoe on its place as a lucky charm, but she cut herself with the cross's sharp corner and almost fell from the stepladder. Dad called it a sign from above and ordered the cross to be left alone in its rightful place. My parents prohibit me from making long-distance calls, but from time to time I really want to hear my old friends. Sometimes I would just pick up the phone, listen to the low hum of the zoomer and the distant crackling, imagining the wind howling in the ice-laden cords. Mom's peg top, a family relic. My mom played with it when she was little, and then she gifted it to me. Olya was next in the succession line. The toy belonged to her now. She stared at the dancing spindle as if it would show her something, a fairy tale, or maybe even our future. Now even my little sister was a bit too old for the old squeaky peg top. Grandma kept ice cream for me and Olya there, but now I could only see meat bits or soup and clumped together pelmeni. I grew to hate them already. It was difficult to lie to Mom, but there was no other way for me to run away from home. Mom, something's wrong with the TV. The picture is dim and there are stripes all over the screen. Mom's face became visibly distorted. Oh, you're killing me here. So, have you had enough of shooting the stupid ducks now? Told you the kinescope would go dim because of your console. Where will we find a TV technician in this hole, huh? Maybe it's just the settings. Please go see for yourself. Stranger worked fine in the morning. Maybe the snowfall caused it. Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Olya's room. I opened the front gate and went into the field. Carefully so Mom wouldn't see me from the window. When I crossed half of the distance toward the forest, the snow piles became high as my knees. I remembered my nightly fears. I saw those silhouettes around here. They were jumping around, holding hands. That hypnotizing music started playing in my head all on its own. In the light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash, but the aftertaste was still there. Distant ringing in my ears. Distorted shadows crawling on the snow alongside me. And barely audible whisper in my head, blurry and almost kind. Everything was silent. So silent I felt like the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Olya. The time reached its limit, a one-way trip that ended at the forest piney stockade. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing, and both me and Olya turned to stone listening to them. But then always came the ringing silence. Our apartment became numb a couple of days before we departed. It was hard to remember the last time Mom and Dad joked around, laughing, or spent time together, almost like it was all of a previous life. When they kissed with Olya present, she always frowned and snored in a funny way. But one day it all changed. Something important had left our home, and something scary filled the remaining void. It was as if a fire broke out and our parents were hurriedly packing our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. But from who, though? From the people with dead, cold eyes who sometimes visited us in our previous home? The eyes that only saw balls of worms on the background and everything? And somewhere far away, a siren was going off, trying to warn us of the coming menace. I shuddered, chasing away my delusions, and looked around. There were only me, this white field, and the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted from the sun and turned my eyes to the sunless forest. It looked especially dark in contrast with the blinding whiteness. Knobby tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and carnivorous needles froze into the ice. Dry, prickly branches intertwined, bringing up the uncomfortable thoughts about fences. Were they protecting the forest? Or were they keeping something from breaking out? Some object was hanging from one of the pointy branches. I tried to get closer, drowning in snow, and when I almost got to the edge of the forest, I saw a knitted mitten. It looked like a wounded bird among the hungering semi-dark. Should I take it to the police? Their senior officer looked gloomy, and he still reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show called The Streets of Broken Lights. Oh, these are giving me explanations. Interesting. Neat. He was always anxious with a tired look in his eyes, but still brave and soft. Will this mitten help them find the lost boy? Vova! I heard a distant shout. Looked like it came from the river. Vova! As if the trees were calling out to someone. Vova! Resounded closer to me. Someone was standing there behind the trees, hiding. Vova! I knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still, something was unsettling about that figure. Its stillness. How it bent unnaturally toward the ground. Its blackness. There's no one there, just branches and roots. It's all just my imagination. A nearby bird flapped its wings loudly. A shadow split from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment, but when I turned my gaze back to the same place, it was gone. So it was my imagination after all. Silence reigned for a painfully long time. My muscles were tightly sprung, my heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Boba! Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper from the thicket, and I would sprint. But nothing of the sort happened. I looked at the mitten once more. I decided to take the lonely man from the branch. Bova! A shout rumbled across the field and dissolved into the distance. No echo, no hope for a reply. I stepped toward the bristly trees and tried to claim my find. It didn't budge. I pulled harder, the branch cracked and the mitten tore off, landing in my hand with a squishy sound. All too heavy, wet. I squeezed it without thinking and something dark spilled from it, forming a tiny string between the mitten and the snow. Steam rose from the snow pile. I froze in place, studying my palms in disgust. Red. The sound of cracking branches invaded the silence. I didn't have to think twice before running away. Someone was chasing me from the darkness, breaking pine trees, closing the distance with giant leaps. Snow was slowing me down. Crazy thoughts flew through my mind. I'll get caught. They'll get me. I'll get dragged into the thick. I'll be gone forever. But there was one more voice, probably one of reason. It gave me strength, spurred me on. You can do it. Don't stop. I heard an animal roar behind me. It was so loud my ears went numb. It felt like the sound I did. Oh God. So much reading. It felt like the sound had come from a pack of hungry beasts rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in freezing air. They sensed my fear. 2 giant wings flapped above my head. An enormous shadow flew over the clearing. A hoot, a wheeze. The roars were coming from all directions now. From the dried up raspberry bush, from twisted pines, from under the windfall. Hurry, run, don't look back. It felt like I was inside a nightmare. The snowy clearing became vicious like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my leg from the mushy trap just to be caught in a new one even deeper than before. I continued to drown, sinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Something in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all my strength and rushed forward. The pressure on my leg was gone. My boots slipped out from the hole of my shoe, and my soles were on a hard surface again. I reached a clear path with one jump, and from there, ran into my house. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening now. That house was my line of defense from the shadows that flapped their wings and the creatures that were hidden under the snow. I tripped over the doorstep and smashed into the door. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks, as if a dog was striking the wood with its paws, demanding to be let in so that it could escape the cold. I hadn't noticed these claw marks when I was leaving. The heartbeat in my ears was much louder than my surroundings. I couldn't hear whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in our front yard and Mom had locked the door? Drowning in fear, I pulled on the doorknob and it obediently gave way. I rolled into the hallway and shut the door behind me. Porch planks creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped off the lock and I couldn't click it into place. I gritted on my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitiful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than blankets. Wheezing breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelled of pine and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen and chastised me with the same frigid voice she always used when talking to Dad. What exactly didn't you understand when I told you to never slam the door? I didn't mean to. I snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone and the breath was too, if there was someone in the first place, of course. Here, mere 5 meters away from Mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in spring, and with the last bit of strength I had left my body too. My legs gave way. I propped myself against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. The cold mask of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before, as all those quarrels. She finally saw my condition, my wet pants plastered with snow. Where have you been? What did I tell you, huh? I told you to stay home. Am I nothing to you? I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel. Her voice rang out. Your dad can't find his cigarettes. Be honest, did you snatch them? Were you smoking in secret? There was someone chasing me. I stuttered as soon as I started explaining myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned towards me and sniffed my clothes like a beast, searching for the smell of tobacco. Then she squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked into the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Look over there at the fence. My heart started thumping, as if I became prey once again and my pursuers were following me in the field. I could swear that I've heard something scratch at the door, just like in my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her finger, and I gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window facing my fear. I could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in snow through the icy winter patterns on the glass. Dogs. Just a small pack of strays, with no name and owner, barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest. Oh boy, you were scared of them? I think they'd rather be scared of you, Anton. They were chasing me like a bunny. And what if they were rabid? The smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it was her first time seeing them. What if they attack Olya? Mom? I wish your dad would just shoot them all. Mom, look, they're alive. Huh? What? Are they your friend or foe after all? Make up your mind. You're not a little kid anymore. Mom sighed in annoyance and I felt so bitter that I bit my lower lip and fixed my gaze on the cobweb-red corner just to keep myself from crying. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pants among a pack of stupid strays. And what for? What use could I have for this mitten? Of course, A dark, sticky mitten that belonged to the lost boy made a squishy sound in my hand. Seems like I was clutching it the whole time. That's my trump card as a detective. I hurried to the present to present this clue to my mom. Mom, look, this is Vova's mitten. That boy the police were asking about in the morning. It's drenched in blood. I found it hanging on a tree. I can show where. Let's call the police right away, like the police officer had told us to. Mom, look. Ew. A shadow of doubt slowly crept onto Mom's contorted face, as if she was trying to remember something distant, like someone tries to remember their dream, but the image slips away. Stop at this moment. Olya will go insane if she hears you. Jerry has trouble sleeping and whines all the time. And you joke around like this? In that moment, I realized the mitten was actually wet from snow. There was no blood whatsoever. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment. Come here, my boy who cried wolf. Oh, don't just stand there. Come take your pills. A golden colored pill, reminiscent of a dead wasp, fell into my palm. I already took one during breakfast. Don't talk over me. I told you to stay home and Dad would have given you a good whipping for that. Come on, take care, you won't be able to sleep at night, and you have school tomorrow. So I had to swallow the bitter medication, drinking it down with the similarly awful water that gave off the taste of chlorine. Maybe it wasn't Vova's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all, just like the forest monsters. And Olya's owl. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either the pill had an immediate effect or my over-exerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity washed over me, bringing yawning indifference along with it. Anton, you done? See, you can do it when you try. Take off your coat. Are you asleep? No, Mom. I was just thinking. What about? I wonder. It's just something silly. Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes, as if she wasn't sure she was looking at her own son, not some doppelganger that came from the forest. Is everything alright? You had the exact same expression when the policeman asked you about the window. I'm alright, Mom. She heaved a heavy sigh. Fine. It seemed like the house had changed. The sofa's fabric had become discolored. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. The light bulb also felt different, dimmer and yellower. Even the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste. A melody from Aladdin could be heard from the upper floors. Olya was done rewatching her favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to other tapes. I slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped before the sink, and studied my reflection in the mirror, like I was trying to solve one of those spot the difference puzzles. And then I went upstairs. Jafar's and Iago's voices died down. I walked past Olya's bedroom and slipped into my own. I accidentally added a lot of vanilla and Nightmare's cheesecake. It's fine. A la Blue Scar / Ghost? Maybe. There's a child here. It was grim during the day. Entangled tree branches in the distance and snowy field between our house and the forest brought sleepiness to my eyes. But sometimes I would still catch myself looking in the window at the icy treetops instead of doing my homework. My Triceratops figurine. I know about all sorts of dinosaurs, velociraptors, afrovenerators, hypsilophodonts. I remember going to the movies to see Jurassic Park back when we still lived in the city and taking pictures with the T-Rex in the hall. It turned its head and roared. It was awesome. And next to it was a Robotech Transformer. I love this cartoon. When a jet fighter speeds up in the intro along the sounds of blaster fire, you know your next 20 minutes will surely be amazing. Zentradeti space station is captured. Rick, get ready for battle. Monsters, ghosts, UFOs. Encyclopedia of Paranormal Phenomenon from Roseman Publishing. I learned about the Loch Ness Monster, Medusa, Gorgon, and Bigfoot from there. Olya is always scared of the book. She could barely handle sifting through the monster and alien sections with me, but the middle part, where they start to talk about ghosts, really freaked her out. I remember hunting ghosts after I'd read that book. I measured the distance between items on my table every evening and checked if they moved due to some supernatural force come the morning. They didn't. But to be honest, what was I expecting? To meet Casper the ghost? I've dreamt of becoming an artist since Dad bought me my first comic book. Fly magazine was the coolest. I especially liked the big space-related edition with alien monsters and that funny episode about a gendarme. I started drawing all kinds of things since that day, and I seem to be getting pretty good at it. One of my letters even got published in Fly once. Maybe someday they'll even publish my comic. One of the drawers was empty. I hid the mitten in there. Simple action drained the last bit of strength from me. I sat on the bed, and only then I noticed there was someone behind the curtains. My tired hand dropped to the sheets. Whether it was due to medication I took or the stress I underwent, the room began to contort as if the wind was blowing the walls out like a pair of sails. Corners of the room bent and undulated. The only stable thing in the whole room was the figure between the windowsill and the curtains. A flimsy piece of cloth was stuck to my hidden visitor. It reminded me of burial sheets. Olya. Who else could be standing there? I stood up and licked my dried up lips. Yeah, Olya, it's so funny. The silhouette was unmoving. It was enveloped softly by the curtains. As if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human body. I reached toward the curtains. Ba-dum, beat my heart, controlled by medication. The wind sang in the field with a chorus of voices. For a second, I wanted to return to the bed, just lie down and watch the person behind the curtain, knowing full well they were looking back at me. They were looking without blinking, waiting for me to fall asleep. Plastic rings rustled against the holder when I opened up the curtains. Gotcha! I knew it was you from the beginning. A blindingly bright halo lit up Olya's head with the setting sun as the background. My sister was shining. When she was just a baby, Dad always used to say she was shining with happiness. I always retorted, but Dad, she's not some flashlight. But I brought her to the window one day, and sunlight poured on her smiling face. I felt like I was holding a light, woven child. Saw everything. Oh, really? What did you hide? She was just like my mom when she was little, before she put on her sad mask of tiredness and switched to her commanding tone of voice. It's nothing, just... Olya ran up to the table, her eyes round, and asked, "You stole something and hid it there? Are you a thief?" What? Don't be stupid. I didn't steal anything. A clear image came to mind, that man, hanging from a tree branch. What if I did steal it after all? From the forest, from the tilted figure standing behind black trees. Olya could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted. Then show me. Swear that you won't tell anyone, then I'll show you. Olya wore a plotting smile. I swear on Mom's heart. An oath she heard on one of the movies about the pioneers we've watched. Don't say things like that. Olya nodded and made a gesture with her hand, locking her mouth with the imaginary key. She was filled with curiosity that was splashing in her giant eyes. I opened the drawer and Olya leaned in, holding her breath. It looked like there was not just a simple mitten, but some kind of exotic creature. Is this someone's mitten? She said that as if she couldn't understand what she saw. A certain boy lost it and got lost himself. Now do you understand how dangerous it is for kids to wander in the forest, right? He must be really cold out there. Will they find him? They will. The police are going house to house showing his photo to everybody. Olya traversed the room with care and pressed her tiny palms against the window. And why are they going to the houses and not the forest? Are they scared? The question caught me off guard. Police aren't scared of anything. They've already scouted the forest. Yeah, right, flashed in my clouded mind. Did they really check every nook and cranny where darkness, cold, and whispers of icy branches dwell? If that's the case, how did they miss the mitten? Or did it appear later for me? I changed the topic, as if trying to get Olya as far away as possible from the forest thicket. We may get a reward if I go and find this boy by myself. A lot of stuff, like in the Wheel of Fortune. Sounds cool, right? Olya wasn't listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes, uncharacteristic for her. What if the owl got him? Nonsense. An owl wouldn't be able to lift a human. But you know what? I was picking my words with utmost care. I forced them out in my overexerted brain. Stay away from the forest. I think it's, how should I put it? It's cursed or something. Just like in a fairy tale. No, more like in that spooky tape where our parents hide from us. Olya shivered and stole a glance at the window. I saw you running away. Someone was chasing you? No, it's just I was hurrying back home so Mom wouldn't be worried. As I looked at my sister, my heart was tearing apart. She was so fragile. It was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind and her small fire would be gone. You're lucky. Mom won't even let me go outside. I'm like a princess in the tower. Can't go anywhere. I'll die from boredom here. You're wrong. Alright, ads are starting, so we're going to pause for a little bit and hang out. Go ahead and save that. Everyone make sure you stretch and take care of yourselves. Reminds me. Should be doing this thing, right? Interesting. So I'm reading about I did a new thing. So apparently I should show up on shorts for my my stuff. I was kind of amused by that. I'm about to wing the heck out of a chocolate buttercream frosting. You're short, yes. I mean, not as short as you, so there's that. Are you doing chocolate buttercream frosting for the cheesecake? I'm confused. Cheesecake? Why is that peak it? No, okay. I'm just making sure because you know that I'm pretty sure I've told you that Nightmares doesn't like chocolate. Or isn't a fan. It's weird. She's not a fan of like chocolate cake type of stuff. I'm doing a lot of projects right now. Her stuff is vanilla. Yes. She does like vanilla. Only vanilla. Basic. Simplistic, one might say. I finished her stuff. Did you? Nice. Also, I'm trying to figure out ads. There we go. Ad should be finishing up. I finished making my grandma yellow cake chocolate frosting. I made my great-grandma a lemon cream cheese pound cake. I'm making you a strawberry and cream cake. Very nice. You're doing so much right now. Lots of projects, yeah. I appreciate your hard work. I know that you put a lot of work and care and love into those, so I do appreciate the, I honestly do appreciate the work that you put in for that. All right. Welcome back, everybody, on Twitch from ads. You're wrong. I actually put a lot of anger into my baking. Hate and spite. What do you flavor your cakes with? I do love. What about you? Hate and spite. My hate tastes good to people. My anger fuels my rage. I've never put love in my cake. Love is reserved for squishy things. Ever. I bake out my frustrations. That's what Kyoko does. Kyoko bakes her frustrations. When I was younger, there was love. Now it's hate. Hate. Give in, feel hate. Young Padawan. Feed. Anyways. You're wrong. No one has ever died of boredom. And you have me and your cartoons, and mom and dad will be good to each other soon. You know what I would wish for my next birthday? I'd wish for mom and dad to turn into children so we could go play together like we used to. Yeah, and if you make them as small as bugs, we can place them in a little box. Olya giggled and tugged at my sleeve. This is my... Tosha, let's go watch Aladdin. Fatigue won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was washed over by some sort of heinous apathy. I'm too tired. I don't want to. Anxiety and desire. Come on. It's so boring alone and Mom is always busy. We can pick a cartoon you haven't seen before. I know all of our tapes by heart at this point. Not all of them. You haven't watched Peter Pan. Remember how you fell asleep in the middle of it? And so much happens after that. Let's go, let's go. Maybe a bit later. Should I tell you how it ends? Let's leave that for tomorrow. I won't tell you tomorrow. I know, let's play hide and seek. No, Olya. Then draw me a dino. Olya, please. Draw it. Leave me alone already. I blurted it out without thinking, and then I was immediately taken aback. I'd never screamed at my little sister like that. Olya stared at me in shock. Her lips started trembling, a precursor to tears. My chest was seething with disgust and embarrassment. What's happening to me? I hurried to prevent Olya from crying. Alright, you win. Let's go watch cartoons for a bit. I don't wanna. I came up to her, put my hands on her soft head. Let's go. Let's go watch Peter Pan. Or you'll fall asleep again. I smiled and lifted her chin. Her eyes were wet and felt bottomless. I promise I won't. And I'll draw you a full Triceratops later. Hooray! Triceratops. Oh, close enough. Olya rubbed her eyes with the sleeve of her pajamas and a shining smile returned to her face. I'll go ask Mom for condensed milk and bread, and you rewind the tape. The bread is fresh, just how you like it. Alright, just be careful not to spill the milk, or you'll be yelled at again. Want to bet I won't spill it? The tape is somewhere in the nightstand. Look for it. Olya disappeared into the doorway, and I dragged my feet to the neighboring room. Piggy bank. Olya's saving money for a real puppy because Dad said taking care of him will take a lot of money. The scary window where Olya sees that accursed owl every night lurking in the dark. Olya keeps curtains open during the day, but as soon as twilight comes, she shuts them tight so she won't see the pair of hungry eyes outside. Olya has countless toys. An old teddy bear is the main attraction here. Olya doesn't sleep without it, and she digs her nose into its fur when she sleeps. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. The old photon TV was gathering dust in the corner. All that was left was clicking the button on the front panel. The tube warmed up and fell, and a familiar white noise started dancing on the black screen. I almost reached out to turn on the VCR when the noise calmed down and a blurry image appeared for a moment. It was dark taiga forest, just like the one outside my window. The picture split the screen in half. Something creepy resembling human speech was coming out of the speaker. Just a few minutes later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise. Did it catch some rogue signal? The local TV station only really showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only just recently I always used to watch Robotech before school. It was so awesome. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna. What if I catch this channel again? On the other hand, Olya had asked me to find the tape. It wouldn't be nice to disappoint her, but in my sleepy state, I didn't have the strength to do all of it. Dun dun dun. Alright. This is our first actual decision. So do we try to find it, or do we complacate? I feel like we want to placate our sister, right? Because, like, we feel bad. Let's search. I sifted through the shelves full of dolls and blue hippos from Kinder Surprise. I found the tape I needed thanks to its shabby spine. I got the black rectangle from its box. Spent the evening with your sister. The tape inside it rustled while rewinding to the beginning. The rustle was lulling me to sleep. Drowsiness attacked me while I was squatting before the TV. Images whirled in my head, me and Olya flying above the forest, tumbling in the soft clouds. My little sister is laughing, but her smile becomes more and more forced with every passing second. I noticed that the clouds underneath us part, bearing the bristly pine tops. Swampy darkness slurped among trees. The wings are no longer able to hold us, Enolia. You haven't started without me, have you? My sister brought the tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk. I rubbed my eyes. No, come sit. Mom and Dad are arguing again. They're going through rough times. Rough times are lame. On the screen, Wendy was hiding Peter Pan's shadow into the dresser. Olia was entertained by the cartoonish dog Nana. Maybe Mom and Dad will buy us a dog too. Yeah, right. I'll have my own dog in Neverland and a cat and a parrot. Olia smeared a slice of bread with a thick layer of condensed milk and handed it to me. Have you lost all your baby teeth? Obviously. Olia frowned deep in thought. Peter Pan has baby teeth. What if they won't let you go to his land with adult teeth? We'll think of something. We'll ask Dad to alter your age in the passport. And why would Dad forge documents? Olia took a bite from the sandwich and started thinking with her mouth full. He will. I heard Mom that they did that before. You'll grow ears as big as Dumbo's. Olia got worried and touched her ear. I smiled to myself. My little sister was silent now. She just devoured bread, watching the adventures of Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, and James Hook. As if she got sucked into the fairy tale Neverland. To be honest, I also imagined myself there. In a land where no one ages, where no one argues over little things, where no one listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. It felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. Then my sister's scream pulled me back to reality. Tosha, shut the curtains fast. Why? No one's watching you. It's dark, and when it's dark, the owl comes. I'm scared. I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtains. I did my best to not to look outside toward the treetops, toward the taiga forest, which seemingly drew closer and closer. Of course, it was just a visual effect from shadows of branches scraping the snow. Tosha, Mom thinks I made the owl up. And Dad, too, he thinks I'm a liar since I'm small. But the owl exists. Honestly, it does. You do believe me, right? That it comes every night, and I swiftly grabbed Olia's hand and looked at her in the eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination, but did I really have those qualities? Yes, I believe you, alright? Just don't nag our parents about it anymore. What? They're already dealing with a lot, so they'll just get mad at you. Come and tell me if anything happens. Don't look out the window. But it wants me to look. Doesn't matter. Act like it doesn't exist and never existed. Like it's made up. Just like Mom and Dad say. They'll get tired of waiting and fly away. We followed Peter Pan's adventures as if nothing had happened. As if the forest didn't kidnap kids. As if our parents weren't tearing each other apart bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from the crocodile, and Captain Pan was headed to London on a gilded sailboat. By some miracle, I lasted longer than my little sister. Olia's eyelids had dropped. She started snoring lightly, resting her chin on the side of the bed. I stood up and left Olia's room. I was looking out the window, studying the field, when Mom peeked into my room. Enough playing around. It's your first day at school tomorrow. Go to bed. You should sleep properly. You don't want to be teased for being sleepy, right? Adults think everything is so simple. As if sound sleep would ensure my classmates would like me. I covered myself with a blanket up to my neck and listened to the house humming, to something invisible rustling in the corners. My inner voice had a question for me. Do I want to hear that mysterious flute again? Yes or no? Maybe it's just part of growing up and I can't fully understand my own desires. The forest wailed behind the barrier that was my walls. Some ethereal entity wandered the fields. Branches shook as if calling for me. The wind howled on into the night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head before becoming weak and tangled. I didn't notice how I fell into slumber. It has to come after all. The day I feared the most. The first day of a new school term. Episode 2. time to play with you. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna do something a little bit. It's gonna take me a little bit of time, but I will be back very shortly. Ah. Ah. Ma. Anyways. Hi. I'm back. Alright. I am going to go grab something here shortly, but we can start this at least. New school, new teachers, and most importantly, new classmates who I've always had trouble connecting with. Like most other kids with glasses, probably. I forced myself to get out of my warm bed. Dad would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning the bedroom of my parents was silent. Did they sleep in? Maybe it was a good thing. I didn't want to get the daddy's boy reputation from day one. My parents were probably still tucked in, dreaming about good old days when everything was so simple and easy. Sweet dreams, even if far removed from reality. I silently sneaked out to the first floor so I wouldn't wake up anybody, especially the peacefully sleeping Olya. I did my best to step in the middle of every floorboard. I used to play like this even in our apartment. If my soles touched the space between floorboards, it counted as stepping into lava. The clock was spurring me on with its hands. I need to hurry, faster, faster. I was too fast, so I needed to circle the hallway once again. Boiling lava was bursting out of the cracks between floorboards. I needed to watch my step to survive at any cost. Hippity hop, like a frog jumping on molehills, like a fearful bunny in a grove full of wolves. I made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat, and drank it down with cold tea. My appetite was as good as someone being led up to the scaffold toward the guillotine. I lowered my gaze and saw that one of my feet was standing on two floorboards at the same time. Burnt to a crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes writhed in my belly, the fear of getting hit and being called nasty names. Clock clicked. I need to go. It was dark outside, fitting for an early winter morning. This darkness never fully left the houses around here. I took my time tying my shoes, buttoning up the puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into the semi-dark, into the unnerving unknown. I rubbed my glasses for good luck, though I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. The sky was akin to a giant bruise. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up. It licked up stars from the sky and extinguished the rising sun. Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. Cautious cries of birds got tangled up in the thicket. I locked the front door with a long key that I wore around my neck. My parents made me wear this noose, afraid that I, being a total klutz that I am, could lose the key otherwise. The wind whizzed on the other side of the gate and invited me into my new life toward dubious adventures, and tagged alone like an old buddy pushing me in the back. Wide shadows that pines throughout covered a third of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hid my nose in the coat's collar. I was squeezing through the thin fire break, my hair ruffled up and my back hunched over. Tall trees stood on both sides of the tiny trail. The snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and the canopy of intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The night had no plans of moving away from the forest. In this darkness, trees reminded me of shaggy old women that smelled of burial earth. Their trunks turned into cracked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle as their mouths. If I lost focus even for a moment, mold-covered witches would drag me into the forest depths. I just remember something. Give me a second. Alright, sorry about that. Ugh. Then my parents would be walking around these parts screaming my name. Just everything's trying to give me issues today. Like, I think I need to get new glasses. You know what's a lovely thing in having glasses? Ow. Whatever. Anyways. But the dead can't answer the living. Or can they? A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with Dad carrying me into the school in his hands by now if it saved me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravines like black dough. I felt like someone jumped into the bushes behind me, so I turned around. As soon as I started walking faster, I heard the snow squeak behind me. Forrest took a deep breath with giant lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now I could only hear the forest creak. I walked, listening closely, and the unseen presence grew stronger, as if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps. I turned my head so fast it made my neck crunch. A tiny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. Trees overlapped, forming a natural tunnel. Who's there? The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending creaking sound of the wooden idols, the pines around me. Why did I think going through the forest alone was a good idea? I'm either going mad or someone had intentionally lured me away from the home. Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. A country road. I ran there as fast as I could, as if afraid that the trail will shrink. Clawed hands will grip me by my shoulders, turn me around, and make me look at the faces of hungry forest denizens. In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew to the decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. The bridge's supports bathed in the spring, tarry and ice cold. I put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest, then snorted, trying to calm my breathing. The thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute lied through a snow-laden road, illuminated by sparse lamplights. I chased away bad thoughts and ran as fast as I could from one circle of light to another, seeking protection from electric lamps. Just like in that game where you need to be the first to proclaim, "I'm protected." It's just, in this case, that protection was flimsy at best, with darkness writhing outside its bounds. Then I noticed something remarkably eerie. In a place where the light from an inclined lamp I couldn't reach, a hairy, crooked shadow came alive with guttural roar. It almost felt like its features deterred light. Its unnatural pose instilled fear. My eyes almost popped out of their sockets as I just stood there, blinking, trying to chase away that illusion. But the shadow didn't disappear, and even got closer. My insides were gripped by horror. I stepped back and almost fell into a snow pile. The battle-axe silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice. "Sneaking around, huh? Trying to steal my soul?" Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silky voice here, between this forest and the dormant village? "Will you say something, dummy? A cat cut your tongue? Alright, I'll bite off your nose then. That'll teach you not to poke it in places it doesn't belong." A girl stood before me, judging from the voice and the silhouette. but I couldn't even reprimand myself for getting scared by a girl before noticing a gaping mouth under her hood with something dangerously shiny inside. I was stunned. From the cavity of her hood, a frighteningly real fox face was staring straight at me. It's just her jaws weren't moving and her eyes weren't blinking. A mask. It's just a girl with a fox mask on. At least that's what I wanted to think. After a surprise like that, a nervous smile involuntarily crept onto my face. I was just going to school, and then you... What about me? Never seen a fox feed a dog? And indeed, there was a small dog circling the girl's legs. One of the strays that were chasing me yesterday, probably. Sorry, I didn't mean to. After hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowered its ears, sniffed me out, and then started wagging its tail. I guess I still smelled of bologna that I ate for breakfast. I was shifting my gaze back and forth from the dog to the girl. She didn't seem scary anymore, just weird. So you didn't mean to, huh? What's your name? I'm Anton. And you? And I'm not. She's weird. Definitely has a couple loose screws. But she has a nice voice. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl I didn't know was definitely human, if a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. This foxy girl was walking through the darkness without a problem, and I shuddered from every little sound. I could just walk away, but this girl had piqued my interest. The next time a police officer asks me about my friends at this new place, I'll tell him that I befriended a talking fox. Do you live around here? In the village? The fox giggled and purred. She spun around so hard the hem of her coat lifted up. No, dummy. Foxes don't live in villages. So you live in the forest then? Have you been living under a rock? It's obvious is that foxes can't survive anywhere near humans, as long as they're foxes. Her jokes were also weird. Just like her carnival mask, paper mache with fur glued onto it. The dog reminded us of its existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. Dad would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge, cookies, apples, or even my favorite crab sticks. He called it a gift from the bunny. Treat from the bunny, and the uneaten part of a business lunch or a treat specifically bought for children. Parents would tell their children that a bunny asked them to deliver said treat, but it could also be any other animal, squirrel or a bear, for example. All right, 1 second. Okay. Well, that was just exciting information. But let me answer that question. 2 mini cheesecakes, 4 strawberry shortcakes, 1 yellow cake, chocolate frosting, and 1 pound cake. Man, done some work. I can pack my suitcase and just relax for a couple hours. Alright. And just die. You know what? That's valid. And it sounds like bad things happened. That's not yet, Druid. That'll be after she gets back. Okay. The stray strolled toward me with mincing footsteps, with a pleading look in its eyes. The fox did definitely treat it to something, but it was probably still hungry.
Зачем ты так вырядилась с утра пораньше?
Why are you dressed like this so early in the
На
morning?
утренник идешь?
Going to a costume party? The girl shrugged, throwing silvery snowflakes off her nose. They're a human form along with them, turning into a genuine beast, a real fox, agile, cunning, dangerous. A moment of hesitation, you'll be ripped to shreds. She'll tear you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. I couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. I heard a calm, melodic laughter hidden underneath the beastly mask. I wish you could have seen your own mask, sweetie. Sweet? Did she just say sweetie? I got embarrassed, went right up to my hair roots. We'd seen a fox in a zoo once when we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur, was gray and skinny. But this girl was of fiery color and furry, just like in fairy tales. I was still rummaging through my backpack. My bestie's dad got me a vacuum food sealer, no more freezer burnt food, nice. I had the month of January to do that, yeah. My fingers that were searching for the dog's treat stumbled upon some soft, crumpled object. You'll see. The real beast will wake up soon. You should ask them where they got their human faces. The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamp's light. The dog yapped in agreement. I freaked out and dropped my finding in the snow without getting a proper chance to examine it. Cold wind instantly covered the hole it created with snow. The dog rushed to dig it out, wanting to get its treat. And the fox just snorted. Now I was so embarrassed I wanted to sink through the snow. It was still dark outside of the electric circle. On the contrary, the darkness seemed even more thick. All neighboring houses were sleeping deeply in its inkiness. I did my best to continue the conversation with the weird girl I didn't know. So, are you going to school? Oh my, you are a real dummy. Don't you get it? Well, I was trying to be friendly, but she can't stop mocking me, calling me a dummy and all. I should have just moved along without paying any attention to this weirdo and her stupid dog. Why are you so mean? Don't answer if you don't want to. It's not like I care. Still, something froze me in place, tugged me toward the dark figure. A mysterious appearance, her voice that was velvety and just languid enough. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch fires burn. Oh, stop pouting. Look here. Zulka took a liking to you. The dog was digging through the snow with sharp movements, snoring loudly. The fox turned around and looked at the windows of a nearby house as at its timbered front through the white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining under the lamp's light. And maybe someone else too. Ad starting in 3 minutes. I went red again like a boiled crayfish this time. Is she talking about herself or someone else? I hope that the semi-dark would be able to hide my embarrassment from the girl. I cleared my throat before asking, and who's that person? I waited, counting my heartbeat. The fox didn't reply. Her sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of someone's windows. She was reading them like a glass book. I wonder what she can see in those winter paintings. The stray stopped rummaging through the snow. It ran to me, holding my object in her jaws. A mitten. Could it be the one I found in the forest? What is it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized that it was just my mitten. Maybe Mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep. A certain missing boy immediately came to mind. Hey, do you know anything about Vova? I imagined the scene, silhouettes dancing in the clearing. The dance on the night when Vova had disappeared. A boy who, when found, can provide a big reward and maybe save my family. I remembered my birthday when our parents promised to take me and Olya to Disneyland in Paris. But instead of a long-anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console, visibly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding to take me to the promised amusement park. That was the first time when Mom and Dad had a big fight. My greediness shattered their relationship. If only I could fix everything. Gathering everybody I love and take them to Disneyland. On the night Vova had disappeared, I think I saw someone like you, looking like you, dancing under my window. It couldn't be true, but it felt like her mask became even more sly. The fox was sniffing me out. Oh, that got you worried? For yourself or for someone else? Olya. As soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened and cold sweat streamed down my spine. Well then, listen closely, a boy named Anton. This is a big and scary forest. The fox girl stepped forward menacingly. And I'm not its only tenant. The other beasts already know about you. Beware, we'll come again tonight. I shouldn't have talked to this evil in child form, I thought, panicking. When you and your parents will be fast asleep, we'll sneak really close and dance. Macarena! Huh? Hey, Macarena. Look at you, your mouth is agape, Antosha. He saw me near his window at night. Yeah, right. Are you by any chance a dimwit? Nobody would let me go outside that late. Children go missing here, you know. I touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. You got me scared to death. Hey, why don't you stop fondling your glasses? I was also nearsighted once. Listen to me and maybe you'll become smarter. Remember what do they call foxes? Cunning? My words seemed to hurt her. Hey, what did you... sorry. Her laughter was akin to the jingle of a pair of silver bells. Just pulling your leg. Of course we're cunning. If you're agile and brave enough to befriend a cunning fox, I'll help look for your Vova. There's a reason why you're doing it, right? I shrugged in reply. Her insight was alarming. I know why children have been swarming our forest recently. Thank you for the self-care. We also have ads starting, so we're going to take a pause here. As that's happening, everyone take your time to stretch and do everything you need to do. Say ads are starting. They should be starting in like less than a minute. But take that time to take care of yourself, stretch, get something to hydrate, except Kyoko. Kyoko has to sit here and watch. And not watch ads. Kyoko doesn't get to watch ads. Kyoko has to just watch me. Quietly. Sit here. Doing nothing. That reminds me, I need to wrap my dad's gift. I've kind of packed it. I just need to actually get around to wrapping it. And unrelated, my daughter's at this winter camp thing, which is where she is, and it's only me and my son tonight. They'll be back tomorrow, like evening, right before we meet Kyoko the next day, and then I hate that. Anyways, doesn't matter. Yes, meet me in all my glory. That's a word for it. But yeah, it's going to be a rough time. I have a feeling I might end up driving most of the way because my wife's going to be tired and isn't going to want to drive. So man, am I going to have to stock up because I have a long drive. But she'll probably do like short stints here and there. And that's fine. It's just 4 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours for you. It's a 4 hour drive for you. Because you're what, like Tallahassee? Jacksonville? Something like that? Somewhere in that area? Like Panhandle-ish? Isn't that right? If I remember correctly? Yeah. I'm going down to West Palm. Woo! I'm going down to West Palm Beach. I have an 8-hour drive ahead of me. Double what you're doing. Which is why I opted for we're meeting very early in the morning-ish to hang out for a little bit. And then you're going to drive, and we're going to drive, and we're going to pass you. Why is that doing that? I don't understand what this is doing. Filters, please. Compressor. My compressor is not working. I don't know why. Why? Why would you do that? Why? Ah! See? I don't... Why is that doing that? It's funny because it's not peaking on my mixer. Which means it is wholeheartedly just my mic. Ah! Alright, that should be better. Hopefully. I don't know. Nope, sure the fuck isn't. Ah! Ah! I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know why at all. Alright, anyways. Getting back to what we were doing. I don't want that to be that low, though. I don't like that. I've never had a problem with this until OBS started fuxing around with stuff. Anyways. I know why children have been swarming out of the forest recently. Sometimes you can find a lot of interesting stuff there. One day I saw a huge pile of candy once, and I swam in it until my jaws cramped. A pile of candy? I couldn't deduce whether she believed in what she was saying from the tone of her voice. I showed her another smile, a fake one this time. Ooh, so wary. Don't update her, but you just don't stream. Because you're scared of it. Because you're a little baby about streaming. Ooh, so wary. Well, what will you say to this then? She held out her hand in a furry mitt. There was an assortment of sweets in her palm. In the city where I used to live, sweets like these were sold at markets or in kiosks. I saw my favorite bubblegum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasure. A familiar name was on it. Turbo. A triangular fox face poked her nose toward me. Take some. My pockets are full of these. Take candy from strangers! I accept the treat and catching a whiff of the girl's smell, fur, fireworks, and citrus. The smell of holidays. My fingers tingled while I was carefully unwrapping the gum. Peachy aroma entered my nostrils and something else, something unfamiliar but pleasant. The fruity cube ended up in my mouth. I started moving my molars, chewing the gum. It tasted like your usual Turkish gum, only my tongue went a bit numb. I couldn't believe my luck after opening the insert. I looked at Mercedes-Benz, an extremely rare and hence desirable collector's item for any boy from my previous neighborhood. My heart skipped a beat. I was barely able to tear my eyes off the insert, still stunned. This is... Now do you see what can be found in the forest? Still, I wouldn't go there alone if I were you. You get so flustered over simple bubblegum after all. Imagine what would happen if you find a travel case worth of these. It'll surely blow your mind. Unusual treats, just like everything else about her. I carefully hid the insert in my bag as if I was putting a rare butterfly in a can. The fox giggled. This is not how things are supposed to go on a Monday morning. Who are you? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyway. Or she'll just lie. I really wanted to see what's behind her mask. I was becoming more and more sure that underneath it wasn't just a simple young girl. What if Vova also found a snow pile with sweets and is now rolling in it? Actually, what if he decided to stay in the forest? He must be so cold without his second mitten then. The wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness. Into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their bony branches. Or what if something happened to him along the way? Something terrible. The forest reacted to her words, became alive. It sniffed me out, perking up its ears just like a curious beast. The fox girl pierced me with her eyes again. I just realized something. Hold on. Oh no. I don't want that. I wish I could fix that. I really wish that I could like adjust that fervor, but that's fine. Huh. Oh well. No, I didn't break anything. Everything's fine. Wild beasts? You find that scary? Well, I don't know. He doesn't know. Oh my, have I befriended a dunce? I don't like being called a dunce yet. Being friends with her sounded nice. My grades are good. Really now? Will you come with me? Good grades, Anton. We'll find your Vova and you'll be able to ask him what he found deep in the forest. As long as you're with me, nothing can hurt you in the forest. You'll see. Worms of worry writhed in my belly. Better run, whispered my mind. I don't believe you. You take me for a liar? Whatever, you're just like everybody else. The girl sounded hurt, although I didn't know she was genuine about it. She turned around as if she had immediately lost all interest in me. The gum felt bitter now. I remember my dad's favorite saying, "Where are your manners, son?" Indeed, this fox was kind to me. Please don't get mad. Foxes can also be nice, like in fairy tales. I just need to know what kind of fox you are. The girl giggled, hiding the nose of her mask in her hands. Then follow me into the forest and you'll get to know me. But not right now, when it gets bright. I mean, your whole body is shaking, you poor thing. I don't want you to get a stroke. Hey, let me accompany you to school. After hearing this, dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in, trying to grab the piece of handwear that almost ran away from me. Well, if we're going in the same direction. We went toward the school and the lost dawn. Here and there, the lights came on in the windows of houses we passed as if their inhabitants were sending us warning signs. Silhouettes lurked behind curtains, dogs let out occasional barks. Spirals of gray smoke rose from chimneys. TVs bustled and dishes clanged in kitchens. We watched the village slowly rise from its slumber while carefully treading the snowy wheel trails. I walked in the left one and she took the right one. The dog was following right behind us. I expected the fox to bring up something weird again, but she stayed silent all the way to the school, as if playing with me some game only she was privy to. She would only giggle from time to time when the dog sneezed from the snowflakes that fell on its nose. I was the first to break the silence. What's your name? Here it comes. Names, names, names. You people always need to put labels on everything. What name would you give to a fox like me? I don't know. If I've read about Elisa the fox. You know what? I don't mind. I'll be Elisa. I couldn't understand if she was joking or not. I turned around as if looking for an answer from the dog. From the dark sky devoid of dawn, my silent questions were left unanswered. The school's outline was already in our sights. A giant brick box stuck in the endless night. Lights in its windows didn't bode well for me. The warden trees were guarding the schoolyard. Screams, childish laughter, and someone's whistling tore up the silence. I went here with my mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at that time. Empty corridors, the smell that smelled of polish, puffy snow outside. The second time I came alone to get the books and just kept on imagining my peers rolling down the rails, grade schoolers running to the library, and teachers marching down the corridor with the air of self-importance around them. High schoolers were smoking at the entrance in track pants and wool caps perched on their foreheads. Their appearance destroyed the last hopes for a cozy school. Their stingy eyes and the teeth yellow from nicotine, their smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect as the cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my companion. I'll wait for you at the backyard after school. Near the hanged man. Near what? She just ignored my question. Don't be late. I hesitated. Blowing hot and cold again. Mom always said that when I would have trouble choosing between two options. Thinking about Mom helped me reply. I'm going straight home after school. Well, Antosha, I'm going to let you off the hook. But the others will creep up to you with their smiles and sink their teeth into you. Won't be able to shake them off as easily. Remember my words. The fox opened her mouth in a wide yawn. What kind of trick is this? Someone right in the distance called out my name. I instinctively turned around. A huge snowball whizzed past my shoulder and hit the dog. It whimpered and ran toward the spring. The darkness devoured it. The fox girl was also nowhere to be seen. She dissolved into frosty air. Or was she hiding in my shadow? I gulped and swallowed the gum. Unlucky. After taking a deep breath, I went toward the school, toward the cutlets and dough, toward the light raining down on to the snow. Whose nest is this, I wonder? A thieving magpie? Then it probably has all sorts of shiny things in it. Pieces of colorful glass, bottle caps, polished coins, or child's braces. A tall man was standing near the gate, puffing out clouds of smoke into the wind. He didn't look like a teacher. Was he a PE guy, maybe? I carefully studied his face that looked like it was cut from a piece of granite and his hair lip that was holding down a cigarette. He was playing around with car keys and staring back at us. The light from the cigarette was reflected in his eyes that were staying deep in his eye sockets. I froze in place. The hulking man lazily tore his eyes off from us and walked toward the road. There was a fresh-looking Volga parked nearby with one of its front wheels perched up on the icy curb. Black like soot, as if it was straight out of the horror story Dad loved to tell me when we hid in the attic during the thunderstorm. I remember always wearing a sad smile while mentioning the black car that snatched children. He would say, "It looks like a funeral car on the inside, white curtains and all, and it has DSC in its license plate. Do you know what that means? Death to Soviet children." Funny. I was born in the USSR too. A buzzing crowd of upperclassmen with their winter hats tipped to the side. I better not draw their attention. I could hear muffled voices behind the doors, saw blinking lamps. Darkness creeped along the windows, and it felt like the school was drifting in open space like a lonely lost spaceship. After going up to the second floor, I noticed a crowd around the notice board. Hold on, I just thought of something. Hold on, let me do that. I wonder if I can do that. I'll worry about that later. Everyone was taking part in a lively discussion. I moved closer and took a look at something everyone was interested in through a wall of backpacks. There was a piece of paper with something printed on it, glued to the left of the notice board. Child missing. Vova Matyukin. That was his name. Mittens with green stripes. Alianushik? 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 Ali? Ali. A lion. By the way, thank you so much for that follow. Fourth grader. On that grainy print, Vova looked dead with a black mouth and dark, empty eye sockets. Could it be that the darkness dwelling deep in the forest invaded his pores and mutilated his face? Hey, Foxy. How tiny are we talking here? I don't know. Small enough. Definitely not dog-sized. A plastic toy gun couldn't protect me from the whispering branches and the howling wind. Empty eyes of a lost boy pierced through my soul as if bleeding. Unable to meet his stare, I turned around and rushed to the window, took a seat on the windowsill. The corridor was slowly filling up with children in groups of few. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of school toilets, child voices were hammering a nursery rhyme. For the fox and for the bear, Bunny tasty meals prepare. For the fox and for the bear, Bunny tasty meals prepare. I turned my head toward them, trying to get a better look at their features, but then my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. A female teacher marched down the corridor with her chin raised high. Her heels were hitting the floor like miniature hooves. A girl was trailing her every step. She was also looking pompous, stopping along the way and whispering some secret in her friend's ear. She was probably a class rep since she was carrying an attendance register book.
Екатерина, возьми, пожалуйста.
Katerina, take this please. Teacher opened the classroom door and a crowd of children swarmed in, screaming and pushing. Out of all of them, a tall, red-headed fat boy caught my attention. His face was full of blisters. He looked like the inside of a pomegranate. A bad feeling risen up in the hair on the back of my head. I've seen boys like him before, unsettled eyes, cackling laughter. The girl, who was a smaller copy of the teacher, warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room through the clearing in the crowd. Some other guy stood in the way of the crowd and the redhead immediately shoved him. Move your legs, moron. The boy flew headfirst, flailing his hands trying to keep his balance. The fatso burst out laughing and a couple kids joined his nasty cackling. The laughter sounded like someone was snipping with huge garden scissors. The classroom sucked all the kids in. The corridor stood empty. I wanted to grow roots and stay on the windowsill. Just a handful of lampposts outside were battling the darkness, writhing like fluorescent fish in the black ocean. Maybe I can still run away. Go outside, dissolve in the dark. I imagine myself running through the snow, how it squeaks under my boots, and how I'm becoming lighter and lighter with every step. The ringer's trill blew that illusion away. I tore myself from the window with great effort, and then took a couple of deep breaths, trying to at least calm down my mad pulse, and entered the classroom. The prim teacher looked at me over the frame of her glasses, clearly annoyed. I'm the transfer student. I was told to come here. The snowy forest trail was winding in front of my eyes. The pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. Thank you, Foxy. Thank you, Eric. She buried herself in the register and flicked through the pages. Your last name? Petrov. Huh? What are you mumbling there? Say it clearly. Petrov. You're not on the list. She measured me with a long and heavy stare as if trying to see if I was lying. I wanted to sink through the floor. Her hazy faces observed all of that from the left. The classroom breathed and snored in unison like a living organism, like a dangerous beast. Are you sure? I don't have you in my register. My knees chose the worst time to start shaking. I felt dizzy. I clutched my fists so hard my knuckles became white. They told me to come to classroom 204 to ask for Lilia Pavlovna, class 6C. Took my words for some sort of joke because they were all laughing. What's wrong with this school? The classroom fell silent. Kids hid their smirks for a better occasion. Why do we hire so many interns? They all know how to put lipstick all over their bulging lips, well, don't know, but when it comes to real problems, I have to solve everything. How did they send you here without any proper paperwork? Ugh, we've had the same thing happen so many times already. Wait here, I'll be back. After I have a little chat with them. The teacher flew past me, mumbling something to herself in righteous anger, and I was left standing at the center of the classroom. Like a convict in front of a firing squad, I lowered my gaze, feeling the mocking stares from all around the classroom directed at me. They prickled my skin, danced on it like laser sights. Once again, I imagined running far away from this place, fighting the clawing wind, soaring high above the pines in one long jump. With the wind in my back as my only companion. The eyes of my future classmates were asking, this new boy, is he one of us or an outsider? Somebody whispered something and stifled laughter rolled through the classroom. Wipe the board! It was easy to guess who the main prankster here. Hey, Four Eyes, are you not only blind but also deaf? I said wipe the board. My knees weren't the only shaking part of my body anymore. I was trembling head to toe and I prayed for the teacher to come back sooner. My prayers were answered by the powers that be. And what should I do with you now? Where will you sit? Oh well, you can sit with Semyon, I guess. He's alone anyway. No way. Patso put his backpack on the seat beside him in defiance, scratched his belly and smirked. Are you back to your old tricks? If I call your grandma here again? Classroom went silent. And what's she gonna do? I'll be the one to do something if she doesn't. Oop. Put away your backpack now. Semyon didn't move a muscle. He started studying the portraits of writers on the wall, looking bored. I needed to do something to resolve this somehow, to save myself. I cleared my throat and continued in a stifled voice that sounded nothing like me. I can sit in the last row. I think there's a free seat. His teacher snorted loudly. She looked at me, then at Semyon, then back at me. Fine, go there for now. And you, Baburin, I'll have a talk with you later. Excuse me. Ah! Also just noticed that, Drew, you redeemed, ad time? Are you redeeming ad time because there are ads or because you want to play ads? Because I only just now noticed that. So just so you know, Druid, they wanted more ads on the ads, apparently. Ad time is for you wanting to play ads. You wanted me to play like a minute of ads. Not because you're in the middle of ads. I'm well aware when ads are happening on the stream. That's not what ad time is. It's not ad-free time, it's ad time. It's I play an ad. Just so that you're aware. Come to me after classes. You'll be on cleaning duty, got it? Semyon forced out a twisted smile. Juicy pimples were growing on the tips of his nose, ripe for the taking. That's disgusting. I walked carefully, afraid to stumble and fall, causing another outburst of laughter from everyone. I took my seat at the back, at the last table where I was met with a pile of old posters. The outcasts took their seats and the class was ready to start. Yeah, I have ads that play at a regular interval in order to stop random ads from ruining your experience, which is why I try to take pauses and stop doing anything on stream when those happen. That way I can have premeditated sort of like break times. I don't mind throwing another thing of ads there, but I just want to make sure that you are aware that it's not ad-free time, it's ad time, where you play a minute of I play a minute of ads for you. It's something that I probably will take out because it was more of a joke originally, and now I actually have ads that run on a regular basis that I keep a monitor on, so. The outcasts took their seats and the class was ready to start. Now this is settled. Let's start the class. Today's theme is traditions of Russian and international literature in Zozhenko's Don't Lie. The fatso turned back to me. His stare informed me of the oncoming days, weeks, and months of bullying. I got my eyes on you, said his watery look. Probably not. Because if I have to end stream, I have to end stream. I typically am very particular about that. After just a couple of periods, I'd already noticed a huge yellow spit stain in my notebook. Then at the cafeteria, this Samon accidentally spilled a glass of compote on me. And then he flailed his hands around after exiting the toilet so some of the liquid from his hands would get on me. Just before the final period for today, Samon pushed me into a buzzing crowd of girls from our class. They made way cursing, but I couldn't hold my balance and ended up ramming my face into the girl I took for the class rep before, right into her chest. Ow. I immediately stepped back, dying from embarrassment. I'm sorry, you alright? Then she suddenly put her hands on her hips. Will you look at him? Groping me in front of everyone. I'll tell my mom. They'll expel you, pervert. There was some sort of sadistic pleasure in her eyes, as if she was a child who was about to put a lit-up match to the chafer beetle. I didn't mean to. He pushed me. Well, I saw that, you know. No blind among us. She stared at my glasses while showing me a creepy smile. I started to fume on the inside, but Samon's laughter cooled my head. I pushed you? You sure? He swaggered up to me, enveloped me in the smell of sunflower seeds and rotting teeth, and then pushed me to the ground. Like this, huh? What you gonna do now? The bully towered over me as if saying, come on, hit me. Let me see you try. Ooh. Do we fight back or do we endure it? Like, I can't imagine this going well if I fight back. But if I endure it, that just... this is a hard one. So it's one of those things of like, you never really want to fight back against a bully. But you don't want to just endure it because like they're looking for that. They're looking for the reaction. Fighting back gives them the reaction that they want. Right? What do you guys think? Should we fight back or endure it? You say fight? All right, well, let's fight him then. If nobody else has any other opinions, we'll go ahead and fight him and see how well this works for us. Listen, you. My throat went dry, my lips were moving on their end, and my voice was akin to a stifled squeal. Semyon wore a mocking smile. Come on, Four Eyes, why did you stop? We're all waiting. If you ever touch me again. Semyon slowly stuck a finger and poked my forehead. I did, so what? If you ever do it again, here. Once more. And again. And again. And again. He was poking me with his finger so hard that my head tilted backward. I must not cry or I'll be done for. What will a wimp like you do to me? My vision went blurry and my soles tore off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. What I saw when I opened my eyes was beautiful and horrifying at the same time. Semyon was holding his ear and blinking in amazement. Was I the first person to rebel against his absolute rule? I needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies. Lilia Pavlovna. Petrov just hit Baburun. Semyon's cheeks grew even redder and his pimples were even wider, like the heads of larvae. But a smile flashed on his face that was only noticed among his comrades. He got really close to me, the smell of rotten teeth washed over me. You are fucking done. His voice was evil and dangerous, like someone tore off the lid from a kettle with boiling fat. I was waiting to get hit, counting the thumps in my heart and guessing where his fist will go. The solar plexus, the jaw, the nose, but he just turned all around and walked off. A thought, cold and sober and extremely irrational, popped up in my head. I'm going to get killed today. I was late to leave the school after classes on purpose. Semyon didn't attend the last period, so I was hopeful. Levy decided to dodge the cleaning duty and ran home forgetting all about me. I heaved a sigh of relief like someone on death row whose execution was delayed by a day. But I didn't let myself forget his tone, his vengeful gaze, and his scary, electrified smirk. While the other students were leaving the school laughing loudly, I was pretending to skim through my books near a window. I was staring outside nervous. Semyon was nowhere to be found in the front yard or near the school gate. I didn't really believe I was this lucky, so I decided to be extra cautious and stayed for some more time in the corridor that was gradually getting less crowded. All the bustle moved to the first floor. There was a skeleton peeking out of the biology classroom. Some jokester put a cap with the American condor on its head. The sound of running water were coming from the bathroom. I was the only person left in the whole school. I'm not alone. A sudden thought came to mind. I remembered the missing boy. His portrait was on the notice board near the schedule. I remembered his smile, him looking at me, and the fact that he's most likely already dead. Hello. I shuddered and turned around. At first, my eyes stumbled upon the black violin case. Then I noticed a girl from my class was holding it. She sat in the first row of the second column. I could swear I caught her looking at me a couple of times, and I was sneaking glances at her myself. Sometimes it just feels nice to look at something pretty, the sky, or a girl that's not in the crowd that laughs at Semyon's jokes. And she wasn't whispering the dirty laundry of other people to Katya. She spent all the breaks just like me, staying in the classroom or looking in the window or drawing something in her green notebook.
Здравствуй.
Hello. I turned red and pretended I was studying the pattern on the wooden floor. It was cool the way you hit him.
Это вышло случайно.
It was just an accident. Almost. I started shoving books in my backpack, or to at least put something in my hands. Semyon wasn't like that before. He also transferred here just recently. His grandma told me that it almost felt like he went mad. Even the upperclassmen fear Semyon, did you know? But you're different. You're brave. I mumbled in reply. Yeah, right, me, brave? A hero that had been standing around in the hallway to avoid a beating. The girl looked at me with her clear, attentive eyes. Do you live over near the river? In that wooden house?
Ну да.
Yeah. Must be scary living there. And you also have to cross the forest. I want to be able to do that. I shivered at the mention of the forest. I thought of intertwining branches of snake-like trail of endless darkness that spread like mold across the crooked trees. I straight up lied.
Да не так уж там и
It's not that
страшно.
scary.
А что тебя так пугает?
What's so scary about it for you? She smiled after a brief pause, as if brushing off a daydream.
Да так.
Well, actually,
Ничего.
never mind.
Меня, кстати,
My name is
зовут.
Polina, by the way,
А меня Антон.
and I'm Anton.
Ну, это
I already
я
knew
знаю.
that.
Слушай,
Hey, Anton? She stumbled as if trying to decide whether she should
а
continue.
что ты делаешь
What are you
после
doing after
школы?
school? My chest felt prickly after an innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant.
Ничего такого.
Nothing much. I stumbled and didn't finish my sentence. Elisa's predatory smile flashed in front of my eyes. Her playful eyes and the slits in the mask were probably just a product of my imagination, though. What if that fox girl was waiting for me after the school? Or was it just another of her weird jokes? I wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. I suddenly got covered with beads of sweat like after a PE class. I wanted to take a shower as if just thinking of the foxy girl made me dirty, soiled my clothes, lured me into the forced embrace.
У меня сейчас
I have a
занятие.
violin lesson, then I'll be free.
Дедушка мне
My
репетитора
grandpa hired
нанял.
me a private tutor.
Наш учитель
Our music
музыки.
teacher is a
Он же
violinist and he
скрипач.
doesn't have anyone to
А
teach here
здесь,
except
в
for me.
поселке,
She waved her free hand in the air, imitating the movement of a bow on violin strings. I could almost hear the music. It chased Elisa out of my head. I looked at Polina's lips, catching her every word, and then was frozen from the unusual sensations. They were warm, soothing, and tingly. It felt like I was very small and the feelings were immense and they couldn't fit inside me.
Тут говорят, что у нас в
They say
поселке
there's a
маньяк
serial killer on the
завелся.
loose in the village.
Раньше со
Normally,
школы меня
Grandpa would
всегда
escort me
дедушка
home from
забирал,
school, but
но в
he's been
последнее
sick
время
lately. I snuck a glance at Vova's photo. His eye wells were studying me. His lips were wearing black lipstick, just like the portrait on a gravestone.
Ты не подумай, я
I
не
mean, I'm not a
трусишка,
coward,
просто-
it's just...
просто мне
I think I'll be
кажется, что с
safer
тобой
together
будет
with you.
Антон.
Will you go home with me, Anton? There it was. Finally. Everything that I read about in the adventure books, everything that I dreamt about was seeping into my life. A mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, and a heroic duel. A duel. Thinking of Semyon instantly sobered me up, returned me back to earth, and started shaking under my feet like a deck of a ship. If only I could rise to the occasion in front of Polina. Because no matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obvious for both of us that I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against a big guy like that. And him knocking me out wouldn't even be the worst of it. The worst part is that Polina will see all of that. And she'll laugh at me like everyone else. No, I don't need anybody to see me in such a shameful state. I doubt I'll be able to today. You know, Semyon is waiting for me outside. I need to deal with him one-on-one like a man. Nonsense. Polina brushed off some hair off her forehead, and I sensed a weak aroma of blackberry. Polina was like water when you were thirsty. You gulp it down and still want more. I remembered the summer evenings at the country house, the fire's pungent smoke, the berries hanging over our fence from the neighbors, and a soft cover of pine needles under my soles. Those were peaceful days when I felt completely safe. My mom resting in the hammock, my dad putting meat on a skewer. Could I have ever foreseen the upcoming catastrophe in the crackle of the coals and our parents' laughs in the smell of the fleeting July? Could I have seen how fragile that world was? Do you really think that Savage will give you a fair fight? He'll just swarm you with his friends without giving you a chance to catch a breath. Polina suddenly flashed a devious smile. If we go together, they will be put off. I'm not only the first violin in this village, I'm also a girl. I've heard from a delinquent I know that he'll never attack someone when there's a girl around. Can you imagine? They have this weird code of honor. A delinquent, you know, I thought, worried. Is he better than me? Taller? More handsome? Oh, I have to go to music class. She made a couple of steps and stopped. Amazing. Polina didn't look like those beauties from the magazine posters or the actresses from the movies. But in the flickering light of the ceiling lamp, she looked much more alluring. Can you play anything? My parents brought me a guitar a couple of years ago. I immediately remember my meager attempts at making music. Change. We're all waiting for change. Sully's song echoed my thoughts and my desire to change something. That guitar got lost somewhere as if refusing to move to the old house near the forest. I think my parents gave it away to someone that needed it more. I don't, sadly. A pity. Oh well, I'll be going. Bye. Her shout was captured by the loud echo. Her shoes also echoed through the school hallways. Bye. I wasn't sure if Polina heard me. I looked out the window again. The schoolyard was empty, just a couple of grade schoolers throwing snowballs at each other. Nobody who looked like the hulking Semyon with his cronies. This was giving me hope. What should I do? Polina could become my friend, the first one in this new place. And besides, she may be in real danger of meeting a killer, and I'll be her defender, her knight. And even though my inner voice was hesitant and whispered about running away from the killers lurking in the night woods at night, Polina was worth the risk. But the red cutting fox was also intriguing. She promised me to help look for Vova, and this will bring me a reward. More money will also guarantee peace in my family. Gifts for Olya. I imagine my sister, happy like those girls who get prizes from Supanov in the finest hour. She'll be dancing with the famous singers, maybe a new popular boys band like Ivanushki International. Mom and Dad hugging in the Ostankino Pavilion. And then all of us going to Disneyland. Ooh. Somebody left their school shoes on the windowsill, judging from their size, they belong to a boy my age. Turn me around and I'll tell you who's stupid. I bet some of the fences are written on the other side. I wonder how long would Semyon keep turning around if it fell into his hands. An abandoned zinc bucket with a rag on the bottom of it filled to the brim with murky tap water. It reeked of salty chemicals, and the stench was so intense that I felt sick. Staggered away from it, praying that I don't meet the same fate as the person on cleaning duty. No, she was saying fight to one of the choices earlier. Okay. Another save moment, because I've got plenty of these. I kind of want to go with Polina. Like, I am torn for this one, like, because like I'm like, oh yeah, we'll go with the girl, the wonderful first violin. This is a weird one, right? Because partly I am morbidly curious about Elisa. Because that seems interesting. Like, that seems pretty, like, adventurous. But Polina seems very nice. And technically, we told Alicia that we're going straight home. We also don't know who she is. So I'm kind of leaning towards Polina, right? But does anybody have any alternate objections or thoughts? Like, what do you guys think? Do you feel like, oh, excuse me. Do you feel like Polina's the best bet, or maybe not? And why? Give me your dissertation. We can either wait for Polina to get done and we'll go home with her, walk her home. Or we go with Elisa, the fox girl, into the woods. We get to go with one of them. I'm kind of leaning towards Polina, but then I'm also like torn because, okay, yeah, we walk her home, but then we have to get home. And Simeon, I have a feeling, is going to make his appearance somewhere in between there and there. Here and there, sort of thing. So, trying to figure out what would be maybe the best bet. What do you guys think? Anyone have any opinions, thoughts? Input? You want to go with Fox Girl? All right, why? Give me the good reason why. Because I'm leaning heavily towards Polina, but I'm also interested in Elisa. I mean, she's obviously very like I'm a fan of foxes, right? So I'm very much like, oh yeah, fox, that's great. Let's go with that. But like, because you like her. Even though she yawned and you saw the inside of a fox's mouth. Pick choice. Your gut floats too. What? Pick the choice your gut floats to. Oh my god. Yeah, she's safe. I can fix her. I'm sorry. Excuse you, ma'am. Also, I'm curious right now. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that at all. Hold on. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Great. She's just a girl, fox. I mean, I guess we can go. So, like, Elisa's the first one that we met. So, like, it's very interesting. I like your point of walking her home, but having to walk back home alone. So, presumably, Polina is in the village that we had to walk through anyway, so presumably she's on the way home. It's not like we're going out of our way to walk her home. It's like we walk her home and then we have to walk through the forest anyways to get to our house. Now, alternatively, we spend time with Elisa, who is talking about she'll take us into the forest because there's much there's things in the forest that we should want, and like she can help us. Like it, I don't know. It's kind of sketchy, but the argument is like she's going to help us find Vova, which if she helps us find Vova, great, because we can get money potentially, supposedly, in this child's not quite facilitated brain. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like I'm torn between them because both seem like it'd be like Polina seems like it'd be a lovely option for our growth and things, but I feel like we're gonna run into Simeon after we drop her off, right? Like on the way home, which arguably would end up with us being chased into the woods, and then bad things can happen there. But what about Elisa, right? Because Elisa wants to take us into the woods to kill our fear. I know Fox Girl is weird, but Paulina seems sus. Maybe she does, but she doesn't, right? They made a point of saying like she wasn't one that was actually laughing at you. She wasn't joining in the antics, and she's made a point to say, "Hey, I know that they won't attack you when there's a girl around you." Like, and she's the only person practicing violin, and so she's getting practice lessons from the teacher, which you can see her there getting lessons from the teacher. Weird is greater than sus. Okay, well, I mean, I guess school children are mean, right? Probably, but foxes are fun. We'll go. Yeah, I already saved it, right? Like, I already saved it. So these are all things I can come back to at some point. After closing my backpack, I ran down the stairs. I went on a date with Elisa. I scanned my surroundings through the window in the main hall. Nobody suspicious in sight. The school doors creaked. The sound was similar to the music from a thriller, the high note that comes from before an intense scene. I ran around the school corner, trying not to catch anyone's attention. The smell of pastry and burnt sugar wafted from the school cafeteria. I froze when I saw a silhouette in the second floor window. It must be Polina gliding a bow on violin strings with her head tilted slightly tilted to the side. I wish I could hear the melody she played, but Polina was only a dark outline in the window's yellow sheet. I dragged my feet forward. The net on a football goal in the yard fluttered in the wind. The same wind that hurled small white whirlwinds through the field. Somewhere nearby, an invisible tractor was humming, scaring away the crowd of calling birds. The hum of its engine sounded like the howls of hungry beasts that chased me through the snowy desert. Elisa and her scary mask also came to mind. Right now, in the light of day, it was really hard to believe she was real. What did she say back then? At the backyard, near the hanged man. What did she mean by that?
Извините.
Excuse me? The silhouette turned around the corner and walked deeper into the dead end, leaving cigarette smoke in its wake. It was an adult. A teacher, perhaps? I don't feel like that's a teacher. Someone from the school is probably feeding her. Interesting. A used syringe among cigarette butts. I hope somebody just needed an insulin shot. That's interesting. I looked at the wall. There's a hangman drawn under the thin black line of resin. Someone played the hangman here. Something was scribbled on both sides of the man. Escape, fear, truth. Come closer, sweetheart. It took me a while to realize that's where the sound was coming from. My eyes strolled through the cul-de-sac at the school backyard, through the windows and snow. Are you serious right now? Are you in the snow? One of the snow piles started trembling like a volcano before it erupts. Hacha, give me your heart. In the blink of an eye, the white crust crumbled and a fox jumped at me. She made a gracious bow, enjoying the effect her appearance had on me. The silver of snow shined on her coat. I can't even imagine what that thing about girls with tails can be this, but can be this. I don't know what to compare it to. Something infectious, toxically sweet? Fight back or your heart is in my bag. She giggled so enthusiastically that forced me to smile. Oh, come on. I quickly rolled a ball of snow and threw it at Elisa. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. A hit to the shoulder. Ah, you insolent boy! Yeah, that's me. The fox slowly backed down, trying to arm herself. You're sly, but I'm a fox. I think out of the box. Her retribution was swift. A snowball arced its way above the snowy yard and the ravens flying in the air. I wanted to duck, but slipped and fell to my knees. And while I was getting up, I caught a huge chunk of snow with my face. It burned from the cold. I swore loudly from immense disappointment, using the words I heard in Sector's Gaza songs on the cassettes I hid from my parents. If Dad heard this, he would definitely give me a good whipping. He had very low tolerance toward obscene words and always communicated in clean Russian. Oh, come on. It can't hurt that much. She brushed off my hood as if to show compassion, took me by the elbow, and helped me get up. With care uncharacteristic for a child, she took off my glasses, blew away the snowflakes that were stuck to them, and handed them back. There, now we're even, Tosha. Only people who were close to me called me that. And I hadn't even seen her real face. I didn't know her last name, what class she was from, and if she had a real tail under her coat. Want to get ahead? We were going to look for Vova, remember? We'd better hurry before my parents start looking for me. The fox let out a lazy yawn. Parents. Don't be so boring. Let's play for a bit. You're always bored at home anyway. And how do you know that? It's not even a secret. It's always way too boring being locked up in a house full of adults. I get all jittery from both houses and parents, see? Her furry fox brow started twitching. I faked a laugh in reply, unsure whether being able to move parts of her mask like that was genuinely funny or not. Come on, Tosha, don't be scared. I see you want to play. And if you win... The fox girl got dangerously close to me and stood on her tiptoes, almost touching my face with her rough little nose. Playful fires danced deep in her eyes. She smelled nice, like berries in Cheshire. Is this the smell of independence and true freedom? I mean the kind where all you have to do in your life is run wild and eat sweets? Her whisper poured into my ear like scalding hot water. If you win, I'll be your guide. Believe me, I have lots of things to show you. We'll surely find your vulva, for one. I felt like as if a giant invisible spring bent inside me. My tummy hurt, but the sensation was somehow not exactly unpleasant. It was so weird. I just had a conversation with Paulina, and now Elisa was going to drag me along with her. And what if I lose? I'll claw out your soul, softy. Come on, let's go. She burst out laughing, whipped the hem of her coat, and ran toward the road we used to come to school this morning. Her promise. That sounded almost like a threat. Hypnotized me. I bent down and scooped up some snow. I wish I had a device that could tell whether Elisa was joking or being serious. Or is there always a third option with people like her? Between her jokes, her laughter, and her hot breath in my ear, I wanted to win, to punish her for the lightness and freedom she possessed. That was clearly too much for an average girl. When I, on the other hand, was possessed or rather intoxicated by the thirst for adventure by my curiosity. Just like that time when I ate cherries from Mom's nalivka and lied down with my eyes closed while the bed was spinning underneath me. I spat and cleaned my lips. Do you want to play, little sister fox? Well then, let's play. I armed myself with a snowball and chased the fleeing fox girl. I saw a familiar street with the wooden posts that didn't look scary anymore. They were just logs covered in snow. If I were to shout now, the guard dogs would start barking and their owners would peek out of their windows. Elisa's small silhouette was mocking me from far away, so it was useless to try hitting her with a snowball for now, a waste of ammunition. Birches, mutilated by the cold, peeked out to view along the clear road. A giant snow pile towered near one of the trees. This was probably the place where the tractor brought all the snow from the village. A whole family of foxes would fit in such a pile. No, I thought, she's the only fox around here. She alone is already too much. My second morning acquaintance was running around near the edge of the forest, the stray dog with the mangy tail. She sniffed around and marked the naked berry bushes and ran toward the other ones. Alicia showed up from under the hill. The dog's ears perked up. It barked in agreement and followed her lead. We ran farther and farther, exchanging snowballs, laughing, and stumbling. The winter forest towered in front of us, reaching for the low clouds. We were at the edge of its shadow, bony and almost corporeal. The fox hid behind a huge pine, clearly trying to get close to me and shove some snow down my collar. It was a good plan, but Zulka, who was running circles around her, gave her away. I broke off a dry branch and decided to act even trickier. I put my hat on it and peeked out from the side of the pine to make her think that it was my head. I bit my lip to stop myself from laughing, then jumped out from the other side and performed a point-blank throw. Elisa probably cracked my plan right away, but still let me win 3-1. I was wounded in the leg, and she got shot in the chest and the stomach, losing imaginary blood in front of my eyes. Bleeding for mercy while also choking from laughter. Ah, please, mercy, I'm dying. Okay, I'll let you live. Oh, thank you, O valiant knight. She pretended to bow to me, then grabbed 2 handfuls of snow and, like a dying warrior, threw them my way in a last-ditch effort. I dodged her attack easily, laughing uncontrollably and being mad at the same time. I finished her with 2 precise shots. You'll let me live, huh? Learn me how to do it, if you're so smart. But you're already dead. Ah, when did that stop me? Let's play something more interesting. She dashed behind the trees after blowing snow in my direction. 1, 2, time to play with you. 3, 4, 5, the owl will arrive. I hesitantly moved toward the windfall. 6 on in, the wolf's gray fur will stand. I thought I was a real tail gliding along the bushes. I rushed into the intertwined branches that helped Elisa hide as if something was pulling me there. I had to move them, tear them off like spiderweb. Branches sprang back in my face, but it felt like they were caressing my cheeks and not hitting them. I was sweating, but I still had a lot of stamina left. I'll make sure to catch you, little fox. Elisa's voice was wandering along the windfall. 7, 8, stomp your hooves and wait. Seems like I underestimated you. I thought you were just a boy. Confident that she was behind the dry pine, I rushed to intercept her. But the local acoustics tricked me. Her voice was already echoing from the other side. And you're a bunny! So nimble, so cute! A snowball flew at me from the shadows, whistling near my ear. I'll show you a bunny. Yeah, do that. Show me. A bright fox fur coat flashed near a rotten stump. I rushed there, jumping over a ravine. Bunny, show yourself, be brave. Give the beasts fresh meat they crave. This furry collar that flashed from every tree was the most important thing in the world for me. My lips started trembling as if I was a cowboy that was chasing his prey. One jump and the fox was in my embrace, so smooth and desirable. Fine, fine, you win. She leaned against the scratchy bark and started puffing. Please, let's have a break. You're too fast, too strong, and too tasty. Satisfied, I put my hands on my side, waiting for the spoils of war from the defeated girl. But what I got instead was a sly snowball on my smug face. The cunning fox ran away, roaring with laughter, but I wasn't even mad about it. I needed to catch up to Elisa and tackle and subdue her. Tear off her mask and see everything. Poor little bunny jumps around in the wet pine forest, afraid of getting eaten up by the big gray wolf. Thinking of hot summer, keeping his ears low, sneaking glances at the hidden sky. The sky really did disappear under the trees. I moved using the barking of Zolka as a guide since she was closely following her owner. And I was getting closer. And the same trail I imagined back at the school blinked under my feet. It turned out that running like there's no tomorrow was so easy. Faster, higher, faster. I felt there was a well of untapped potential inside of me, and I drew from it. My muscles were buzzing, my lungs felt bigger, and I felt much stronger overall. Even my vision became sharper. I saw every icy branch, every dent in the bark. Something colorful was lying near the bushes, a piece of clothing. Another colorful spot to the right. Elisa was losing her clothes on the run, like shedding her skin. I also used my teeth to take off my mittens, excited by all that. I'll get naked and feel all the wind to the last drop. Faster. I reached out to take off my hat to throw away everything that stops me from running wild in this endless forest. The backpack slowed me down, so I threw it in the snow along with the pins that were inside, with all the notebooks, all my drawings on the sidelines, and a dinosaur for Olya. Olya. Suddenly, a clear picture appeared in my mind. My sister standing still near a window, basking in the dusking sun. Her small, childish palms are pressed to the glass, leaving marks when they warmed it up. She could warm up the whole world like that. She's looking at the taiga and saying my name. Olsha. I stopped, took a deep breath, and realized how rash and stupid I was trying to undress in the middle of a forest while chasing a fox. I returned to get my backpack as if it was part of my being I dropped. I remembered again how my sister didn't like to be left home alone. How she asked me to come home faster. What kind of brother am I? Running in the forest that I used to scare my sister with. I'm having fun while she's not even allowed over the doorstep, sitting in your cage, Olya, and watch the same cartoons over and over. Yes, Olya. Tosha, where are you? Where are you hopping to, fucker? From the darkness behind the pines, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared smirking Semyon with a bunch of his cronies. Yo, Antoshka.
Не вышло сдрыснуть, да?
Thought you could slip away, huh?
Очкарик,
Check out this four eyes freak, eh? They surround me like carnivorous pride, making me step back. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty as if I licked a battery.
Алиса,
The name of my companion turned into a stifled cough. Eyes were swaying back and forth like solemn guardians. I was frantically looking everywhere. I dreamt of finding that fox among the trees, expected her to come to my rescue, but only the wind replied to my pleas.
Алиса,
Where's Elisa?
что вы с ней сделали?
What did you do to her? I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough, and scary.
Какая еще
Who the
Алиса?
fuck's Elisa?
У тебя чё,
Did you hit your head?
ухо по- Не
Whatever, we'll
ссы,
fix you right
ща
up. The fatso spit through the gap in his teeth and pushed me so hard it hit my back against a tree.
Ну как,
Oh, we're in
полегчало?
ads. Okay. Oh. So we'll take a little break while we're waiting for these ads to finish. What's wrong, Kyoko? You're the one who wanted this outcome. Interesting. I have a feeling, though, that this would have happened no matter what. You know? Like, even if we had gone the other route, walking back through the forest, he would have been, like, ambushed us like this. I just wish I knew why this mic was like, or at least why OBS was saying that it was peaking as much as it does. I don't really understand that, like, at all. Like, that peaks. I get that. But it's not peaking on my thing. I don't know. It's weird. Synchronizing device. There we go. And it's also interesting, some of this stuff, like why it does stuff like it does. I'm not 100% certain. But yeah, here we are. Excuse you. Stop! Collaborate and listen! Ah! Alright, well, that seems like it's stopping it now. I don't know. Nope, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Welcome back, everyone. I was fiddling with stuff and thought I would fix things, but I did not, in fact, fix things. So that's fine. That's fine. All right, continue. I'm touching things and I shouldn't be touching things. So feeling better now? It can't be. Did Elisa really lure me into this trap to these bastards? No, I can't believe this.
Глядите-ка,
You hear, guys, he's not so
А
brave
здесь он
here
не
compared to
такой.
the school. But it
Ой,
went
это
bad.
ты, сука,
You fucked with the wrong guy,
приезжая.
transfer student. Samon was moving toward me, readying his fist. In that moment, the other delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle and the hulking boy lowered his hand. It was unexpected. Seems like Babaroon wasn't the leader of this gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with a very strong and sharp teeth.
Слышь, Гондон,
Wait, what'd
батькович.
that say? I can't see. Oh, there we go. Probably decided to have some fun at my expense. Hey, F-word Junior.
Это что ли
Is this your
твоя
Elisa? Only then I noticed Zulka beside my legs, trembling from the cold snow plastered all over its fur. The delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with his
Ой,
hand.
ты
Oh my, Elisa, come here, you
come.
flea-ridden bitch. Those loud, nasty laughs. The dog's ears perked up and she started carefully moving closer.
Иди сюда.
Yeah, come here, I've got something for you. I will fuck you up. The dog didn't even have a chance to sniff him when his animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right under the tail so hard it flew into the nearest snow pile squealing. The whole gang burst out laughing and my heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up on tree branches let out frying caws. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusory twilight of the sleeping forest. Or were that just bushes moving of their icy branches in the wind?
Робко!
They won't be able to shit after this. Let me kick the fucking thing one more time. 2 negatives will make a positive. But the stray was already nowhere to be seen.
Чего ты?
What, are you an idiot?
Такой вон
Go and show the
очкарик,
Four
где
Eyes his
только так,
place.
чтобы он
In a way, he'll
понял.
understand.
Ага.
He fucking owes you.
Очкарик тебе при
This
всем
wimp
классе
whacked you
всё.
in front of the whole class.
Да без Б.
Sure thing. Salmon brought a sizable signet ring with some geometric shape carved in it up to my face.
Ща,
In a moment, I'll
порошник,
hit your
тебе
face
этой
so hard it'll leave a
печатной
mark for the rest of your life. Where did all my inner strength and bravery go? Stop! A wispy whisper left my lips and my head tilted forward, hitting Simmons' fist. Red sparks flew from my eyes.
Бяша!
Give me a hand. Salmon gave me a rough push toward the bastard with his slanting eyes and he tripped me. I felt the sharp crust of ice and the fats I stepped on my hand prevented me from getting up. Coding full groan escaped my throat.
Слыхали, как
Did you hear him
а
whimper?
ты
Is he actually a faggot or
случаем
something? I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing. My ear was hot and pulsating pain was shooting through it like it was cut off and a ball of metal was sewn in its
Чем
place.
молчишь, Антошка?
Why so silent, Antoshka?
Отвечай, ты
Come on,
Петя.
tell us, are you one? In this moment, I felt pure unbridled rage, the amalgamation of my anger. Like the sprouts ink, it rose up from the depths of my mind, filling all my thoughts. Morons, did you know that my dad... Someone burst out laughing. Best became the last straw. Fear and anger were grappling inside me like
Он
mad
Aikido
dogs.
занимался.
He knows
Поняли?
Aikido, got it?
Он еще воевал
And he's a
с таким,
vet.
как вы, с
He'll kill the
закрытыми
likes of you with his
глазами.
eyes
Это слово
closed.
скажу.
One word from me and he'll... Romka lifted up his arm, stopping my torrent of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. Samon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Did he believe me? Or was he confused by my face twisted with rage?
Воевал,
A
говоришь?
vet, you say?
Мой батя тоже
My dad
воевал
also fought in the war.
в Афгане.
In Afghan.
А твой?
And yours?
И мой.
Mine too.
Да, и в каких
Really? What
войсках
force did he
интересно?
serve in? I stumbled. Fear chomped at my rage as third made me bleed.
Да он
He's full
фу-фу.
of shit, Romka.
Я буду на.
Sure as fuck, eh?
Думал, меня так
You think I'm so
просто-
easy a trick?
Я
I
тебя,
can see through all your little
сучонка,
lies,
на-
little bitch. There's a nasty smile on his face now. This didn't bode well
Ты
for me.
сам себе
Well, you asked for
придумал.
this.
В школе
Teacher
тебя
saved you at
учил.
school, but here,
Хана.
you're fucked.
Во-во.
That's right.
Давай, Антошка.
Pray that they find your dead
Молись,
body
чтобы
come spring, eh?
Сидел бы ниже травы,
If only
был
you'd
бы
stayed silent,
царочка.
wouldn't have lost a hair.
Жирного стукнуло
Hey, and
одно
fatso is one
дело,
thing,
но про Афган
but fucking around with
пиздец,
stuff
где
like
мой
Afghan,
батя
where my dad
под
spent
пулями.
time under fire on
Долго
international duty in
интернациональный.
fucking Datsun Mongol.
Сёма,
Give him a good
ушатал
pounding,
ты его.
Sioma. The delinquents closed in on me again. I ended up in front of Samuel. Blood was pumping in my temples. Branches were swaying back and forth as if whispering something, giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thought that I looked silly, and I took a boxing stance I often saw in the movies.
Хера ты, Майк
What are you,
Тайсон.
fucking Mike Tyson? This is my first ever fight. I'll remember it for the rest of my life if I didn't kick the bucket, of course. At the edge of my vision, I noticed the darkness writhe again, as if someone was walking back and forth there. I sensed Roma's claws grab my backpack.
Манатки, Антошка.
Give me your shit, Antoshka.
Махаться
He'll get in
мешает.
the way. I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard, but he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket with one smooth motion, spun it as if showing off, and put the blade to my neck.
Слышь, фраер,
Hey, easy, buddy. I
расслабься,
can make it painful. I let out a cloud of steam instead of words. Well, with all his might, and my backpack ended up in his hands, calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face, saying he looked in my backpack. Are you hiding something from us? Some rat stole my school shoes. Let's see if it was... And what's this? Romka gave me a dubious smile. What do we have here? My texts and notebooks, phone stuff. He was holding my backpack in one hand and something weird in the other. It looked like... a mask. Roma lifted it high as if showing it to someone else, to someone in the treetops in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long, worn-out ears, barely visible nose and whiskers, mangy fur on the sides. Where did it come from? Who put it there? No way, it's past New Year's, moron. Are you really a loony? It's not mine. How come it's not? It was in your backpack. Romka was watching the scene unfold with an evil smile on his face. You know what? Put it on. Why? Because I'm telling you to. You'll hop like a bunny for us. Yeah, come on, or we'll leave you pantsless, eh? Anything but this. What if someone from our class will pass by? I won't. Put it on him. Biasha rushed his friend's side and took the worn-out mask from him with a buffoonish bow. Then he passed it to Simon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I looked around the pine woods, as if asking for help, as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that writhed around us would take pity on me and take my side. Branches looked like arms, twisted in unusual angles. Blackened bark was their charred skin. In the darkness was the smoke they produced. I can't run. Won't get away. They'll catch me. And then... Let me warn you, Sioma. If you won't hop, you'll take his place, got it? Piece of shit won't? Look at him, he's a total loony. This loony had already smacked you in the face. Romka's right. Come on, Fatso, assert your fucking dominance. Or we'll make you hop so hard your pig tits fall off. He must indeed be scared of Romka. Semyon swore silently and glared at me. Here, they'll fit better this way. He hurled a huge ball of spit on the inside of the plastic bunny mask and put it close to mine. His spit looked like squashed spider. Romka's face twisted. He spasmed like a beast, like he wanted to tell Semyon something, but then he suddenly stopped. Semyon was still close by, with a disgusting smirk on his face and a terrible smell coming from his mouth. Put it on fast, or you're dead! The mask almost looked even more disgusting now, yet despite everything, it felt like there was a chance for salvation. It could become my second skin. If only I was to put it on. If only my face was to touch its bumpy surface. I'm sure the fur will glitter. The ears will tremble like they're alive. I just need to put it on and Semyon and his friends will be gone. Forever. Ooh. What are we doing? Are we putting it on? Eh? Eh? What do you think? What should we do? Yes, the mask. Sure. All right. Yeah. All right, let's see what happens. I reached out, my hand wasn't shaking anymore. Tamon handed me the mask and let out an evil laugh. The fur felt warm to the touch, just like I expected. It got goosebumps. Electricity flowed through my spine. This is it, my salvation. A voice whispered to me from the well of my subconscious. Just put it on, and nobody will hurt you. The forest froze, gazing at me with cracks in the bark. I acted slowly. I took off my glasses. Got rid of the nasty spit on the paper mache. There was movement inside of the bunny face, as if something was trying to break out, and I needed to help it. I lifted up the mask and started moving it toward my flaming cheeks. Just like in that movie with Jim Carrey, this mask had power. This mask had strength. Tartan touched my skin. It enveloped my skull, my nose, took the shape of my face. It smelled like an animal lair in pine. My lips touched some sort of hard, wavy material. My armor. Strangely enough, through the slits of the old carnival mask, I was able to see as good as through my glasses. A trio of boys frozen in the clearing. Snowflakes frozen in the air. The trees whose shadows formed black streams toward me. And a weird silhouette in the early twilight behind the windfall. In all that silence, Semyon nervously whispered, Hey guys,
Пацаны,
what's up with him?
что это?
I broadened my shoulders. My muscles felt like they were made of steel. Invisible plumes of fog flew toward me, breaking off the trees. I was absorbing the forest power with every pore of my body. I smiled underneath the mask. No, I showed my teeth. My fists were itching. My stomach was growling.
Он превращается!
He's turning! You asked for this. I made a step forward. Semyon carefully stepped toward me as if he was walking on thin ice. A trail from my dreams snaked in front of me again. Endless, alluring. It was beckoning me away from all the problems to the new wonderful world. The world of Magic Neverland. I pulled on the zipper, opened my coat, and threw it in the snow with a fast motion. Then growled. I felt like something was frantically looking for the exit underneath my skin. I went towards Semyon.
Он превращается!
He's turning!
Твою мать!
Fuck.
Превращается!
Turning into a fucking R word. Clearing blew up in hysterical laughter. Yasha was clutching his stomach. Roma smirked, shaking his head. And Semyon, who was laughing the most out of the three, spat on his knuckles and waved his fist like a club. You're such a moron, Tosha. A fist collided with my mask. The fur didn't dampen the blow at all. There was no power, no magic smoke coming from the pines. I flew toward the bushes and landed on my butt. My vision bolstered by adrenaline a moment before returned to normal.
Вот это был номер.
Now that was something. I thought he'd get on all fours and tear us to bit. Like a carrot. Did you see? Yo, did you see that? Eh? Did you? Does this count as him hopping?
Это даже лучше.
This was even better. I sobbed. The mask had one advantage. If I cried now, nobody would see my tears. What a loony. You belong in a loony house for animals, eh? Semyon put his knee into the snow pile.
Дай очки!
What was that? And ripped the glasses out of my numbed fingers. Give me my glasses back. I won't make it home. Bullshit. Haven't you heard that buddies have good sense of smell? Don't worry, just use it. Hippity hop, hippity hop. Semyon shoved the trophy into his pocket and flashed me a toothy grin. Besides, bunnies don't wear glasses. Now scram, R-word. I stood up, still wobbly. The trees became a blurry dark wall. 3 bright silhouettes were wobbling around me. There were black spots on them, their eye sockets and mouths, but it looked to me like there was more of them than that should be. I turned to the forest. Semyon's boot came to my rescue, kicked me in the butt, and quickened my shameful retreat. Hippity hop, hippity hop. I threw the mask into a ravine out of spite. And then zigzagged through the fire break alone in a giant snow-laden world. The trunks around me bent in all directions, their treetops disappeared in the darkness above me. The sky was pushing me down. I wanted to cry, but my eyes were completely dry by now. Only sadness and longing were left, a desire to bury myself under the snow or leave from the Neverland joining Vova and Sinya. I didn't care where to go, just somewhere far away from here. Somewhere very far away.
Так, я
Hey, what's this? Where are your glasses, Anton? Did you lose them?
Мам,
Yeah, how can you be so careless? You think I own a money printing press? Yeah, right. You'll be wearing your old glasses until next year. Leah rushed to me.
А я лису увидела!
Saw a fox. Surprise akin to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. A cup shattered into many little pieces with a loud thang. My mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then my mom spoke with disappointment. First it was an owl, now it's a fox. Will you ever get tired of this? But it's true.
Такая пушистая!
She was so fluffy.
Она у забора стояла,
She stood on her back legs near the hedge just like a person.
Она меня позвала?
The fox called my name, but then Mom came and she fled. There was no fox. Stop making things up. Don't go near her. If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister as if she was a doll made of cloth. Wrong, Tosha. Don't go. Do you hear me? He gave me a surprised look. I hesitated. Well, a fox will bite you. I remember fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined my Elisa, liberated, carnivorous, running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands. It wasn't a real fox. Tell him, will you?
Она на двух ногах
She stood on 2
ходила.
legs and she wore a dress.
Только она была
She was real. See? Mom showed us a tired smile as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soap right before it dissolves completely on your palm. But when I was left alone with my sister, I whispered, if you see her again, run. I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth, washed them down with water. Please stop driving me mad, please. I was doing my homework on a Friday evening like usual. I had already finished the hard part. There was only my art homework left, my favorite subject. I mean encoding overloaded. I need to draw some sort of magic beast. I wanted to draw a dino at first, but my brush reacted toward the orange paint all by itself. One stroke after another, the picture of a fox started slowly forming on a piece of paper. She was almost popping out of the snow white sheet. She stood on her back legs and wore a sly smile. My brush moved again, drawing a fluffy tail. A moment later, it dropped out of my weak hand. After I finished my drawing, I spent a while studying it in surprise, as if I couldn't understand where this red beast came from. The longer I looked, the scarier her smile felt. Carnivorous, fake, like the smiles of women from adult magazines that were sold in press kiosks back in the city. An alluring smile that masked deep-seated malice. And the fox's eyes turned out red as if bloodshot. They looked more like bullet holes you see in action movies. I don't remember drawing them this way. I moved away from the table and the light's lamp reflected from the wet paint. The drawing was glossy. It felt like the fox was watching me, waiting.
Антон! Ты что, оглох?
Are you deaf?
Я
I was just
Тебя
thinking.
спрашиваю, ты сестру не видел?
Have you seen your sister?
Опять она...
Hiding somewhere again. Something moved under my bed and I froze. Olya's dirty face peeked out with her finger pressed to her lips.
Оля! Вылезай, ты
Get out of there, you're covered in dust. Crawled out from the bed, under the bed, and started dusting off her stockings, looking down. Let's go. I'll read you a fairy tale. Keep you company until you fall asleep.
Я с вами спать
I want to sleep with you, not in that room. It's... Mom entered the room. What, the owl again? And what do you think?
Она не придет.
Olya won't come
Я
anymore. I
её
chased it away. Olya shook her head in defiance. You didn't.
Она придет.
It will come.
Она сказала, что
And it said it will come every night.
О,
Fox, no? Olya ignored the question, then asked with newfound determination. Can I sleep with you?
можно.
Please? This will be the last time.
Ты же говорила, что
Didn't you say yesterday was the last time?
Ольга, ты уже
You're a big
большая.
girl now.
Пусть у меня ложится.
Why don't you let her sleep in my room? I thought it was a great idea, but Olya shook her head again. No, I don't want your room. It watches you too. I felt goosebumps all over my body.
Хватит. Нет
Enough.
никакой совы.
There's no
Ты
owl.
сегодня спишь у себя,
You're
ясно?
sleeping in your own room tonight, got it?
Пожалуйста,
Mom, please. Please. Mom took Olya's hand and tried to lead her out of my room.
Пойдем, милая.
Let's go, sweetie.
Не
Don't
мешай
bother
мне.
your brother. Olya clutched the bed's head with her free hand. Just remembered that my alarm is going to try and... Oh, no. Yeah, I changed it. Okay. I was about to be like, oh, yeah, I haven't changed my alarm. So it's going to try and wake me up at 6 a.m., which I am not doing. Because I don't have to. Olya clutched the bed's head with her free hand.
пожалуйста.
Please, please, please.
Не хочу.
I don't want to go to it. Almost tugging Olya toward herself, but she didn't budge. Only the bed's head squeaked in agony. Dad intervened by picking Olya up and carrying her out of the room, despite her desperate protests and pleas. No, don't take me to it. He's going to watch me again.
Мамочку, пожалуйста.
I've listened to them struggling to make my sister go to bed for a while. In the end, my parents gave up and let Olya sleep with them. But it was surely the last time, ever. When everyone settled down, I was lying in my room thinking about Olya's words. It's watching you too. I felt uncomfortable. I barely managed to calm down only after closing the curtains in my room shut. But as soon as I closed my eyes, memories of my day started jumping around in front of me. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor. I could see the literature classroom from here. The faces of dead classical writers on their portraits, the prim and regal pose of our homeroom teacher, Lilia Pavlovna. And around that corner was her daughter Katya, a snitch and a gossip, equally waiting for me.
Эй,
Hey, transfer student, transfer student.
Чего тебе,
What do you want,
Кать?
Katya? Got on her tiptoes and started swaying like while hiding her hands behind her back, and then asked me with a fake smile on her face, "Can I ask you something? Why did you get transferred here?" I might have told the truth to this about this to Polina, but Katya will sell it on the market for 3 kopekis, which would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Vova's picture for everyone to see. So I reverted to an answer I knew by
Это всё
heart.
из-за моих
It's all
родителей.
because of my parents.
У папы тут новая
Dad has a new job
работа,
here,
а
and my
мама-
mom. But Katya didn't even listen to me. She just rushed toward the perked up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling. Yeah, right. He takes us all for fools. I've heard it all because of it. I've heard it's all because of his father. He crossed the road with some big shot, and now their family is hiding in our remote little village.
Неправда.
Not
Ты
true,
всё
you're
врёшь.
lying.
Did
Did you hear about how he hit Baboon out of the blue? How freak must you be to start bullying your classmates from day one?
Прекрати. Ты
You
же
know he
знаешь,
started
он-
it. And if that wasn't enough, there are rumors that this weirdo carries a bunny mask with him wherever he goes. Who in their right mind would do something like that, huh, girls? I see. Our Antoshka must be truly special. Maybe he's an autist. But what if he's a serial killer? I'm sure you'll be able to find an axe in his backpack if you look hard enough, or something even worse. Yes.
Замолчи,
Shut up.
заткнись.
Look at him scream as if something bit him. His pupils, look how wide they are. I hope you won't go insane and resort to violence again. I mean, there must be some reason his mom always feeds him those pills, right? I just stood there in confusion, trying in vain to understand how she found out about my medicine, and what scared me even more was the possibility that her nonsense had some truth mixed in. Yes, that's right. He's as insane as his little sister. Can you imagine that she says a human-sized owl visits her every night? Yes, but not a single healthy person has seen it. And this simpleton believes her. Can you imagine that? And then I caught a single kind look from this murky crowd. Is that true, Anton? Are you unwell? Please listen to me. Yeah, right. Don't listen to this liar. You don't even know. They cheated on you with someone not from our school. With Alisa. Slouched as if someone kicked her in her stomach. And then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor wailing and screaming. No. Why her, Anton? Why? I couldn't understand her reaction, but I still rushed to Polina aside before getting shoved violently by Katya. Get your paws off her, you monster. Rage was building up under the veil of my fear. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lip lift, creep up, showing my teeth. The fact that your father beat your mother doesn't give you the right to do the same to girls. My fists became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I had already lunged at the angry Katya. She went nuts. Help, Petrov went completely nuts, insane. At the same moment, the crowd around her became louder and started whistling and roaring and growing. The subtle silhouettes of my schoolmates became larger, wider. They shot upward toward the ceiling, turned into a giant black forest chock full of toothy faces. I shrank to a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear before the might of ulcer-ridden trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell. So you finally shown your animal nature, coward. Katya's face was twisted with jubilation and ecstasy. Anton. Why her? No, what makes her better than me? Polina screamed while choking on her tears. He is just an animal, an outsider. I got it, bunny. Oh. A scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A giant pair of white ears descended somewhere from above and dug myself into them. Anton, please, wake up. I jumped, almost falling out of bed. Apparently I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat-soaked sheets. Olya's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tangles of fear. Please, wake up. It took me eyes a while to focus on the silhouette near the window. Olya's voice was distant. My head was still ringing after the fight. Sounds got distorted as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase. The owl, please, I'm scared. Her tears poured on my heart like boiling water, but I was also almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, the scared Oya would have woken me up.
Оля, я сейчас. Хочешь, я тебе Мурзилку
Want me to read
прочитаю?
Merzilka for you?
Подожди.
Give me. I placed my bare heels on the cold floor, felt around for my glasses, remembered Simeon, his underhanded act, and sighed. Please, please, look. She couldn't tear her eyes off the window, as if it was a scaring contest. I found the light switch with my hand. The lamp poured the bright light all around me. I got up. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer, only to push it farther the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward. Olia,
Что там?
what's there?
Что
What
ты
happened?
хочешь, чтобы я
You
открыл,
want me to
что
open the
это?
curtains? No, please don't. The owl is there. The voice was coming from behind me. I turned around in frozen terror. Teary-eyed Olia stood in the doorway. Who were you talking to right now? She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with her hands wrapped around her shoulders. Her voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer.
Я разговаривал с тобой.
I was talking to you, to someone who pretended to be you. The ledge outside my windows creaked ominously, as if something huge was sitting on top of it. And the thing that pretended to be Olia started spreading, changing shape, growing to scary heights under the light of a carnivorous moon. Fantastic. Please, come closer, come here. The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. The thing that was hiding behind my curtains got tired of pretending, making me look like a fool. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare. A hallucination brought upon by the cursed house. And those don't bite, do they? The silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Olia's shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window. Came to get us. Another knock. I stepped back into the middle of the room, as if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. Knock, knock. The sound was sharp, metallic. The lamp started shimmering, and then suddenly it lighted the whole room and went out like a candle in the strong wind. The filament inside it snapped with a ringing sound. The darkness that was waiting for that exact moment poured from all the angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe. Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from crypts. Olia started squealing and pressed herself into my back, seeking protection. And then an eye, burning with a carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. Knock, 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 knock. No, it wasn't trying to break the window. It was toying with us. It just kept on knocking, driving us mad. Knock, 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 knock. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss. Go away, get out, shoo! She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers. Anton, Anton, come closer. I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot. Tell her, Anton. Tell her that I won't be a bad girl anymore. Never, ever. I just want it to leave. Please. The moonlight suddenly disappeared and the room descended into darkness. We couldn't see the burning eye anymore. I swallowed the stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped towards the curtains, entranced by the call of this disfigured guest. Olia was standing behind me, mumbling, I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll be good. The bleak window was creeping closer. Curtains rustled. I reached out to move them aside so I could look my fear in the eye. At that moment, I heard noise coming from our parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtain to one side, one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge among the scattered feathers. My glasses. The ones that Simeon took from me. How did they get here? Was that a gift from the gurgling night? Did that owl really bring them here? I looked at the front yard, at the foreboding clearing, at the toothy forest. Not a soul. Not a trace of our late night guest. Only the lamppost, dreaming like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulating tape and the strips of stipes of glued newspapers. Opened the window with big trouble. Frost pinned me with its little needles. The paintings on my walls moved from the draft. I touched my glasses, sure they would melt in my hands, but they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Simeon and his gang just pulled a prank on me, that was it. That's it. A smooth, white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to the house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, they would surely leave footprints. But there were none. I cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness, full of restless writhing.
Вы почему не спите?
Why aren't you in bed? I swayed from surprise and almost fell out of the window.
Совсем сдурели?
Are you out of your
Жарко,
mind?
что ли?
Did it feel hot in
Не
here?
болели
Do you want to
давно?
catch a cold? The owl is here. Tosha chased it away.
Ну-ка, марш
Go to your
спать,
room
к себе в
immediately and
комнату.
get in your
А с
bed.
тобой?
And you. Directing her seething eyes at me, she was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime. In the end, she just waved her hand, took Olya by the shoulder, and left, throwing gloomy words my way.
Завтра
We'll
поговорим.
talk tomorrow. I managed to get the frame back in place with a couple of hits, pressing the latches with all the strength my fingers could muster. The cold left the room, but the fear was still present. I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. In the mirror. It didn't look like a face. It looked more like a death mask. Or, I guess that was the window. Just like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. That night, I was on the edge of joining him there. A black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student heads. It wasn't Vova. His face was right beside it. I recognized the fat cheeks, the damaged skin. Semyon. Babaroon's photo was printed out and placed under the glass like an exhibition piece. I examined all the objects in episode 2! Alright. On the end, the wolf's gray hair fur will stand. This is fun. I'm enjoying this. Oh no, hold on, I want to look at something. There are so many achievements. Oh, this isn't done. This is not done. There are 5 episodes. This is just, we've just gotten through 2 of them, Kyoko. We're about to start the 3rd episode. There are 59 hidden achievements, not including the 40 something that I know about. 20 endings and a lot of choices. Hey, Gurev. Yeah, it has 102 achievements, Kyoko. Yeah, there's a lot of choices, and each choice will get you an achievement sort of thing. So, this is a hefty game. And just as a reminder, while I'm thinking about it, where is this thing? If you are interested in this game, go pick it up for yourself. It is on sale right now for $8.24. It's normally $10.99. It is on a special 25% off promotion. I will replay it in my own time. I will replay it on my own because there's a lot to that. But yeah, this is pretty cool. So far, I'm definitely having fun with this so far. Gurev, are you a fan of the game? I'm taking it. After you're done again. Oh, I'll replay it. I just want to replay it on stream. All right. I want to give people reason to go pick up the game for themselves, because this is a really good game. And like I played through it. I wouldn't say I'm a fan of the game. Not a fan. No, well, each their own, I suppose. Did you finish playing through it after episode 5 came out? So originally this game came out, I want to say in like 2020. The game is not bad. A lot of people aren't happy about it. There's a lot of people who weren't happy about it. There's so many freaking endings. The first episode, as far as I know, was released in 2021, but the game's development, I feel like the original prologue for Tiny Bunny came out in, like, was it 2016? Because there was the prologue that came out. I know that much. That was like a which a lot of YouTubers played back in the day. Hold on. Yeah, the prologue came out in 2020. So that's kind of what. So development, I don't consider like people starting development for a game to really be the start of a game. Like if somebody releases something like that, or like on Game Jolt, that's where I kind of will put the pin, because for example, people will say a game is X amount old. They measure that by when the game came out, not by typically by when it started being developed and stuff. But yeah, because I remember seeing people playing it in 2020, and that was good, and I was very excited. I wanted to see them come out. So it's been a long time coming. It's been 5 years in the works of finally getting to this point where they've put that capstone on it, as it were. What do you think of the game so far? It's very creepy in a like they have a couple of jump scares, which is like neither here nor there. That doesn't really scare me. They didn't really frighten me. But like the general atmosphere of it is pretty creepy. Like I'm not physically scared, but I do have like, oh, this is creepy vibe to it, which I really like. I do like the choices that they're giving. I do find that it interesting how it's kind of developing the story. I have obviously, I gather that there's certain stuff like I'm going to make these choices and it's going to take me down a different path, but that path will lead me back to, I'm assuming at least, obviously, like for Polina and Elisa, and you don't have to spoil this, but like we took the Elisa route and it altered some stuff in that last episode of like our dream. But I assume that we would have met Simeon no matter what. And I assume we would have met him in the forest. Like Polina, we would have gone on our little date with her, and then we probably would have met him in the forest. I don't 100% know. Obviously that's something that I'll counter when I play through the game again, which is why I'm interested, because even though it might be an illusion of choice, there's enough of a difference that it feels like it makes a difference, you know? And obviously with you telling us that there's like 20 different endings, that's huge. That's almost like Markiplier in space, or Markiplier, a heist with Markiplier, like those type of choose your own adventure sort of things, where like you make these choices and it gets you to this ending, and there's going to be a ton of endings because it's not, choices matter, right? Like choices matter in things that you do. and having multiple endings, however minute those changes might be, is reminiscent of life in general. Like and so I really appreciate this team having taken them out. The graphics I really like, because it's all hand-drawn stuff that people took time and worked really hard to do. So so far it's been really fun. I've really been enjoying it, and I'm excited to continue on looking through it. Is it like game of the year or something like that? Absolutely not. Like I'm not going to like put some type of thing of like, oh yeah, this is like the best game. No, I'm fully understanding of what type of limitations that reality is for visual novels and the genre. Even me specifically, I'm not typically a huge fan of visual novels. Like, I don't mind them, but there's just, I would mind it less if there was like actual like words, like if there are voice actors for all of it, and like if there was like the obviously if it wasn't in Russian. I appreciate that it is in Russian, because I understand like the company who made this, I believe, is Russian and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm very interested in the kind of story that they're weaving together here, and I'm excited to see how that kind of plays out. And we'll see where that leads us with episode 3. I hope that you are enjoying yourself, Gurev, and I hope that you stick around and hang out with us. If you do like the content, feel free to drop a follow and stuff like that. I don't stream like every day or anything, but I do try to stream kind of regularly. And we like to do a lot of, thank you so much for that follow. We do like to play a lot of story-based games, and I like to truly understand the story and what's going on in them. I also do voice acting for a indie dev known as Vidos. You might know of his work, Timore. If you enjoy horror games, they aren't visual novels, but they are walking, I call them walking simulators, but he's done horror games for 15 years now, something like that. 10, 15 years? I don't know. It's hard to say, but he's been going for a long time, and recently we joined forces, and I've been helping him with doing some voice acting for his works, and I've been having a lot of fun with that. But thanks so much for that follow. I hope that you do stick around with us and hang out. I didn't like him anyways. You can say what the fuck you want. I didn't like him at all. Yeah, I hated him. He was an asshole. Anyways, he's the one who hated Baburin. You think he did it? I heard he's a weirdo. I hurriedly rubbed my glasses. The glasses! Semyon was clutching them in his fist while I was getting beaten up. And in just a couple of hours, this lost item was lying on the ledge of my window. It was hard to imagine that Semyon suddenly got guilty conscience and returned my glasses in such a strange way. I was shocked, but kept walking towards the classroom, accompanied by nasty whispers all around me. That photo still stood before my eyes. Semyon has gone. Semyon is gone. His fat fingers will never get to my throat. His signet ring won't smash into my chin. He'll never humiliate me again. Wasn't that what I wished for? On the other hand, did I really wish Semyon to become a murky stain on the notice board? He was still someone's son or a grandson, and he went through the same struggles as me. Did I really wish for my unseen companion to dispatch him in such a brutal fashion? I didn't know the answer. Or I was just scared of it. Nonetheless, school still had something nice about it. Pulling another girl with a violin was like a mountain spring, like well water that you gulp down, pressing your lips against the zinc outer ring of a bucket, and can never get enough. What if I make her one of the characters in the story I'll draw? The protagonist will save her from terrifying monsters. As soon as I thought of monsters, a bunch of my classmates slid down the rails, smirking like the xenomorphs from the Alien. I immediately felt larva of fear writhe in my stomach. I didn't want to cross paths with Romka and Biasha after what happened yesterday, especially since Semyon suddenly went missing. I entered the classroom and went toward the last row. All the chatter suddenly died down, so I walked there in complete silence. It felt like my classmates pushed and poked me with their stares. They carefully observed my every move. They looked at me with a mortifying mix of pity, ridicule, and derision, like a scientist looks at an ugly representative of a newfound species of worms. I stared at the desk with a huge pile of library textbooks on top, my fists clenched. It felt like I was the one who disappeared in that snowy forest, and my desk was finally used for something worthwhile. Simeon's empty chair stood in front of me. The chair that once belonged to Volva gathered dust somewhere in another classroom. I looked at the portraits of classical writers. My eyes stopped on Essenen's photo. Last year I was tasked with learning any poem. My dad suggested I learn one about the dog Jim, written by Essenen. I don't remember all the stanzas by now, but the last one was somehow deeply ingrained in my memory. This game is also designed in such a way that most endings themselves leave questions, and you need to get them all to fully understand what's really going on. Furthermore, the most informative endings are hard to get, and no one gets them the first time. I appreciate games like that. That reminds me of like Silent Hill F. It seems like there are some people that weren't a fan of the new Silent Hill, and I actually played it all the way through, got all the endings and everything, and that gives you a much more complete understanding of like everything she's going through, and I can see that understanding that here as well. So I definitely get that, and I'm glad to hear that. Oh, excuse me. So I'm hoping that it will it'll definitely be a game that I play on my own to just get through all the stuff and like see all the things and get all the endings and everything, because like I said, I'm enjoying this. I am having fun, and it's definitely a very intriguing story so far, and I'm sure it will, even with having to replay and stuff, it's still going to branch into a interesting cosm of what we find ourselves in, you know? So I'm excited. I don't remember all the things, but now it's ingrained in my memory. I'm sure she'll come here in my absence. Please catch her eye. Go kiss her hand for me. For all my real or fancied errors, asking forgiveness of her in humility. Oop. It's just that this game didn't quite catch on in its home country. Oh, many people were upset because the vast majority of players expected the game to be simpler and more intuitive. That's such a shame. Unfortunately, like, whether you want to view this as unfortunately or fortunately, that's the kind of status quo of visual novels these days. People don't want a ton of endings. Like a great example of that is the Kyoko, what is it? The princess. Slay the Princess. So like you have like Slay the Princess, which Serenity Forge as well was the producer of. And so like you have games like that where it has hundreds. Right? I think Slay the Princess has like a gratuitous amount of endings as well. I don't think it's hundreds, but like it feels like it. Like you have hundreds of choices that all lead in different locations, different ways, and all equate out to different things, and that gives you more piecemeal story. And even though for the grouping of people that enjoy it, even with all the people that love Slay the Princess and all the rave reviews and happiness about it, even that is, you really like that Slay the Princess more than just a game. It's literally a psychological test presented as a game. Yeah, no, I agree, because you have the outcomes of choices that you make and stuff like that. But it's a similar outlet of, it's very popular in the grouping of people that enjoy it, but when you present it as a larger whole, not as many people have heard about it. Not nearly as many as, say, like comparatively to obviously AAA games or like even like the Claire Obscura Expedition 33. Like you have games like that where so many people have heard about, like, and that boosts their value. Meanwhile, with games like these that are visual novels, they unfortunately have such a much smaller audience set that it doesn't get the love and affection that I really wish that it would get, because it really does deserve it. The people who put their times, like, because you have to think about it, the hundreds of words, if not thousands of words of script and pages of scripts that are written out and have to be set for the timing, and then the musical orchestration that they do for this. Like, there's so much work put into this, and it's fascinating to see and beautiful that people work so hard for it. But people look at it, and because you don't have, like, you have not so many moving parts, as it were, because graphically it's not inspiring like it is for like Fallout or Skyrim or Expedition 33, Silk Song, where they're like, there's not a bunch of animation movement. People don't gauge it as highly. They tend to look down on the series and the genres as a whole because they don't understand the importance, because of how important visual novels put to the story. The story is the game for these, and it's just a really unfortunate side effect that it just gets looked down upon because of it. Ads are starting in 3-ish minutes, so I'm actually going to take the second to go freshen up my drink so that I can be back in time for that to be done. So for the moment, just hang out here, and we will convene back here momentarily. Don't go anywhere, because we're in the midst of number 3. I'm also going to take the chance to see about getting my son to start his, or get his story read. So I will be back shortly. I got a poppers. Where you going? I've got a poppers. Oh, hi. Hi. There you go. There you go. I know. What are you trying to search for? I'm trying to search for stuff. What? What are you gonna do? What? Anyways. Alright. Stop that stuff. What were we talking about? Let's see. Puppy. I think I'm gonna boil some eggs tonight so I can eat some for breakfast. Boiled eggs, strawberries, and mangoes for breakfast. It's fine, right? That sounds good. Maybe some type of carb or fiber would be useful as well. Anyways, back to this. Every boy I knew, my age, I knew had something like this in his arsenal. Powder firecrackers that blow up with a very loud sound. Especially inside an archway. It's said that they are produced in China and that a single one of them can blow your fingers off if you light it up and clutch it in your hand. Especially the black Corsair type. They won't be enough to blow up plastic soldiers, but when it comes to stuff made of plaster, they should work. An old, cheap slide projector. I call this model a tank because it looked like one. There was a time when I had a lot of cool fairy tales that we used to watch with Dad in complete darkness. Eggs are fiber, mango has fiber. I remember Little Raccoon and One Who Sits in the Pond, Kipling's Mowgli, and many others. I was immediately swept away by the memory of the projector's hum, of its hot casing, of its bright rays hitting the wall, turning it into a screen. It's a pity that the school's slides were mostly about minerals and PSAs. I remember slide projectors, and I actually have slides. I don't have them currently. I think my parents have them, but slides that my dad probably, hopefully converted, of some trips that they took way back in the day. It might have been my grandparents' trips, but that I remember sharing with my class, one of my classes long ago. Just those three things. All right. After a moment of hesitation, I sat down at Baburin's desk, the place where I was supposed to be assigned by Lilia Polova first. The chatter resumed as if someone just unpaused a movie. Baburin's grandma made such a fuss when he didn't return home. First she ran to the school, then called the cops. Yes. Katya snuck a cunning glance at me, then leaned to her neighbor and whispered something. Girls from the second row also leaned in. She shared something with them too, whispers, nods. I kept catching her stare on myself. Her neighbor stared too. The whole class was watching me. It was like they felt the need to watch me because they were searching for traces of blood on my fingers. I wanted to defend myself and shout, "Guys, listen, I'm innocent!" The delinquents turned around and stared at me in silence. Their looks were dripping with malice. But why? What did I do to them? Their friend went missing and they're still focused on me. Suddenly I noticed Biasha drilling a hole in my nose with his eyes. It felt like he was about to point his finger at me and shout at the top of his lungs, "Everyone look, Baburin snatched his glasses yesterday and now he has them back. Murderer!" But he remained silent, as if there was nothing special at all about my glasses. I may be going mad, but I think Biasha knows something. He knows something, but he won't tell me what. As if looking for protection, I clutched the ruler until my hand hurt. You don't have to be Columbo to solve this. Who held a grudge against Baburin? Everybody. Who hit him yesterday, bullied him, and then... The metal ruler fell out of my weak fingers. It hit the floor with a jingle and made the other kids shudder. Katya bit her tongue and squirmed nervously. Chairs scraped against the floor. My classmates moved away from me, closer to the exit, toward the teacher's desk. I was not the only one to catch wind of that change. Romka and Biasha looked around and winced in contempt. Too bad they weren't afraid of me like everyone else. Shut it. I bet you Baburin just got a whipping from his old hag and ran off. They'll find him soon. They'll find him all right. In a ravine with his stomach cut open. I gulped. I imagined Siomon in a snowy blanket, his face, white like a fish belly, split down the middle by a crevice of his mouth. Snowflakes falling on his glassy eyes and filling up his throat. See? I could almost hear his condescending tone. It's all your fault. I do have protein bread. Mango does have fiber, some fiber. I think he meant to say eat something with carbs. I did say carbs at one point. I said carbs and fiber would be useful. But why was Semyon the only one who gives just desserts for bullying me? Weren't all of them supposed to disappear? Romka, Biash, Katya, along with every laughing onlooker? Of course, Semyon did me a favor by disappearing. Thanks to him, my classmates now stared at me in awe. That was only one side of the coin. What if I'll have to repay that favor soon? The door creaked. Polina entered the classroom. I straightened up in a hurry so she wouldn't see me looking like a scared critter. Polina went to her seat without looking at me. The ringer's trill announced the start of the class. Alright, stop messing around. Class, stand up. You too, Petrov. Lilia Polova went to her desk, followed by the policeman in a uniform. It was the man that visited us just recently, tall and his stare so sharp you could get cut on it. Hello there, kids. Hi. You can sit down, kids. This is Senior Lieutenant Konstantin Vladimirovich Tikhonov. Oh my god. He's going to ask you a couple of questions to give you a small PSA. Class livened up. Talking to the policeman was way better than studying. I, on the other hand, was ready to sit through hundreds of hours of Russian literature just to escape the lieutenant's oppressive stare. His brown eyes felt around the classroom looking for me. Hair stood on the back of my neck and an icicle had lodged in my gut. Is it true that Baburin got killed by a serial killer? Shush, it's Katerina. Let the adults ask questions here. We're all scared. Maybe the killer is somewhere close. Maybe they're even sitting among us. Her sly stare was directed at me. Tikhonov stepped in between the rows of desks and started walking at an excruciatingly slow pace, brushing his fingers along the chairs as he passed. Some of the students almost broke their necks following his movements. That's how a crowd of commoners would gleefully anticipate a public execution in the Middle Ages. As he just walked, getting closer and closer to me, I gritted my teeth to stop myself from screaming. Calm down, breathe. You didn't kill or kidnap anyone. He already knew the answer to this question, but the policeman still answered in a stern voice. Anton Petrov? Yes. Stand up, Petrov. My muscles turned to stone. I got up and glued myself from the chair. I felt like I could hear all my joints creak in the process. I only wish that Polina wouldn't turn around and see the grimace of horror on my face. If only I could be somewhere far away in the forest, dig myself into a snow pile, rolling up in a ball there. The officer stared at me as if he was about to lock a pair of handcuffs on my wrists. I wonder how cold those bracelets are to the touch. I imagined myself getting jailed and put into a juvenile detention center where tens of Semyons would constantly harass me. I don't know anything. I have nothing to do with this. Nobody is accusing you of anything, for now. Only then, I noticed a file that said case number in his hand. It had a gray cover made from rough carton. It flopped onto the desk like a guillotine blade that slid down someone's neck. With measured motion, Tikhonov opened the file, still studying me with his gaze. I caught a glimpse of documents and photos. They showed prints on the snow. They looked like animal prints. Have you talked to Semyon Baburin before? I only knew him for a week. Everyone knows that Petrov hated him. I turned red. You ugly bitch. I wanted to sink my teeth into Katya's face and chew out her cheek. Instead, I replied with the calmest voice I could muster. We had a fight yesterday. But he started it. So I hit him. How hard did you hit him? Not that hard, I mean. I waved my hand decisively. Looked at my fist as if he was surprised I managed to hit the big kid from the photo. Surprisingly, Lilia Pavlova came to my rescue. Baburin is a troubled teen, true pain in the rear. Officer replied with a meaningful nod and fished out a notebook out of the file. Is this yours? I averted my gaze. It was a math notebook with my name on it. My classmates devoured me greedily with their eyes. It felt like even the writers on the portrait squinted at me in suspicion. Yes. We found it in the forest, in the area where the tractor driver who was plowing snow there last saw Baburin. I stared, blinking in bewilderment. Romka ransacked my school bag. This notebook probably just got lost somewhere in the bushes. The lieutenant knew about the school brawl, but was he aware of the fight in the forest clearing? I had witnesses that could testify that Semyon and I walked in different directions after that. I looked to the boys, hopeful. Romka, who sat behind Tikhonov, put a finger to his lips. And when the officer quickly turned around, he pretended to pick his nose. I deciphered a signal. Boys like Romko would probably say something like snitches get stitches in situations like this. I frantically fixed my glasses. Wait, Simeon took them away yesterday, but now they're... So what were you doing in the forest yesterday, Anton? I go to school through the forest. It could have easily fallen out of my bag. Easily, just like me producing this half-truth. Be careful out there. Before I could realize whether it was a genuine piece of advice or a veiled threat, the teacher said, and I'll tell you some rules you should follow. So the killer does exist. We can't make any of this public for now. Whether the criminal really exists or not, you should be mindful of your safety. The police, your parents, and your teachers will all watch over you, but no one guards you better than yourself. Alright, any questions? Stockade of arms rose from the chairs, forming the policeman with questions. He moved toward the blackboard. A gray file was left lying in front of me. I stared at it, my breathing so ragged that I might have looked like someone who just ran a 100-meter sprint. Beads of sweat rolled down my back. I looked around the classroom. My classmates were catching officers' every word. Only Romka was saying something to Biasha. Lilia Polovna was staring into the window, fighting back yawns. Sheebus. Oh man, what if I opened it and took stuff out when his back was turned? Nah, he would know. Like, once he got back, he would absolutely know. I want to say, oh, he was looking over his shoulder. He purposely left this here for me. The officer finished his lecture and started searching around with his eyes. Finally, he noticed the folder he left on my desk and put it silently under his arm and went toward the blackboard without looking back. Let me say this again. If you see anyone suspicious in the village, be it near the school or on the forest trail, contact the police immediately. You know our number, right? Thanks for listening, boys and girls. Thank you, Lilia Pavlovna. I'll find your classmate. Yeah, right, a thought flashed through my mind. Dig through enough ditches and maybe you'll be able to piece them together, like Legos. My thoughts turned evil for some reason. I couldn't control them. I tried to switch to the lieutenant's speech about suspicious individuals. What if I saw the killer before? What if I was hairbreadths away from them? Suspicious people. How suspicious was the fox girl that wandered in the darkness? A weirdo that always appears out of nowhere and then dissolves into thin air with her riddles and rhymes. Could she really harm the hulking Semyon? Should I tell the officer about her? Wait. What if I get mocked for speaking out? What if they start whispering behind my back, or what's even worse, think that I'm insane? Romka gave me a stern look over the shoulder. I doubt someone like him would approve of cooperating with the police. Katya's braid dangled nervously behind the delinquent sitting in front of me. My hand was glued to the desk. I was saying goodbye to Lilia Polovna. He was about to leave. It'll be too late soon. Oh, God. So many choices. What do you guys think? Should I stay silent or should I tell him? What do you think I should do? I decide? You're not taking this decision? Why not? Are you being indecisive? You want to blame me for something. You try to blame me for everything. What do you expect? All right. I guess I'll stay silent, right? That's probably the best way to be in this particular situation. I mean, realistically, there's no proof, and I didn't do anything to our knowledge. No way. I've had enough of humiliation. I'll keep my head down like a bunny. I locked my fingers and zipped my mouth. The bell rang. Polina left after her. You hear the sound on a TV. They followed me with their eyes the whole time I was passing between the rows. Judgmental looks. I felt like I was in the scopes of many sniper rifles. I squeezed through the barricade made of desks looking for Polina. My new buddies instead. Decided to rat us out to the cops. I didn't say anything. But sure as fuck thought about it, huh? Romka towered over me, breathing out a faint smell of tobacco. You're very wrong if you think that without Samuel, you'll have a better time here. I'll make this place hell for you, got it? See you, Four Eyes. My head tilted forward from his slap. In the break, it said, kick me. My nightmare clearly wasn't about to end. It's been 7 days since the lieutenant visited our classroom. At first glance, everything was still the same. The forest still held out its gnarly claws toward the village, and the wind whipped up white flags weaved from powdery snow every night. When my parents argued in the other room, I would turn up the TV's volume to silence their muffled voices and sit close to Olya. Volva's and Semyon's photos were still 2 black spots on the notice board. But something did change. I could see how different the looks of my classmates were. They met me with a new portion of pokes and insults. Contempt, mockery, and loneliness became my faithful companions. But most importantly, a shadow slid across my desk, leaving behind a mysterious note. I glanced into the spaces between rows, but the messenger was already nowhere to be found. Who sent me this note? What could this carefully ripped out and neatly folded piece of paper be hiding from me? More threats and humiliation, or... I took the piece of paper and carefully inhaled the wafting aroma. Blackberry. Inside was a message in beautiful handwriting. I'm waiting at a dead end near the dressing room. Come alone. Drunk on the sudden call, I immediately started walking, looking over my shoulder from time to time, making sure nobody is following me. Even though I suspected it could be another trap set up by Romka and Biasha at first, this buzzing thought soon left my mind. The two of them didn't have enough combined brain power to fake Polina's note so carefully. I didn't even notice how I almost broke into a run and jumped around the corner. As soon as I did that, I rammed into somebody inside the dark nook. Ow! Like a magic bird, a green notebook glided to my feet. Polina puffed her cheeks in exaggerated anger. Have you lost your sight completely? I fixed my glasses. My nearsightedness wasn't that embarrassing anymore. I bent down and picked up the notebook. Sorry, I was in a rush. Were you waiting for me? Did something happen? Studied me with her eyes and clicked her tongue. Do you know what you look like, Antosha? Like blues improv. I blinked in bewilderment. What do you mean? I always associate people I know with something. I do that too, but why music? It can't be anything other than music. Some people are like guitar solos, some are drums. People like our Lilia Pavlovna are war marches. And you're so thoughtful, so mysterious, sometimes even a bit sad. You're definitely blues. And what about the improv part? It's when the listener has no idea where the melody will go, what tempo it will adopt. Of course, some of the things Polina said went completely over my head. But I couldn't stop looking at her smile. Light like a breeze in May, and her eyes deep in blue. One needs to have experience and taste to recognize the music in you. You're not some pop music. I don't think I even know what blues is. Polina gasped and frowned, which made her look even more beautiful. Don't say something like that to my face. I'll make sure to give you a cassette. Grandpa used to bring me so much music from the city, jazz, swing, and classical too. He was the one to notice my musical mindset. When I was still very little, I tried recording the sounds of nature on paper. The songs of the rain and the forest. I wish I had ears like yours. I'd love to have your eyes. I tensed up, worried that she was making fun of me, but Polina shook her head. No, I'm serious. You have the eyes of an artist. You're so good at picturing things. I can't do that. Katya walked past us with her trademark frosty glare. We dove into the shadows trying to escape it. You understand why we're hiding here, right? Because of people like her. And what kind of melody is Katya? Polina fashioned me a sly smile. The squeaking sound of unoiled door hinges. You know, this nasty descant. I giggled, covering my mouth. Katya didn't hear our whispers, but she suddenly glanced over her shoulder, clearly annoyed. A moment later, she sighed and went on her way. I remembered about the notebook I was still clutching in my hand and turned it in my hand. Instead of a subject name, the front side had the name of the owner in 2 words. Friends only. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. I'm sorry, is this a questionnaire? Have you ever filled one? I lied that I had. In reality, girl classmates from my previous school had never asked me to fill their questionnaires. It was quite upsetting. I mean, it was a girl hobby. You just answer a set of standard questions about your favorite actors and colors, but entrusting someone with such a notebook was a sign of friendship. And maybe of something even more, something I only had a vague idea about. You can fill in mine if you want. My heartbeat quickened. I do, thank you. Polina giggled. Actually, there's so many secrets there. You'd be better off not knowing what we girls think. She reached for a notebook, playing with me. I tossed my finding into my free hand. Polina tried to intercept my move. Her hair briefly touched my face, tickling my nose with its silky locks. I sensed an aroma that immediately filled the whole world. Fragrant, alluring, lively. If only I could picture it, steal it for myself. I felt dizzy, but I gathered myself and spoke in a voice reminiscent of Lieutenant Tikhonov. Your questionnaire is an important piece of evidence, so I'm afraid I have to confiscate it for further examination. Polina covered her mouth that rounded in fake horror. And what are the implications of concealing evidence? We'll decide that in the course of our investigation. I surrender, Mr. Policeman. Just promise you won't read anything. It's full of sensitive information. I'm afraid I'll have to investigate whether someone is in love with Mr. Petrov. Polina burst out laughing and pressed herself against my chest, showering me with the aroma of her hair and her milky skin that looked almost transparent, with tiny threads of veins running under it. Her whisper was hot like a piece of butter sizzling on a pan. Then swear that you will keep this information private. I swear on my police badge. And now we need to hurry, Antosha. I took out the notebook during class. Skimmed through it, reading into other people's preferences. I was quite surprised to learn discover Romka's jerky handwriting inside. Let's see. Shafutinsky, February. Alging out. Buying a BMW. Schwarzenegger, don't trust, don't fret, don't ask. 3/15/87. DuckTales, Biasha. His letters bulged out of the cells of this, embarrassed by their shapelessness. Fearsome Romka found time for something so silly? I chuckled into my fist after I found out that Romka's favorite cartoon was not even Darkwing Duck, but DuckTales. Somewhere in the distance, a teacher was reciting pieces of Andros Snapper. I paid them no mind. Polina's page was decorated with flower drawings and clippings from the Cool Girl magazine. Robert Schumann. Her favorite musician is Schubert. Her best friend is her grandpa. Her hobby is not violin like I expected, but a much more mysterious listening. Can such a mundane process really be someone's hobby? I looked at Polina over the heads of the students. She was focused on taking notes. I flipped to the pages until I found a blank one and armed myself with a pen. What's your name? What class are you in? Your favorite music? Favorite holiday? Your hobby. Oh, your phone number. That's what that was. Your dream, your hero, your biggest fear, your best friend. Antov, class 6B. It took a long time to decide on my favorite musician until a trendy pop band, Carman, came to mind with the cool dancers in the music video. Favorite holiday? This one's easy. New Year's. My hobby is drawing. My dream, going to Disneyland, I guess. My hero. My hand moved on its own, writing dat. I stopped on those two letters. What if those who read it after me will find my answer laughable and stupid? After thinking for a bit, I decided that not everything should be disclosed on paper. That's how I turned Da into Spy Da Man. The spelling was wrong, but who cares? Your biggest fear, huh? I immediately wrote, losing a person who's dear to me. Your phone number. No secret there. Here, 30395. Your favorite cartoon? Transformers. Your best friend? I hesitated, gnawing on the pin's cap. Your best friend. I read the question out loud. It was easy, but at the same time very important. The answer to that was my sister's name, so I carefully wrote it into the squares. Olya. Olya. I repeated my sister's name while sneaking out of the school. There was a cute, freshly drawn dragon in my notebook that I made to please my beloved sister. In the land of darkness and deceit, her support was the only thing that inspired me to keep drawing and stopped me from losing hope in humanity. Refreshing, frosty air made my cheeks turn beet red. It was bright outside, and the sun looked like a whole egg yolk. The road looked as if it was silver. The snow sparkled under the sunlight. I smiled, squinting from the blinding whiteness. Who cares if I don't have any true friends anymore? I have something more important, someone who needs my help, who will never betray or hurt me. Family is the most important thing ever. That's what Dad always told me. Hey, what's up with the stupid grin? My numb lips immediately shrank. Yasha was shuffling his feet in the middle of the yard, his boots restless on the ice. Not a grin. I tried to go around him to no avail. Lady Fortune waved me goodbye, disappearing in the early twilight. In a hurry, eh? A little bit. Dad is waiting for me. I'll shoot him a pager message that you're not coming, eh? My eye flinched unwittingly. My skin dampened. Let's go, eh? We have small business to discuss. I felt chills rolling all over my body. I don't like the sounds of that. Small business. Those words accompanied by spitting normally hid very dark deeds underneath them. Strangers that used to call our old apartment used to say, "Get your old man, we have a small business to discuss." Yasha turned around. He looked like an astronaut in his tight hood. If I were to imagine him as a sound, he'd be a deafening whistle, a signal given by someone who stands watch. To my demise, there was nobody at the backyard. Apart from the grim-faced Romka. He stood there, feet wide apart, with his right hand hidden behind his back. Romka's dry lips were tightly pursed. He kept shooting glances at me as he looked around. There he is, eh? I can see that. Why, hello there, Antoshka. Antosh. What do you want? He slowly took out a thin, carnivorously shiny blade from behind his back. A knife, that steel butterfly of death that flies toward the victim's heartbeat. I stepped back instinctively and ran my back into Biasha. Romka's minion pushed me back. We wanted to know, do you have any hard feelings for me or Biasha? Romka started picking on his yellow nail, looking at me with an evil smirk on his face. Well, there in the forest, we kind of roughed you up. It's just our poor upbringing, you know. Yeah, not as cultured as you city folk. So we get feisty sometimes. I nodded, my eyes glued to the knife. The blade glowed under the setting sun, and Romka's eyes had the same evil glow. He stepped toward me. His knife traveled inches away from my coat. One movement and steel would cut into the cloth, and if he pushes deeper... A little bird told us that you were snooping about Polina again. I was so scared that it took me a while to remember who Polina was. My brain was malfunctioning, my knees were shaking. Suddenly, our class rep slowly walked up to Romka from behind. I see you boys are getting along quite well. I owe you one, Katya. Oh, no need to thank me, Remocha. I've always loved fine for true love. Yes, yes, yes. I'll kill you, I swear. Can't hear you. Were you near Polina or not? Well, we didn't hang out or anything. Only thing hanging out here will be your guts when I cut open your stomach. The blade slid across my sleeve with its dull side and reached my collar. The wind made my face cold, but a bead of sweat still trickled from my temple. A switch flipped in my head. It all made sense now. I remember Romka constantly sneaking glances at Polina. I remembered his scrawly handwriting in the questionnaire. Why didn't I study it more in depth?
Еще раз замечу рядом
I
с
see you near
Полиной.
Polina even once and you
Пеняй на
won't get
себя.
away with a simple bump.
Шиш, усек?
Got it?
Да.
Yeah.
Пшёл вон.
Now scram. I was probably so hypnotized by the knife that Romka had to repeat his threat. Thought about the cold, sharp blade when returning from the yard. I was asking myself whether I had enough courage to break the promise I made to these bastards. The aftertaste of horrible water I drank down with my meds lingered in my mouth. My thoughts were focused on Polina, but Romka's threat was also in my mind.
Да.
I wandered around the house feeling intoxicated and nodded to everything my sister said without trying to discern her words. Olya was talking non-stop at times, lifting up her arms and laughing, only to then suddenly go quiet and give me Mom's signature gnarly look. I was yanked out of the prison of my own mind where seething thoughts pecked at my brain like harpies, stopping me from coming back to reality. I stared back. Olya looked like a mini version of her mom right now. Well, to be precise, she looked like the person Mom turned into when we moved here, with her intimidating posture and her eyebrows directed toward the ceiling.
Ты меня не слушал?
You weren't listening to me, were you? She tried spitting out those words at me, copying facial expressions of the person she spent almost all of her free time with. For a moment, it felt like Olya. Like the light Olya exuded all these years waned and wavered in the wind of prolonged changes. Very soon, my beautiful princess will turn into the dragon that was once guarding her prison tower. That thought was much scarier to me than any other horror sneaking up to me from the
Оля,
future.
прости.
Sorry,
Ты же не
Olya.
сердишься,
I didn't mean to
правда?
make you mad. I just got lost in thought. I looked around the room, my gaze jumping from one object to another like a hungry beast trying to find anything that could
А
distract
давай в
Olya.
приставку поиграем.
Let's play the console. Olya pouted, but there was a spark of interest in her small emerald eyes. The Snow Queen's ice shard inside them started thawing.
А как же второй
What about the second
джойстик?
controller? It's not working.
А папе починить
And Dad has no time to
некогда.
fix it.
Можем из
We can play
пистолетов
with the light gun.
ковбоев или уток.
What do you want to play?
Хочешь?
Cowboys, ducks? You're better at me than both.
Да ладно тебе.
Oh, come on. You must have been practicing the whole time I was away from home. Olya burst out laughing. Her heart was warm once again. How did you know?
Ты догадайся. Я сейчас
But I'm a good
знаю,
shooter now. You've already lost.
Не на того напала.
You picked the
Включай
wrong fight
скорее.
here. Come on, turn it on. Little Olya jumped toward the TV set and after flicking the power switch, started blindly feeling around the backside of the photon, trying to plug the console's cable into the antenna input. Bits of TV shows started flashing on the CRT when I armed myself with the remote to look for the channel and the sought-after Dindy signal.
Что дома интересного
Did anything
происходило?
interesting happen at home? It was a mundane question for me. I didn't put any actual meaning behind it. But Olya's expression suddenly changed. She lost all the childish nonchalantness she worked so hard to acquire
Оль,
before.
что-то случилось?
What happened, Olya? My sister managed to put the cable in its place and started brushing off her dust-covered hand. She was clearly looking for the courage to continue the conversation.
Мама,
Mom, Olya went silent for a moment. I thought I saw tears welling up in her eyes.
ее опять было
She had this scary thing happen to her again. My sister looked at me with wet eyes.
Приступ.
She had a fit, huh? This had happened before, but it was a rare occasion. Now that we had moved to this godforsaken place, Mom's fits rose in frequency.
Папа принес
Dad brought home a big fish. It was wrapped in a newspaper and had a foul smell. Mom got angry again, and then she took a knife. Olya squirmed, looking fearfully out of the window. They started screaming at each other. I froze, imagining my little sister so small and unnoticeable standing in the kitchen doorway. She wasn't even trying to hide. Our parents just paid her no mind at all. And then Mom struck it, like this. Olya slightly moved her fist downward, imitating a strike. She hit the fish. It was still alive, Tosha. It must have been in pain, and Mom. It was easy to imagine what happened next. The writhing fish with a blade between its fins squirted some foul-smelling musk into Mom's face. Whenever death got this close to my mom, be it when a person was hit by a bus in front of us and their blood was smeared all over the windshield, or when Grandma chopped off a chicken's head, Mom would always get into a weird, dreadful fit. Her eyes would roll over and she would fall on her face like a freshly cut tree and start writhing just like that agonizing fish, turning over chairs and blurting out bits of scary sentences.
Папа.
And what about Dad? Did he help her? Well, he shuddered as if it's just remembering it pained her. Yes, but at first, he started laughing, Tosha. He let out an evil laugh when he saw that Mom was in trouble. But then he cried. Olya's story made me raise an eyebrow. It seemed like the forest's oozing madness had not only completely consumed her mom, but also infected her strong and courageous dad. I quickly stepped toward Olya and locked her in a tight embrace. She dug her face into my chest and I could feel my shirt becoming wet.
Зачем они так издеваются друг над
Why are they
другом,
bullying
Тош?
each other, Tosha?
Они
Are they
сумасшедшие.
crazy? I stuttered, unable to justify the actions of our parents. I had ran out of words and all I could do was hug Olya even tighter. Olya screamed and hid behind me. Turn off quick. No matter how many times she saw this intro, she would always react the same, just like when she saw that owl. I mean, I also got goosebumps every time this ghastly face appeared on the screen, so I immediately complied with my sister's request. I don't have any other option just to play. Finally, the game selection screen showed up for the cartridge I was bundled with the console. Too bad most of the names in here were just different levels of the same game. I picked up the gray rectangular controller and started looking around the pixel layers to find the familiar English word for duck. Background music from the menu soothed Olya's mind and she asked in a calm voice,
Твои
"How are things at school?"
Ничего хорошего.
Nothing good.
Школа новая.
The school's new, but my
достается
treatment
мне,
is the
словно
same.
не переезжали никуда.
It's as if we never moved. I'm so tired of this. Before despair could lead me down its depressing road toward the clutches of oppressive thoughts, something evil writhed deep inside my skull, awaking wild and pleasant
Хотя,
memories.
знаешь,
Actually, something good did happen. Olya watched with hope-filled eyes as a wicked smile spread on my face, faintly resembling the wound from a box cutter knife.
еще один мальчик пропал.
Another boy went missing.
Тоша, разве это
You think that's good? Why do you say that? My sister's voice trembled when she looked in my eyes through the thick lenses.
Знаешь,
You know that
а
other
может,
missing
тот
boy, Vova? Maybe what happened to him
пропавший
was
сам
all
виноват.
his fault.
Может, он
Maybe he did
совершил
something so
нечто
bad that he no
настолько
longer
плохое,
deserved to
что ни
live.
за что не будь таким
Don't be so cruel, please. Olya pressed her knees into her chin and hugged them with her hands, trying to take up less space, as if she wanted to shrink or even disappear altogether. It was the only reasonable thing for us to do, go missing among all the other broken toys, and never encounter evil parents or mad classmates. We were the only ones left for each other, the only ones who can protect, listen, and sympathize. Which means she's bound to listen to what I think about them all, these beasts pretending to be children that are so eager to bully the weak. It was my turn to speak.
Думаю, они не
I think they won't be the
последние.
last. My breathing quickens. My fingers start banging on the wooden
Такие
floor.
люди, как они, недостойны
People like
жить,
them are not
ходить с
worthy
нами
of
в
living,
одну
going to the
школу,
same school with us,
смотреть на
or
твой
looking at your light. My thoughts got tangled. They slipped away along with my calmness.
Тошенька?
Tosha, stop it. You're scaring me.
бойся.
Don't be scared.
Я
I can
смогу
protect
тебя.
you. Then I finally noticed that Olya was looking at me like I was a stranger.
Кто ты?
Who are you? The rage that welled up inside me subsided. It hid under the guise of my cowardliness, leaving me alone with the growing feeling of guilt for scaring my
Ольга,
sister.
прости, я-
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean
Видимо,
to.
я схожу с
I guess I'm
ума
just
в этой
going crazy in
школе.
that school. She rushed to embrace me, barely holding back her
Всё
tears.
хорошо, Тоша. Только, пожалуйста, пожалуйста.
It's okay, Tosha. Just please, never say anything like this again.
Клянусь
I
маминым
swear on Mom's
сердцем.
heart. Olya flashed me a bitter
Сам
smile.
сказал.
And you told me I shouldn't say
Ты
that.
права.
You're
Давай
right. Let's
лучше
start
играть
playing
за меня.
already.
Только чур я
I go
первая.
first. None of those say duck. There's not duck anywhere on that. Am I supposed to? Am I supposed to? Hold on. Oh. Got him. It's Goose Hunt, Kyoko.
Считай, это я тебе подала.
I was going easy on you here. All right. Oop, missed that one. Got that one. Ah. Fine. Got that one. I missed two. Kind of messed up playing this after
Это ты виноват, что я
honking.
промазала.
Kind of messed up playing this after she just shared a story about her mom having a seizure from seeing blood. Ah, that's fine. Your fault I missed. I have a feeling that, oh my god. Oh my goodness. Woo! Let's go. Ah. All right, that's fine. Ah, that's fine. I only got 4.
Неситова! Ты ближе к
I'm not
экрану
playing with you anymore.
стоял. Я с тобой так больше
I
не
made my
играю.
sister upset. I kind of feel bad about that. Now I want to go back and not win that. But we press on. I saved. I did save just before that.
Антон! Антон!
My mom only managed to get through to me on her 3rd attempt. There's a call for you. It's a girl. I sobered up and then rushed to the hallway.
Не споткнись,
Watch your
смотри.
step. I grabbed the phone, pressed it to my chest, looking at my mom. She shrugged and went into the room, gathering the toys thrown around by Olya as she went.
Алло?
У твоей мамы
My mom has such a young voice.
А, ну да.
I mean, she
Она
is
сама
young.
мол-
Не мешаю?
Are you busy right now?
Нет, что
No,
ты.
of course not. If only she knew how costly this conversation could be for me, what risks I took on just answering this call. There were a pen and shabby notepad lying on the nightstand. I picked them up and started moving the tip of the pen across paper, producing chaotic doodles always ended up turning into hearts.
Я тут подумала.
I've been thinking, I need to tell you something. I froze. Don't be. It can't be, does she like me?
В последнее время у тебя такой...
You've been looking so lost lately.
Сегодня в школе на тебя
When I saw you at
буквально
school today,
летят.
you were pale like a ghost. I couldn't find words. My heart was aflutter in anticipation. I wanted to say that I'm on your side. A smile was spreading on my face in anticipation for Polina's next words. I feel so sorry for you.
Такие хорошие ребята, как
Good
ты,
guys like you
на
deserve
мне
better.
очень хочется верить,
I want to
что
believe that
однажды
you'll find the
ты
strength to fight back
найдешь
at some point,
опор,
and that
и другие перестанут
and the others
тебя
will stop
задирать.
picking on you. The pen fell out of my weak fingers. Is that all she's going to say?
Может, даже девушку
Maybe you'll even
найдешь.
find a girlfriend. She sounded as if she was unsure of her own words.
Короче, знай,
Well, I just want to let you know that you're a nice guy. It was a total failure. Compassion instead of an invitation to hang out. You there? Before I could reply, Olya descended the stairs. She was holding some book in a pink cover, Encyclopedia of a Young Lady.
ты долго еще?
Will you take long? I covered the handset
Я
with my hand.
разговариваю.
I'm in the middle of a conversation.
случилось?
What happened?
Почитай мне, пожалуйста.
Read me a bedtime story, please.
Мама уснула.
Mom fell asleep.
Иди к себе,
Go
я
to your room. I'll
сейчас.
be there in a minute.
Только быстрее,
Just be
ладно?
quick, okay?
Ладно.
Fine. My last reply sounded excessively annoyed. I sighed, watching my sister running up the stairs.
Алло,
Прости,
Lena,
мне
sorry, I need to run.
представляешь,
Can you imagine there's someone in love with me and he snoops around under my windows, demanding to go on a date with him?
Пойду прогоню его.
I'll go chase him
Пока
away
дед
before
не
Grandpa
заснет.
wakes up. Maybe I should give him a chance. I bit my lower lip in
Если
jealousy.
интересно,
I'll tell you
расскажи,
tomorrow if
что
you
мы
want.
в конце
We're
концов
friends after all.
друзья.
Friends. At least she didn't say we were besties.
да,
Yeah,
конечно.
sure.
добрый.
Good. Buzzer hammered at my brain. Dirty slut. An angry voice spoke through the teeth of my brain. Like a restless zombie devoid of consciousness, I dragged my feet up the staircase. Friend zone. I wonder if that would turn out different if I'd actually gone with her instead of Lisa. But I guess that's something I'll find out when I play again. I wish I could tell Dad, ask for his manly advice, but he doesn't show up home until late at night because of his new job. We also haven't seen Elisa. We have ads in 3 minutes just to keep you guys aware. My parents don't have time for me, to put it
Ну,
lightly.
где твоя книжка?
Well, where's your book? I stuttered. The kid's room was empty.
Оль,
Olya? Probably snuck into my room. I started walking down the corridor. The room was infested with shadows. The blinds were wavering like there was someone hiding behind them. I smiled, sneaking toward the window and threw open the curtain.
попалась!
Gotcha. There was nobody behind the cloth. The window was a TV screen showing winter scenery. The lamppost a field and a couple of walking figures in the middle of it. Elisa and Olya. I gasped and pressed my fist to my mouth, sinking my teeth into it. Elisa was leading Olya into the thicket. I needed less than a minute to hurriedly dress and rush out of the house. My heart was beating like a firing gun, machine gun. The wind carried the cold, resinous smell of coniferous trees from the forest. Freezing air crackled somewhere in the field. 2 shadows loomed in front of the gate. I could only recognize them as my sister and the fox girl because of their height. I ran toward the fence, listening to the howling wind and the squeaking snow. One of the figures moved and slowly glided toward the thicket like an ice skater. I slowed down and touched my glasses, trying in vain to adjust my vision to the surrounding darkness. Worry landed on my shoulders like a weightless snowflake. A snake woke up in my belly and started writhing. I felt nauseous. I thought about my home, the flimsy fortress I'd left behind. I finally caught up to my sister, dressed only in a coat.
Ты видел лисичку?
Have you seen the fox?
Оля, зачем ты
Wait,
вышла
why
на
did you go
улицу,
outside?
если мама
If
узнает?
mom finds out, my sister froze in place, facing the taiga. She was in a hand's reach, and I put my numb wrist on her shoulder for some reason, probably to make sure it wasn't a dream. A pointy beak was directed at me, strewn with feathers that formed an owl face. Something wearing a bird mask was staring at me.
Не узнает.
Hoot hoot, she won't. The voice sounded exactly like Olya's, but there was somebody else hiding behind the feathers in the carton. I sprinted away as if I got whipped. The masked creature only pretended to be Olya, just to lure me out. I was running like crazy, drowning in snow. The house in front of me was rapidly growing. The yellow light in its windows granted me hope. My mom and sister are there, my salvation. I couldn't hear anything from behind me, as if nobody was chasing me. Maybe it's because the owls can fly? I was already climbing the porch when I noticed another figure. From the soot-black shadow of my house, a scruffy wolf cub crawled out and stood in my way. Its movements were jerky, chaotic, as if it was performing some terrifying dance, or convulsing during a stroke. And even though I could clearly see that the wolf face was a mask, something in this werewolf's convulsions made me freeze in place. The boy in a wolf's costume rubbed his side against the porch post and fell to his knees. He bent his back so hard that I expected his spine to crack. The beast's eyes shone, but he didn't attack. He kept crawling around and running on all fours. I shifted my feet, my mouth agape, trying to keep him in my line of sight. Something was trickling from the slit in the mask. Vicious drip drops fell to the wooden planks. Saliva. Some unknown force pushed me in the back, whispering me to save myself. The fence was flashing by the edge of my vision. I was running in another direction this time, toward the toothy edge of the forest that smelled of pine. My heartbeat measured time. The wolf boy growled behind my back as if he forgot his human nature. Grrr. My right leg got stuck in the snow-laden cavity. I yanked it out, cursing under my breath, and fell to the ground. Plastering snow prevented me from standing up, from propping myself against anything but my unbound thirst. I forgot. I was getting so into it, I forgot that was coming up. Alright, we're paused for a second. I got so into reading that I forgot that we had ads coming up. Fine. We'll wait. Talk about cliffhanger though, huh? Yep. Everybody hydrate. Except you. You're not allowed. Because you don't need to take care of yourself. It's like that Robert Frost poem. Unlike everybody else, Kyoko, you have many more miles until you sleep. Was it the, I'm gonna talk about this because I love this poem while we have like 20 seconds left. I love it. It's just like, whose woods these are, I think I know. His house is in the village, though. He will not see me stopping here to watch his woods fill up with snow. My little horse must think it queer to stop without a farmhouse near. Between the woods and frozen lake, the darkest evening of the year. He gives his harness bells a shake to ask if there's some mistake. The only other sound's the sweep of easy wind and downy flake. These woods are dark, lovely, and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. All right, welcome back, everyone. Sorry, I memorized that at one point in my life. I have since not memorized it, but my unbound thirst for life helped me get out of that trap. Darkness was creeping closer, like the toxic fumes of burial pyres. I ran again, gasping for air that stung my throat. My hair swayed in the wind. I lost my hat when I fell down, and my ears were now hot from the freezing cold while most of my body was still sweaty. The field finally ended. After realizing that running into the forest wasn't the smartest decision I could make, I dove into the line of trees. I ran without stopping, my face covered with one of my palms. I didn't want to lose an eye to some random branch. Branches whipped my clothes, prickled my skin like butchers that were herding a pig into the grinder. A knot of roots sprouting up from the ground grabbed at my foot. I rammed into the scratchy trunk, slid down to its base, and looked around in a panic.
Ух, какой ты быстрый.
Ooh, you're so fast. My first desire was to dash toward her and hug her. Ah! I resisted it and squeezed myself even tighter into the pine. You,
Что ты здесь делаешь?
what are you doing here?
Да вот,
This and that. Who's holding the hat I lost?
в бюро находок подрабатываю.
Working part-time in Lost and Found.
Надевай.
Put it on or your
А
ears
то
will freeze and maybe even
замерзнет.
fall off soon. She giggled. I squinted in suspicion, shifted my gaze back and forth between her and the hat, scared that Elisa might be holding a severed head or something even more sinister. But in the end, my hat turned out to be just my hat. I don't have any option here. I took it and pulled it over my forehead.
Тепло.
Feeling warmer? I didn't reply.
Там во дворе были какие-то дети.
There were some children in the yard.
И что?
And did they bite you or something?
Нет.
No.
А чего же ты
Then why did you run
убежал?
away? The answer was obvious, but after rolling the thought on my tongue, I mumbled,
Не знаю.
"Oh no.
Обещал
Why did I
нам
promise to
звать
never
тебя
call you a
дочком,
dunce again?
а я
Oh well, I
обещала
keep my
не
promises."
позвать.
She walked up to me and grabbed me by the elbow. I sensed the familiar aroma of mint oranges and burnt sparklers. I wanted to lean into Elisa, to savor the minute details of her smell.
Сколько можно
How many times do I need to tell
повторять?
you?
Со мной
You're safe as long as you're with me.
Я твой друг.
I'm your friend,
И они.
and they are too. I quickly turned around toward the place the fox girl was pointing to. Kids in masks appeared at the clearing. At least they looked like kids, since they were all pretty short. A wolf boy, an owl girl, and a bear boy. They all huffed and gasped for air, clearly tired from running around. I thought you fell through the snow. Started digging around but couldn't find you. And I didn't care enough. You see, if you're dumb, you run around and dig. And if you're smart, you wait until the others get tired of running around and digging. Then you start talking.
Как я
You're a rat. Degenerate.
А?
What?
не обращай
Don't mind him,
внимания.
he's a weirdo. I stood there stupefied, my mouth agape and my hands dangling helplessly. I had no idea how to react to the words of these late-night guests, but I managed to squeeze out something resembling a smile.
Вы просто меня
You just scared
напугали.
me, that's all. Maybe I should make a redeem that is a Kyoko-only self-care. Like a Kyoko, but nobody else has to self-care. Nobody else, just Kyoko. Make one of those. But I'm packing. Doesn't mean you can't get up and do a quick stretch. Stretches take like a few seconds. Do some stretches. Move your bones, move your muscles, and then get back to doing what you're doing. Just like that. But Kyoko does have to pack because she literally is leaving tomorrow. So she has to make sure she's ready to go, and she does have a lot to pack. They started looking at each other, running up and down the stairs. I'm busy, yeah. They started looking at each other, and somebody even snorted as if I said something funny. Yes, the fox is right.
Это он.
He's the one. His hand. No, this is our... Have we finally found him? Our bunny. Yes, he looks the part. The wolf boy started wagging at a part of his costume like it was his tail in excitement. First. Of course you were first. Wolfie here was the first to sense the bunny in you. He told us about you.
Здравствуй.
Hello? And you've already met our Hootie before. She isn't that scary, is she?
Да,
I guess. And this smiling big guy is Teddy. Be mindful with him or he'll chew off your head.
Зачем это?
What? I see you've also dropped your sense of humor somewhere on the way here. I was unsure if these peculiar little animals had the best intentions in mind, so I hid my hands behind my back trying to look away from the gaping holes of their carnival masks. Elisa put her hands to her sides in a theatrical manner and somehow managed to wink with her fox face. Are you talking about... That's a hug. Are you saying because she's patting the bun on the butt? In a hug fashion? Why don't you go tell Dula that that's a spank emote? See what she says. I'll wait. Next time we come, we'll ring bells for you. That way you'll be less scared of our visit. Do we even have any bells? I won't be ringing. My paws hurt. My smile was no longer fake. Ah, you showed us your teeth. That's a good sign. I didn't expect you to find us fun. I thought it was an emotion reserved strictly to Disneyland.
Откуда ты
How do you
знаешь?
know that? I read about it. Somewhere.
Про меня?
You read about me? Aren't you funny? No, about Disneyland. You can read human? Do you think I've been going to school every day for nothing? And then she sang in a coquettish voice. Where to learn about neglect, where to learn in your lunchroom, where to get kids every week, where to prey on all the meek at your local school, of course, and in your classroom. I like that. That's funny. Where to learn about neglect, where to get your dreams all wrecked, at your local school, of course, and in your classroom. Where to hit kids every week, where to prey on all the meek, at your local school, of course, and in your classroom. I like that. That's cool. That's funny. I like that. I let out a cautious laugh. My new acquaintances didn't seem scary anymore. This is concerning over here. On the contrary, they looked friendly and welcoming. There was something about them that attracted me. Just like this clearing, the moon, and the snowflakes that fell backwards from the ground to the sky. Why are they... And as if someone was rewinding a tape, the masked kids got close and I felt their touch. They gave me friendly taps, felt my clothes as if checking whether I was real. There was no animalistic malice in their touch, only pure childish curiosity. For some reason I thought to myself, I can trust them. Snowflakes just kept on floating upwards. Nobody will hurt you anymore. Friend! Yeah, if somebody even tries to. The fox gave me a slight tug and burst out laughing. Well then, Tosha, will you run away screaming or come with us? Where to? To the amusement park. At that moment, Taiga's deceptive silence was broken by the sound of a distant flute. Mesmerizing and alluring about the ring of crystal glass and the whispers of a fresh winter spring. If I had any doubts before, the flute's song shattered the last of them. I started following my new friends before I could even make my decision. My legs carried me of their own will, and the tunnels made of pines stepped apart. Bushes bowed in front of our procession. Everything looked dreamlike. because even the clearing we ended up on, I only saw in my dream. The flute soared up in the treetops like some fantastical bird. The snowflakes floated up in a spiral. The moon painted tree branches with silver. Elisa gasped in amazement. I was also in awe. I tilted my head backwards as far as I could. Woot, what a sight.
Очень красиво.
It's so beautiful. Wolfie howled in agreement. This is nothing. I can show you much more, if you want. I did want. I wanted to see what the fox girl saw with her eyes, hidden in the semi-dark of her cape. Now I didn't feel weird about these masked kids. I felt weird from being the only one without a mask. I felt like I was naked in the January winds.
Скажите,
She knows
а
who
зачем вам
Dula
маски?
is. Druid, she's making a joke. Why do you wear these masks? I was trembling, but I wasn't scared. My trembling wasn't caused by the cold. It originated from the peculiar anxiousness, the anticipation of something amazing. And why do you ask? I touched my cold cheek. I'm not wearing one. I love human tails. Human nails? Human fails. I've already told you, all the villagers wear masks. It's just you won't find anything human underneath them.
И даже я?
Even me? You're so clumsy, Anton. We've already found your glasses. We've already found your glasses once already. And your hat. And your real face. I looked at the mask the fox was holding out to me. The bunny mask that looked like a silver ingot under the moonlight. I was curious to see the world through its slits. Suddenly, fighting its way through the flute's melody, a thought came to me. The glasses they found were in Semyon's possession. My new acquaintances must have known what happened to him. Or even worse.
А куда подевался Семен? Что с ним
Where
стало?
did Semyon disappear to? What happened to him? They already told you. They said you'll never be in danger, that they won't let you get hurt.
И с остальными
And the
детьми?
other children. The bear and owl looked at each other. The wolf boy curled into a ball, and the fox lowered her pointing nose of her mask. The one who was kept in a cage. The one who cuts into little pieces. Oh, wait. The one who wears a skin face took them. Oh. They'll protect me, but it's not. They weren't the one. Oh. If I knew how to cross myself, I'd do it.
Хотите сказать, это был
So you're
человек?
saying it was a human? Were you even listening to us? How can you call someone like him a human? There's just one word for him. An adult. It's so easy to get lost in the adult world. Killers, cruel animal trainers, and cold parents. If you don't want to get sad, better not to think about them. I don't know about you, but I definitely don't want to be sad. Somehow, I'm also not sad today. What about you, Anton? Huh? I was lost in thought, staring at the pines, trying to pinpoint the location of the flute. I was sure that the person who played it was standing right behind the piney stockade. Someone tall, going over the holes in the flute with their long fingers. What now? Are we going to sit in here and be sad or have some fun? You got a bonker to reboot her? Nah.
Алиса хотела что-то
Elisa wanted to
показать.
show me something. Let's start with the sweet stuff. Took out a handful of candy from her pocket and handed them to each of the kids. Covers shuffled, the smell of pineapple, cocoa, and melon wafted through the air. The last treat, a chocolate-covered waffle candy, Elisa put right into my mouth. My tongue was engulfed in spiciness. I felt like my body was covered in fur and small sparks were running along it. I chewed on the waffle and the chocolate, gulped them down, enjoying the vivid taste. Thanks. My gratitude was barely audible because my lips were already touching the insides of a mask. I didn't even notice how I put it against my face. The papier-mâché was warm, the mask stuck to my skin, giving it a nice prickle. The kind when you dive into a hot bath after being outside in winter, when you lie there and purr from the soapy water. See, I told you, this is yours. Fine. What are we waiting for? The fun won't have itself. You're right. The melody keeps swirling in the field like a hurricane. I couldn't wait to release the energy, the heat that this enchanting music was filling me with. The owl jumped and disappeared into the sky. I heard her laughter from somewhere above, and then she landed back, huffing and sighing. You can do it too. Give it a try. I followed suit. My feet tore off the ground. I flew towards the star like a rocket and screamed from happiness after seeing my friends down below. If you look at... These footsteps are slightly different. and notice how theirs don't match up with like my boots. The wind helped me fly. It felt like I was jumping on a huge trampoline. The stars looked like vivid sparkles I could reach up and lick up. The moon also got closer, and then I plunged. I got scared that I'd break my legs for a moment, but my soles landed softly on the ground and I regained my balance. You're safe with us, and all your dreams will come true. I'm so happy that I finally found you, Bunny. In a fit of merry laughter, I realized the most important thing. These four are not a threat. My real enemies, and I felt that with every single hair on my mask, were those who knew nothing about magic. Humans from the village. I also realized how alive my surroundings have become. I heard the dry grass under the snow moan. I saw faces of the trees and the stars. The trees were smirking, the stars were grimacing in fear. That's right. Be scared. I'll jump up to you, and I snapped my teeth, then let out a jubilant laugh, jumping up along with the fox. We flew higher than the tallest pines and stayed in the air. I swirled. Elisa followed my rhythm. I knew that she was smiling, so I smiled too. And the flute just kept on playing, carrying us higher and higher. Hey, did someone put a spell on you? There was someone standing next to me, I thought, trying to unglue my chin from the desk. My muscles felt slightly sore, but that feeling was pleasant. The whole class was wandering about for some reason, whispering and passing notes to each other. Their faces looked like discolored masks to me, bleak and boring. I yawned, remembering the time I was soaring high above the forest with Elisa by my side, laughing and squeezing my hand. Perhaps, no, probably it was all just a dream. Because I didn't walk back from the forest, I just woke up in my bed on a normal morning with tea and medicine. Still, I was hardly worried about trying to find a rational explanation for my night dance. That feeling of flight was much more important. The knowledge of how it feels to be hanging in the air above the treetops of majestic pines and burying my teeth at the moon.
Прости, задумался.
Sorry, I got lost in thought.
Слышал уже про Катю?
Have you heard about Katya? Ho, 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 ho. Anyways.
А?
I glanced at the empty sea in front of me.
пропала.
Katya went missing. Oh, shit. Anyways. My sleepiness was gone in an instant. I frowned in suspicion. What do you mean? It can't be. Welp. How are we feeling, y'all? How are we feeling, folks? We feeling good about this? Four? All right. Let's go. I don't know. I feel weird.
Я сама не
Do you
поверила,
feel like an
Лиля
animal
Павловна
wearing a
на работу не
mask?
вышла.
What is happening? I couldn't believe it at first, but Lilia Pavlovna didn't come to work today.
Контрольная
The test is off. I remember Katya. She was both beautiful and mean. Katya, the first girl in her class whose body started maturing to the envy of all the other female students. The main source of gossip, a snake and a bitch. I continued scribbling in my notebook, drawing rows of pines and two small figures flying between the treetops and the full moon. Shivers ran up to my shoulders, sneaking playfully under the hem of my shirt. Even though soaring through the sky felt so simple, there was still something evil weighing me down. The culprit was definitely still in the village. They were hiding something horrible under a mask of piousness.
А что ты рисуешь?
What are you drawing? Embarrassed, I covered the notebook as if there was something shameful about the figures above the forest. Nothing really, just fooling around. Polina put her elbows on the desk. I'd already forgotten how light and graceful she was, just like a violin. The anger and rage that boiled inside me yesterday during our phone call subsided. Hey, Bubiko. Thanks so much for that follow. Hid in a hole, I just couldn't stay mad at Polina. I wish she could also jump around with us after stripping away her mask of fake mundanity. Mundanity? I smiled, imagining Polina's skirt flapping in the wind, the stars sparkling all around us, her asking in bewilderment whether it is all a dream, and myself telling her that it doesn't matter. Polina's expression grew dark again.
Ужасно еще и то,
It's
что
also
Катя
tragic that I
не
find it
жалеет
difficult to
сложно.
empathize with her.
Я правда ищу
I
в
tried
себе
so hard, but then I
сострадание.
remembered all her nasty
Вспоминаю её
deeds, and Polina shook her head.
Я чудовище, да?
I'm a monster, aren't I? No, I thought. You're one of the most beautiful girls I ever met. But alas, you're only number 2 on that list. I decided not to say that out loud.
Плохо, наверное, что
It's not
исчезновение
okay that I
Анкеты
felt
расстроило
worse when I
меня
lost my
больше, чем
questionnaire than when
пропажа
she went missing.
одноклассницы.
My nostrils picked up the smell of candy, tree resin, and fireworks.
Ты потеряла
You
анкету?
lost your questionnaire.
Да.
Yes,
Кто-то сейчас
somebody out there is
читает
reading
чужие
other people's
секреты.
secrets now. Yes, the forest, I thought, imagining the crooked branches turning notebook pages, touching the childish handwriting with their icy twigs.
Надеюсь, ее найдут.
I hope the search goes well. I was unsure whether she spoke about Katya or her notebook. I wanted to ask her about it, but then I noticed Polina's intense stare directed at me.
Что?
Ты
What?
будто изменился.
You've changed. I smoothed my hair flat,
Просто
surprised.
не выспался.
I just didn't sleep well tonight.
Сегодня ты точно
You're a different
какая-то
melody
другая
today, some
мелодия.
mysterious ancient tune. I thought about the flute's melodies streaming between the bushy treetops.
Надеюсь, ты никому
I
не
hope you haven't
рассказал
told
про
anyone
наш
about our chat
вчерашний
yesterday.
Что ты?
Of course not. She nodded as if acknowledging that she can fully trust me. I was unsure whether I merited such trust. Her hair cascaded down around her shoulders. The smell was so wonderful that it sent me flying toward the glowing stars of my inner cosmos without any magic. Biasha jumped at me like that Jack-in-the-Box toy and yelled in my ear. Look here, having a lovey-dovey time, eh?
Ты чё, очкарик?
Before, are you trying to pick up Polina? Polina came to my help even though I didn't ask her to. Or maybe I did with my entire
Что
appearance.
за глупости?
What's with this nonsense? We're just friends.
Твоя подружка,
Is he your
значит?
girlfriend then?
Ходишь вместе
Do
за
you
платьями.
go
С
to buy
этим
dresses
педиком?
together with this guy? I hate that
Никакой он не
they...
педик.
I
И вообще
understand
отвянет Петрова.
the artistic renditioning, but man, do I not like that word or the R word for various reasons. But I know the time frame of this and everything, it makes sense. But God, leave Petrov alone. I needed to do something, but I just sat there, clutching the edge of my desk. Rumkai gave me a deriding snort.
Баба тебя спасла.
The girl
уродец.
saved you, ugly face. I'll let you live for now. My enemies left the classroom, but go fine. Polina showed me a sad smile.
Будь сильным.
Be strong. I wanted to scream that I couldn't. I couldn't be strong and stand up against these bastards. I couldn't stand up for myself or anyone else. I'm pathetic. I have a thought that Elisa and Polina are the same person. I don't know. I want to disappear into the forest, dig myself into the snow. I want to go home and get on my blanket, far away from humans. Polina left, and the thoughts that were terrorizing me finally made me weep. I stayed late after school again in the escape room because of ire for my rash act of talking to Polina, which meant I had to drag my feet toward home in the twilight. A bored school janitor scraped a shovel against the asphalt, and the upperclassmen blew out smoke that formed clouds similar to dialogue bubbles in comics. I wanted to fill those bubbles with friendly words, but there was nothing friendly about the icy stares those guys gave me. I was leaving the unpleasant world of stale buns and nasty insults. Someone shoved me near the stairs. Didn't their parents teach them to apologize? I crossed the village and slowed my pace near the bridge. I turned my head around looking for my fox friend, but neither she nor my other new friends could be seen anywhere. I was met with the silent forest. It felt like a crouching predator pretending to be asleep. It still watched me with one eye from under half-closed eyelids, and I walked through it, my fingers gripping the backpack straps, looking at my feet through a pair of glasses. Once again, black shadows flashed among the naked trees, shouting the names of a girl who's most likely already dead, Erver. The sunset fizzled over the pine tops like a flame from a gas burner set to a minimum. I walked forward, trying to hide my head and my shoulders, avoiding the sight of the crooked trees. The house was a dark stain on the white snowy blanket. Front door was open and swayed slightly in the wind. It felt like my skin was getting covered in rime. I clenched my fists. Darkness oozed into the hallway and snowflakes floated inside along with it. landing softly on the rug, like a pack of vultures that sense their food. I stepped into the doorway with the utmost caution. For a moment, I thought I heard someone talking in the kitchen, but it turned out to be a radio broadcast. The previously mentioned cyclones gain even close to the region. The official forecast for tomorrow suggests gusts of winds reaching up to 70 kilometers per hour. Emercom of Russia has called on citizens to exercise extreme caution. The roads are closed off. The cold air streams coming from the Arctic are bringing massive blizzards. I heard voices coming from the upper floor, too. The staircase let out a long squeak. I took one step, yet my heart managed to beat 6 or 7 times in the meantime. The door to my parents' bedroom was ajar. A shadow play unfolded inside like a light spot. Inside a light spot, black silhouettes were performing a dance of hatred. Mom hissed at Dad, her wrist flying toward the ceiling, and he towered over, his hands crossed on his huge chest. We're all in danger, it's all your fault. And stop lying, you saw him in the village. He found out where we live. It wasn't him. I've read about the things your buddies are capable of in the newspapers. I ran toward my bedroom. My parents were in the middle of another quarrel where they showered each other with mutual accusations. Dad let out a low beast-like roar. Make them stop? Oya stood in the corridor, pressing her little palms against her ears. Her face, swollen from crying, made my skin freeze. What happened? They're going to divorce. I hugged my sister and held her tight. My tongue refused to listen to my commands, to look for excuses. It felt like the screams were coming from every direction, right and left, up and down, splitting my head apart. Swear words rained down on us, so we covered our heads with our hands like refugees running from a bombing. I want to escape. To your room? No, far away. Lead me to Neverland, you promised. I carefully unglued Olia's hands from our ears and led her away from the room with our parents, which was vibrating with malice. Your fault. For whom? Your own and only your own. I would never. In moments like these, I despised them more than they despised each other. I bolted down the door to my room and leaned against it. My knees gave way. Look, Oya, I also hate it here. At least you can go to school. I let out a sad laugh. That school is one big nightmare. Everybody hates me. There's only this one girl who isn't making fun of me. She takes pity on me instead, like I'm a beaten dog. You're not a dog, you? I don't know who I am anymore. But the outside world is clearly no better than our home. You know a better place? Let's go there. We'll fly or swim. If only we could do that. I would have sacrificed everything to escape and take you with me. Oya's upper lip trembled. Swear? I put on a bitter smile. On my own life. Something hit the window's ledge on the outside. Oya shuddered and shifted her gaze toward it. Bam, another snowball smacked into the window's frame. Were you expecting someone? I didn't reply. Instead, I let go of her wrist. Oya wept in fear. I crossed the room, wincing from every shout coming from my parents. I could hear plates getting smashed now. They must have moved their argument to the kitchen. I flung the curtains and the window open. Hootie, Teddy, Wolfie, and most importantly, the charming Elisa, stood outside, waving at us. Oya gasped in surprise when she saw the owl girl. See, I told you. Yeah, I know. I always believed you. Who are they? Her fearful voice had also had some curiosity mixed in. Only the most boring children stay at home in weather like this. We still have so many games to play, Hoot. Well, let's not play all of them with my paw hurts. We'll play a little, then rest. Friends! Come out. Come on, come out to play and dance. My heart started beating faster as soon as I saw Lisa. My inner voice practically screamed, she's here, she's finally here. Do they know the way to Neverland? I entertained that possibility looking at the animal kids. Maybe. Let's go find out. The silhouettes of my forest friends promised to free us from the sadness, anger, and nightly horrors. I made sure that Oya wore warm clothes. Mom barked at Dad like the wild beast from that show with Nikolai Drozdov. We sneaked past the rumbling kitchen and into the snowfall outside. Alicia ran up to me and hugged me tight, poking her cold nose into my neck. You took so long! We almost got old waiting for you shut-ins. She pressed her body into me even harder. Turns out, waiting is so tiring. Ooh, give me a minute to catch my breath. I was preparing to leave for a long time once, hoot hoot, and when I was done, I forgot where I was supposed to go. Oya looked at the owl with suspicion, but she still giggled when the bird did a backflip and landed perfectly on her feet without staggering. All the other animals, as if on cue, stopped fooling around and stared at Oya in amazement. That's the girl who didn't want to become friends. My name is Oya. I was afraid of you before. Were you afraid of our Hootie? Maybe she has owl phobia? Can you cure that? It doesn't matter as long as she's not afraid of having fun. Or she might get scared to death with us. I was stunned at the realization that my lips were slowly forming a smile. Every time I met Elisa, it felt like I crossed a river and the sound of flowing water suppressed all my negative thoughts. Your costumes are so pretty. Foxgirl let go of me and squatted beside Oya. Aw, my, what a cutie. Why did you hide such a cute creature from us before? I glanced at the house, worried that our parents might have seen us and were about to ruin our fun like they always do. Then hugged my sister and replied, let's get further away from here. Sure thing. Hey Oya, do you know how to find Grandpa Frost in our forest? My little sister's eyes widened. Ow. You need to follow the sweet trail. Bent down, took candy out of the snow. Oya raised her hands in amazement. She gave me an inquiring look. I nodded. My sister munched on the candy. Wait, do we have Grandpa Frost in our forest? Why didn't you tell me? I did, this afternoon. But I sleep during the day. Right, I told you while you were sleeping. Tail! 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 Elisa dashed away, wiggling her red tail like a torch's flame. Oya went after her without thinking and laughed after taking another candy out of a snow pile. You're so lively, it makes me sick to the stomach. And you stop being so passive. Run with us to Grandpa Frost while there are still presents left. No way. I won't believe the fox's tails unless 10 pounds of sweet drop on my head right now. When the aforementioned sweets started raining down the bear's head, I couldn't stop myself from laughing at him, ouching and bobbing his head up and down. Tasty treats glistened in the snow. Teddy sneezed and pulled a little bear in the north candy out of his ear. I'd take an hour-long nap and then count all these chocolates. I expect there are no more than 3 pounds here. Elisa shouted at us from the other side of the forest. Maybe in another life. Hurry up, Grandpa Frost is already tired of waiting for you in his castle. I shrugged and ran. Running loosened the grip of fear I felt all this time. Something round whizzed past my temple. I decided it was a snowball, but then Oya proclaimed, Zephyr. Isn't that like type of soft confectionery popular, made by whipping fruit and berry puree, sugar, egg whites, and addition of jelly, chocolate coated variant, shares the same family treats, Malamars, Chocolcos, and Bastani Zemestani. Interesting. I know I've heard of Zephyr. Don't pick it up, it's dirty. Huh? Do you believe in microbes? And you don't? I used to. Graceful rows of colossal pines greeted us with their rustling rustling what? Snow drifted upwards in the endless black sky just like last time. Snow piles lighted up like melted silver. So pretty, I thought the forest was scary. Parents told us scary stories of the forest, owl, and snow. But we weren't one bit worried playing with her when the moon glows. I did my best to keep track of Oya's movement, but it was a difficult task. My sister would jump inside bushes, picking up more candy, only to get them back to the trail laughing. Hootie flew over our heads, landed on a branch, and started hooting and shaking her head. Wolfie dug into the snow with his face, dragged out a pile of bubble gum, and swallowed it without taking off the wrapping. Your tummy will hurt. The wolf got scared and spat out the gumball. Lies, 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 nasty flies. Tummy aches don't exist. All that nonsense only happens to grown-ups. Elisa stopped in her tracks and moved a canopy of intertwined branches to the side in a pompous manner, like you would open the curtains of a theater. Behind that obstacle lay a clearing. There stood an ice castle glistening with silver. Is this real? Should I pinch you? There's no need to pinch her. We stared at the sparkling miracle. Its towers and walls were made out of snow and icy marble. I heard a calming sound of ringing little bells. There was also the smell of chocolate and burnt sugar in the air. Welcome to our humble abode. Come on in. She didn't have to invite us twice. We entered the castle, spinning around and squinting from the blinding sparkles. Grandpa Frost sat atop a shiny throne. Puffy pom-poms swung atop the 2 peaks of his hat. A snow-white beard covered his kind smile. He looked just like I imagined back in the day when I still believed in Mom's fairy tales. Tall, strong, and hairy, radiating frost and warmth at the same time. And his voice, low and syrupy, enveloped me like the smoke of a festive bonfire. Anton and Olga. You've probably got tired while getting here, my dear children. Oh no, Grandpa, we got here really fast. My sister spoke with the castle's master like she never spoke with adults, in a lively, carefree manner, as if they were the same age. Of course, I know all about it. I have a lot of friends, they tell me everything. If you're diligent all year, I will bring you gifts, my dear. If you're lazy and upset, please forgive this kind old man. Candy won't encounter lazy bones and downers. I'm not lazy. This too I know. He gave us a long, evaluating look. His real face was hidden under the Grandpa Frost mask. I was just standing there, unblinking, my gaze glued to the old man. I could accept children living in the forest and fantastical leaps toward the moon, but seeing Grandpa Frost and his frozen castle left me completely speechless. I have something special for you two. A sack appeared in his giant hand. My nostrils got attacked by the aroma of coca, halva, and tangerines. Thank you, but we've already eaten some candy. Grandpa Frost pierced me with his eyes. You call that candy? That was nothing. My candy is special, straight from Neverland. From Neverland? I'd give them to you right away. You cleverly deserve them. But rules are rules. You need to solve 3 of Grandpa's riddles. Want to try? I tried splitting my parched lips apart, but Olya was the first to reply. Yeah. Here comes the first one. Okay, just to be safe, because I don't know what's about to happen. It's a home for cars and all sorts of tires. I looked around at the masked children. They stood without moving in the corners, but their shadows danced on the walls. I heard a low hum, and in my confusion, I thought it was the sound of their rumbling stomachs. Correct. On to the second one. You try to solve it too, Anton. All day long, to the shadows they belong. They rattle the plates and hiss at their mates. My eyebrows shot up in confusion. Moms? The kitty. Here's the last one. Solve it and the gifts are yours. Oh, but what a stroke of bad luck, my dear children. I completely forgot what that riddle was about. Maybe our little animal friends can help us. Children in costumes surrounded, just laughing and stomping, only to start spinning in a crazed roundelay. That somewhat reminded me of the dance under my window on that fateful night. Grandpa Frost sits on his throne. At the kids, he's smiling back. Please don't make them wait too long. Come and open your old sack. Or so laughing satisfying. Okay, you proved yourself to this old man. Here you go. He scattered a mountain of sweets from a scarlet sack, some of which I had never even seen in commercials before. Bubble gum of all shapes and colors with tasty aromas and inserts sticking out. Lollipops the size of a fist and tangerine the size of Olya's head. Also Snickers, Mars, Bounty bars, and Kinder Surprise eggs that we haven't eaten for so long already. Wow, thank you. I wiped away the tears of joy with my sleeve when my inner voice persuaded me to get rid of all doubts. This is exactly what I wanted for my sister and myself. The true Neverland, without bullying and taboos. We're finally going to be happy. Grandpa Frost straightened up as he left his throne and threw his hands in the air over the treats. Animals that stood to his sides also raised their paws. Their eyes sparkled brighter than precious gems. The wolf's maw was wet with saliva. Feast, my children! The animal kids rushed to devour candy one by one, pushing each other and growling. Their faces were smeared with something dark. Olya grabbed the closest candy and tore off the wrapper. That makes me happy. I don't know why. I fished out the most tasty looking candy from the pile of sweets on the floor. Then took a bite. Milk chocolate melted in my mouth. I applaud your bold decision. Now it's time for you to play. I will grant your deepest wishes. Let me lighten up your day.
Антон, смотри!
I don't know how I feel about that. Anton, look. My sister's face was smeared in chocolate and I was about to reprimand her. The words got stuck in my throat. A giant spruce shot up towards the stars and disappeared somewhere in outer space, crowned by a giant moon. Giant balls shined on its branches, garlands of light gleamed with all the colors of the rainbow. The roof disappeared and myriads of constellations sprawled on the night sky above us. Music, laughter, the smell of evergreen and sweets, and Teddy, Wolfie, and Hootie dancing beside us, and the snowflakes floating backward. I burst out laughing, touched the bushy golden tinsel. It was all real. Is that it? Are you talking about Neverland by any chance? Is this Neverland? Elisa performed a theatric bow. Christmas balls gleamed and shimmered, and my soul shimmered in unison with them. I was becoming the magic winter forest, the soft evergreen, all of my constellations at the same time. Welcome home. This is where my home always was. The snow sparkled, almost blinding me. Olya started spitting into the stand. She grabbed a candy with each of her hands. Wolfie juggled Kinder Surprise eggs. Did you see that? Consoles, handheld games, dolls, and Transformer figures lay under the spruce as if they were brought here by trucks. Is this for us? I realized I was also dancing, so I replied while moving. It's a bit too much for just the two of us. I'd share it with somebody, and what do you think? Only if it's someone nice. A group of children stood at the edge of the woods, their enchanted gazes directed at our celebration. Hey! I jumped across the whole clearing and glided to the ground near them. Want to come to us? Can we? Of course. The kids took each other by the hand. I led their procession toward the gifts. There's no better feeling than leading someone on the road to their dreams. The holiday party was finally in full swing. And every holiday, just like in a beautiful apple, always sat a nasty little worm called transience. Yet here, under the bristly paws of a magnificent spruce, holidays never ended. Are you happy, Tosha? I am. Up in the sky, majestic fireworks went off, illuminating the dancing figures. My eyes wetted and my muscles sprung up. I tilted my head backward to look at the moon and screamed at the top of my lungs from overflowing emotion. Are you happy, Bunny? I jumped toward the stars and did a flip. All of Neverland could hear my scream. I am happy. For the first time in long days I'd spent in the new house, I woke up with a smile on my face. This time, happiness had a tight grip on me. I stretched, enjoying the sweet sensation of every cell of my body. Outside, I could hear the joyful chirping of beautiful red-crested bullfinches who celebrated the bright January sun. Their chirping granted me hope that the naked forest outside my window would someday turn into a lush paradise for my parents and my sister. The corridor was filled with dog barks and the patter of tiny feet. The door to my bedroom flew open, greeting me with a warm breeze and the aroma of freshly made coffee. Olya stood in the doorway, shining with happiness, holding the cute Zolka, who wiggled both her body and her tail. Look, Tosha, Papa said she can stay. Tears of joy formed in my little sister's eyes. I have my own dog now. I couldn't help but jump up from my bed upon hearing this wonderful news. That's Zolka. No, her name is Princess. Right, Your Highness? The dog barked in agreement. Knock, knock, can I come in? To my complete surprise, Dad stepped through the doorway, smiling and hugging Mom, which was outright bizarre. What do you think of our new family member? This idiot threw herself under my car. I barely avoided her. I got my car scratched, thought I'd choke her with my own two hands. Then I looked in her eye and I saw, how should I put it? Intelligence. Yeah, and the poor thing was shaking all over. And then I said, alright, if you manage to make it home without soiling my seat, I'll let you stay. Princess can't soil anything. We laughed in unison, just like in the good old days, when every little thing could easily make us burst out laughing. Well, why did you stop? Continue with your stories. Mom gave Dad a cunning look and he turned away, red as a beet. They were acting like total kids. There's more good news. Your dad got a promotion. I shouldn't exactly be happy about it since the chief accountant went missing and all. But you know, for us it's a silver lining. Does that mean you'll be away from home more? That means double the bonuses. That's right, Karina. Which means you should all prepare for a family trip next week. My heart started beating faster after those words. But where? Olya even loosened her grip on the stray. Oh, are we going to McDonald's? Come on, Olya. Aim higher. We've been planning this trip for a long time, but something always messed it up. We're so sorry about that, kids. Mom wiped away a tear with her fist. Okay, Irina, it's all in the past. Anyway, gather your things. We're flying to Disneyland. My sister and I jumped up to the ceiling with joy. The dog also got excited from that passionate speech and joined us. Hooray! Disneyland, Disneyland. Our jubilant screams filled the house, rushed through the attic and the drain pipes, flew across the front yard and sneaked into the shining white forest, taking the scary D word away with it. I swore that I'll remember this day forever, the day when my parents finally dropped their derisive masks and underneath them were the faces of parents we always knew and loved. Lilia Pavlovna still hasn't returned to school after Katya went missing, so today I was able to get a good night's sleep and went to school when it was already bright outside. The trail led to a snow-white plain with blackened houses in the background. They pumped out gray smoke that carried the smell of birch and pine logs. The freezing cold of the night had finally let up. It fell into slumber under the early sunlight. Ice sparkles appeared on the white caps atop the houses. I stopped, confident that nobody could spoil my good mood today. Not even my personal tormentor, Pyatafonov, or his nasty crony Biasha. Pyatafonov. Not even the shiny night that threatened to cut me like a dead fish. Not even the mix of disdain and pity in Polina's rare glances. All that was left in the past, forgotten like a bad dream. All that was gone forever. The cow let out a long moo somewhere in the distance. I felt my fleeting daydream and walked forward. Crunching with the snow blanket under my soles. Fluffy clouds floated above my head. I recognized the friendly shapes of animal kids in them. Suddenly, a snowball landed on the back of my head. Girlish laughter that reminded me of a small ringing bell in the spring breeze tickled my ears. I turned around expecting to see her, my lovely guide into the dream world, my dear Elisa. Yet, instead of a fox girl, Polina stood on the trodden path behind me, with her faithful violin case in hand. Got your head in the clouds again, huh, Petrov? She lunged at me with the contagious laughter, locking her arms around my neck. I just stood there in awe, drowning in the sweet aroma of her perfume. Did something happen? She flashed me an embarrassed smile. I saw her cornflower-colored eyes gleam. My grandpa, he can walk again. Can you believe it? The local doctor had no faith in him, but it's like he stood up and started walking just to spite him. Oh, this is the happiest day of my life, Anton. She dug her face deep into my chest, tightened her grip on my neck as if I was more than just a friend to her. I stared, looking around, anxious. Polina, somebody could see us. Are you worried about Pyatafonov? Then you're worried for nothing. He's not been seen for a while. I cautiously parted with Polina, trying to understand whether it was some sort of prank or the truth. Wait, you don't believe me? That officer, Lieutenant Tikhonov, came to our house just last night. He said that Biasha, along with his buddy Romka, went missing. A group of skiers glided past us, straight into the forest. Polina leaned into my ear, sharing her whisper with me, her eyes still locked on the skiers. As far as I know, Tikhonov suspects that all these previous cases were Pyatafonov's fault. No way. I was shocked myself. There were rumors that Romka went off the deep end. I mean, I'm not exactly surprised to hear that. What do you mean? Haven't you heard? He's from a very troubled family. I don't even want to imagine what had been going on in their home. Romkov always seemed excessively aggressive to me and always angry at everyone without good reason. Now the darkness he had harbored within her flowed into the outside world and led multiple small innocent souls to their demise as well as his own. It was hard to believe, but the first time I laid eyes on Romka, I thought that things would end this way. Let's move, or we're going to be late. Polina grabbed my hand and started running along the village road, accompanied by joyful laughter. With every step, every laugh, and every joke, the warm I thought I'd forgotten enveloped my heart more and more. The all-consuming feeling of falling in love came back to me, this time for good, it seemed. I tried letting go of Polina's hand near the classroom entrance, embarrassed that our classmates might taunt us, but it was as if Polina didn't care at all. She only gripped my palm even harder while opening the door. And she was right. Now that the cunning Katya, the heartless Romka, and the sneering Biasha were gone, our class looked as if it was sanitized from parasites. They became friendlier and kinder. I didn't get looks overflowing with hatred anymore. There was nobody to spit a ball of chewed paper at me through an empty shell of a ball pen. I sat at my lonely desk when Polina joined me. I wasn't surprised at all. She was so charming that I could call her my muse. A wave of inspiration hit me and I couldn't help but pull my sketchbook out of my bag. I licked the pencil lid, my eyes glued to my model. She smiled at me again. What's on your mind? No worries. A professional at work here. I drafted the shapes of her mesmerizing figure. You know, I watched you from here often. She glanced at her former desk, fixed a strand of hair behind her ear in embarrassment. Really? I outlined her cute cheeks with multiple wide lines. It was the first time I was able to grasp somebody's proportions so precisely. Polina. Yes, Anton? She froze in place, afraid of disrupting my work with one wrong move and dispelling the magic of the moment.
Наклонись, пожалуйста.
Lean here a bit more,
Вот
please.
так, да.
Yes, like
Хорошо.
this. Good. Choking from anxiousness, Polina loosened the knot of
Я
her
всегда
neckerchief.
хотел тебя.
I always wanted to draw you. Our eyes met. Oh, Anton. My pencil slid across the paper furiously, adding the shading to her chest.
Скажи,
Say, would you
ты
like to become the
согласна
main
стать
heroine in my comic?
героиней моего-
Pleasant shivers ran across her body. She rolled her eyes back, enraptured. Yes, yes. I've been waiting for you to ask, darling. Blood couldn't endure all the tension and cracked, bursting into a million tiny pieces. I couldn't believe my eyes when I looked at the drawing. I was looking at such a terrible job, and the place where Polina's face was just a second ago rested some sort of formless mess. It took me some time to realize that I was sitting alone in an empty classroom, with only the specks of dust flying in the moonlight as my company. It was dark outside. My classmates, Polina, and the feeling of euphoria, all of them were gone. Somebody wrote down a nursery rhyme on the blackboard with a piece of chalk, but some of the words were wiped out. I could only read bits and pieces. 1, 2, bunny, meat. I was no longer smirking like an idiot. I stood up, pinched myself on the wrist. A ringing silence engulfed me. There was a taste of vomit in my mouth, and my ears buzzed like from an endless scream full of despair and horror. Hey, is there anybody out there? Shadows swarmed in the corridor. I walked past boarded up classrooms, past the rotten spots on the walls and silvery cobwebs. Oh wow. I wonder if some of those are Patreons, or not Patreon, like supporters or something, or devs. Huh. Spiders crawled under the ceiling. Lamps flickered anxiously. I stopped before the notice board, stunned. Hundreds of new photos were added to those of Simeon and Katya. There are a lot of streamers here. Oh, nice. I don't know, but that's cool. That is really neat that they would do that. Oh yeah, I think that's probably a VTuber, huh? Interesting. Black and white printouts were glued on top of each other. The horrific collage of childish faces stared at me with empty eye sockets. Unable to endure the torturing stares of those watchful, gaping holes, I ran out of the school. I crossed the front yard and reached the road where the wind was whipping up powdery snow. No people, no cars, no birds. Low clouds got stuck on chimneys. Windows that looked they were painted over with ink. Photos of missing people enveloped lampposts and fences like paper skin. Mostly kids, but some adults too. It felt like all the people who once lived in this village now became black and white ghosts with the photos with a person missing label. No, she's retired from streaming. He always says that. I dragged my feet forward along the dead street. Some houses had their windows smashed. The wind made itself at home there, wandering the rooms. Every gust made the front door swing. Kids' coats hung from the fences. Their sleeves moved and stretched out toward me. An empty village, an empty husk. What happened here? An overthrown waste bin rumbled across the back alley. Something flashed inside the window frames of the charred village store. I ran away from its sooty facade, then heard a guttural roar coming from the well. I started walking faster, trying not to pay any mind to the darkness inside the front yards, inside the bloody dog houses, inside the crooked shacks. The moon appeared from under the clouds. Something flew over my head in this draining silence. As if a crop duster flew from one roof to another, a huge shadow loomed over me. I rushed to the right, hoping that I wasn't noticed. A small green house in front of me was my shelter. I pushed the gate, crouched and scampered towards the porch. I tugged at the doorknob. The front door was open. wheelchair rolled out of the darkness, almost hitting me. Tumbled down the stairs, clanging with its wheels, and stopped near an apple tree. I followed it with round eyes, then turned my gaze inside the house again. The corridor was obscured by the dark. Empty frames on the walls, glass shards on the floor.
Есть тут кто?
Is there anybody here? I heard growling in reply. From around the corner at the end of the corridor, a furry paw appeared, and after it, a scary beast face with a pair of burning eyes. A huge, overweight beast crawled out on its belly, writhing like a snake. It could barely fit inside the corridor's mouth. It squeezed forward, clawing at the floorboards. Its maw clanged like a bear trap inches away from my face. The beast got stuck. It banged its paws on the walls, spitting saliva in every direction. I turned around. I needed to get the hell out of this nightmare. A hunchback owl, bigger than an average human, landed near the front gate and stood in my way. Its beak kept on clicking. A snow pile bulged nearby, and something reminiscent of a giant shrew crawled to the outside. I fell to my knees as if praying to these eldritch creatures. A figure draped in a dirty fox scalp crawled out of a dark hole, smiling with all of its teeth. Its tail dragged after it, just a piece of vertebrae laced in torn sinews. The creature's bodies became extremely distorted, and I decided I was going insane. They seemed small to me one moment, as small as a child, only stretched higher than any of the desolate houses the next. Man-eating creatures towered over me. Something kept on writhing in their stomachs as if looking for a way out. The longer they stared at me, the wider their twisted smiles, their death masks became. We had such a long feast. The mutilated fox taxidermy mount licked its lips. Its tongue looked like a black centipede longer than my forearm. The nasty insect ran between the razor-sharp teeth and dropped into the bottomless pit that could swallow the whole world. Hoot hoot, sweet meat, juicy meat. We devour it, and we won't stop. There was nothing human about their speech. It was all just animalistic growls and bird-like whizzes. But I was able to understand every word as if they were speaking the same language. It's a shame you couldn't catch up with us, Bunny. You couldn't bite the moon. You stole my food, traitors. You refused to eat your family, remember? Oh, ads. Oh. You refused to eat your family. I became the monster. Interesting. Oh, man. We're getting there near the end. I say it's near the end. We still have episode 5, which, presumably from what some people were posting in like reviews and stuff, it's not long. Very mixed. Even in chapter 1. Excuse me. Actually didn't start packing. My body crashed. I'm rebooting. Oh, that's good. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. I was just looking at some of the reviews and stuff, but we're back. You refuse to eat your family, remember? But pathetic meat, worthless meat. You are absolutely useless, brother. You make me sick. Shame, shame. Indescribable horror gripped me when the laughing beast held their clawed paws toward me. And suddenly the thing that pretended to be a fox started barking loudly. Fools, it's time to bring the treats. Good for nothing. Let him fulfill his mission. We'll be waiting for some meat from you tomorrow night, or else. Or else. Or else. Or else. Or else we'll eat your entire family. The monsters formed a circle around me and started dancing. I screamed. Huge eyes, fangs, claws flashing from me, blurring in a string of colorful spots and smudges. 1, 2, time to play with you. 3, 4, 5, the elf will arrive. 6 on in, the wolf's gray fur will stand. Sorry, hold on. Anyways. 7, 8, stomp your hooves and wait. A fox face protruded from the fuzzy lights that the beastly carcass has turned into. For the fox and for the bear, bunny tasty meals prepare. A desperate cry, my cry, rumbled across the back streets of the desolate village. I will prepare. Circle broke and I ran for my life. I felt like I was running into a snare trap. My head was splitting. Ugly images danced inside it, colliding, falling over, getting up and dancing again. 1, 2, they flapped their wings, poked my face with their beaks and their salivating maws. 3, 4, 5, they howled and jumped around and my eardrums were ready to pop, either from their screams or from the internal pressure that fractured my skull from within. 6, my winter hat obscured my vision and seemed like the whole sky tilted like a roof that's about to collapse. 7, 8, snow crumbled from the sky like plaster. I ran through the empty streets, through the icy world, chased by a pack of beasts. Yet I couldn't see anybody when I turned around. I shut my eyes and hopped away from the ritual dance that went on inside my flared up mind. I squeezed my ears with my palms to suppress the noise. I just wanted them to stop my head from cracking open. Sunrise found me deeper inside the forest. Oh, funny, tasty meals prepared. The house was enveloped in snow. A blizzard was coming. I didn't get the click all things in episode 4. That's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't examine all objects in episode 4. Curious. Blizzard was coming. I entered the dust-colored hallway and the door cracked itself. Hold on. The door cracked itself shut behind me. The timid light that seeped through the windows for such a short time was already retreating. The sun was hidden behind a thick white veil. Look at that face. The blizzard whipped up its white flags into the sky, but it was not a sign of surrender. The field and the forest got lost in the haze. A fish-eyed lamppost at the side of a disappearing road was the last glimmer of light around. The day became night, an endless polar abomination that whispered and roared and circled around the house. Meat echoed inside my skull. I slapped myself on the cheek.
Mama,
Mom?
Papa.
Dad? The empty house laughed mockingly. The kitchen was empty, the bathroom was empty, the attic was empty. I ran up the stairs regretting that I didn't study the posters that trembled in the wind. What if my parents' faces were among those who went missing? I poked my head into Mom's room. A leaden cloud crept across the sky. Where are you? I had no hopes of finding Olya in the kids' room, but she was in her bed. As if everything that happened last night was nothing but a dream.
Слава богу, ты здесь.
Thank goodness
Где
you're here.
мама
Where are
с
Mom and Dad? She didn't reply as she was probably asleep. Went out to get the meds, look after Olya. We entrust her to you, your Mom and Dad. Olya didn't open her eyes. In this episode, save after every choice. With your current route, you can get 3 endings in episode 5. Interesting. I've been saving after every choice, or before every choice, but there was a compress on Olya's forehead, hot from her body heat. I guess our parents tended to her before heading out. Her head thrashed around on the pillow. Her eyeballs rolled around under her eyelids. Can I jump to the stars like you? I was stunned. She was dreaming about the New Year's round delay with the masked figures. No, you can't, don't, it's all a lie. Yeah, I know, that's why I have been doing. It's your turn to treat us, Bunny. Olya smiled, her tiny teeth were smeared in chocolate. That's probably fine. Meat. I shook my head, trying to chase away the intrusive whispers, the images of gigantic creatures, rotted, worm-infested, and dead. The guest will come soon, and we will be able to play with them all night. I thought about the hungry beast from the forest, about the flute and the unceasing call, about the dead creatures jumping over the pines. The house got immediately darker and colder. Something rustled in the attic. Mice? A foxtail? Shadows climbed the wall. Floorboards creaked in every room. Empty rooms. In her delirium, Olya described images from my dream, even the things she couldn't know. I want to try all the candy. I'll try all the candy. I won't let you. Oh, you will. Oh, you will. A voice rang out in my head at the same time, streamed from all the nooks and crannies in the house. Will come when the night falls. Bunny, bring us tasty meat, or become our juicy treat. I broke free from the illusion's embrace like it was a spider web. Then sprang out of the room, almost tumbling down the stairs. Clocks counted down the minutes without mercy. The night was almost upon us. I need to stop being selfish. What if Olya wakes up hungry? I don't even have an option here, right? Yeah, it's just... Oh, this is probably an option. Some leftover condensed milk languished in the freezer. I sliced up a loaf of bread into quarters just like Olya likes it. And then a piercing howl mixed with the wind's song. Something dark was there in the blizzard's embrace. Some living being darted around in the snow. No, the night is still far away. You promised to give me a chance. A pitiful yapping reached my ears. The snowstorm subsided for a moment, chasing away the swarm of snowy flies, and I recognized a familiar dog in the ball of fur that shivered in front of me. Maybe that was the chance I was looking for. Zulka. The stray wagged its tail as if it heard my shout and rushed toward the front door. It whimpered as it clawed at the wooden planks with its tiny paws, asking me to let it in. I don't think I have a choice for this. I'm assuming I'm going to get a choice here very shortly, though.
Приветик.
Well, hello there. I bent down and rubbed the dog behind its ears, wagged its tail even faster. Dog. Meat. Food. What if I offer some dog meat to those monsters from the Black Forest? We'll be able to satiate their hunger? Without even thinking of how I'll kill the poor animal, I start backtracking, whistling. The blizzard whistled in unison with me as I supported my devilish plan. The shivering stray ran into the hallway. I shut the door as fast as I could, afraid that the dog could smell the danger and try to run away. Happy barks resounded throughout the house. Pipe down, silly, you'll wake up Olia. No, I can't just gut it in the hallway. The kitchen is a better choice. Zulka tried to lick my face when I picked it up, but I dodged. You're probably hungry, huh? I ransacked the freezer and tore the plastic bag with meat bits open and threw its contents to the dog. It sniffed the frosty buns with caution, then flashed me a suspicious look. Eat up. Newspapers with mom's crosswords acted as a makeshift oilcloth. I spread them around the floor so as not to get the floor dirty. Seems like my dad, who was constantly busy, forgot to sharpen our knives. I felt dizzy at the thought that I need to slaughter a writhing Zulka like a pig. How do I make it the least painful for you? Someone else smirked inside me. Listen, I need you to stay here for now. I'll go grab the axe and kill you, okay? With a look of resignation in its eyes, the dog started its last dinner. My legs gained 10 kilograms each as I shambled toward the attic. You know... As I peered into the darkness, I was scared that I would come face to face with a goat's maw, feel the stench of its dirty fur. If there's only one choice, then saving is not necessary. Okay. That's what I thought. I was scared that I would come face to face with a goat's maw, feel the stench of his dirty fur, and his cold fingers grasping my neck. The attic was empty. The axe lay with its blade towards me, casting a sinister shadow. You know... I mean... My fingers locked around the handle. Remember, it's either the dog or your sister. Either the dog or yourself. Oop. That's not what I meant to do. Hold on. I felt unending hatred toward myself, toward that stupid, totally innocent dog, toward my parents who had abandoned us and driven away in a car, and toward the beast that left me no choice. I hated the entire world. With that anger in my heart and my axe at the ready, I entered the kitchen to execute the last part of my plan. Zulka stood on its hind legs while Olia rubbed it at its scruff. My sister leaned against the table to stop herself from falling over. I dropped the tool and rushed toward the exhausted Olia. Why did you get up? I heard the doggy barking. I feel better already. Don't lie to me. Let's get you back in bed. But I do, honest. She let go of the tabletop's edge to prove that she wasn't going to fall unconscious on me. Her cheeks reddened. I sighed after touching my sister's cold forehead. I realized that I'd kill anybody to ensure her safety. Where did the doggy come from? Are we adopting it? I stood in front of the axe I dropped ashamed. I let it in because it was cold. It'll leave as soon as it warms up. It has puppies to take care of. We can't keep it. We can take the puppies too. It'll be so cool. I don't think Mom will like that idea. I'll ask her super hard. Stray rubbed against Olia's legs. Probably has legs. Zulka, no. Is it a girl? Her name is Zulka? You're ours now. Nobody will harm you here. Took a sausage out of the fridge and threw it to the dog. It chomped on the treat with enthusiasm, even though I'd already fed an entire portion of beef bones to it. I'd go take a nap if I were you. Dad will bring the doctor soon and Mom will get your meds. I don't want to sleep anymore. I had a nightmare. She spoke slowly, her eyes downcast. I know. No, you don't. You were in that dream, but how would you know? And I won't tell you, because it was a very bad dream, but now... Olia's face brightened up, her lips formed a smile. I have Zulka now, everything will be okay. She will bark if that scary owl comes, and we will wake up and hide. And then they won't find us. I doubt this mangy thing can protect us. Yet my sister had already made up her mind. She can. You'll protect us, right, doggy? The stray barked in approval. I have something for you. Wait here. Oya ran towards the stairs. I heard them creak.
Осторожнее.
Careful. I'll be back. Looked after Zulka. Stared at the dog, stunned by how lively Oya was now, despite being delirious from a fever just minutes ago. Zulka finished her sausage and switched to licking the floor.
Друзья набиваются,
Trying to cozy up
да?
to me, huh? As I was Oya's only friend. I was her savior. I could at least try to save her, but to do that, I picked up the axe from the floor. Zulka, as if sensing something, rushed after Oya, but I stood in the dog's way in front of the
У
staircase.
нас мало времени.
We don't have much time. Oya will be back soon. I tightened my grip on the axe. It weighed a ton now. The little dog followed all my movements with its eyes.
Не бойся.
Don't be afraid.
Я знаю, что
I know that
все
all dogs
собаки-
go to heaven. His tail jumped back and forth. Stop being so cute, damn it. Wait. This one. Yes. I don't like that. Okay, so here's the thought. We have to find meat. If we kill it, Olya's going to be very, very upset. And very, very angry and sad. But the alternative is that things are... I don't think he's... sparing. What am I doing? How will I be different from the sadist from my school if I hurt an innocent dog, especially when it looks at me with eyes this intelligent? I can't. Dr. Pavlov. I dropped the axe, exhausted. Beads of sweat rolled down my body, under my clothes, my breathing ragged. It felt as if I just ran a 100-meter sprint. I'm not a killer. Yapped as if agreeing with me.
Я принесла игрушки
I brought some
для
toys for
собак.
the doggy. Oya hopped down the stairs. She was clutching a bright ribbon in one of her hands and a rubber ball in the other. I pushed the axe under the phone table with my foot and, with a sad smirk on my face, watched my sister sigh in adoration.
Теперь в
You're safe now. But what about us? The windows seem so fragile, the shadows outside so alive. Oya tied a ribbon around the dog's neck like an improvised collar, and she made Zulka chase the ball, baring its teeth in a bout of canine happiness, all to Oya's amusement. My sister's laughter was priceless even at a moment like that. It felt like nothing bad had ever happened, and our parents were about to return, and her fever was about to subside, and the black garage never existed. Why can't we just turn into dogs? Or some other animal? We'd run around and have fun. A foreboding feeling tugged at my
Потому
heart.
что мы
Because we're humans.
скучно.
That's boring. Oya tapped the floor.
Сидеть.
Sit. Zulka yapped in confusion.
работать ей в
Not cut out to work in the circus, huh?
Я всем
I'll teach her lots of
командам
commands, you'll see. Oya yawned and lay on her side, and there and then on the floor, the ball rolled away from her, attracting the stupid dog. So sleepy. Her eyelids closed and she started snoring. I leaned in and touched her forehead. It was hot again.
Сторожи свою хозяйку.
Guard your owner. You owe her your life. My command was directed at Zulka. The dog kept sniffing my pants, oblivious to how close to death it was. I ran to the second floor and brought a blanket and pillow. Oya should sleep here under my watch. Who knows what could knock her on her bedroom door. I tucked my sister in. She smacked her lips in her sleep. Oops. I rubbed her delicate forearm. Zulka rolled into a ball beside her and started snoring loudly.
Будет долгой.
What? I shrank after hearing an ear-rending scream in the surrounding darkness. It was the wind or the agony of hunger. The monstrous music of the hurricane poured into my ears, and consisted of screeching, wailing, and my own quickened heartbeat. The wind rammed the windows. An open window banged against its frame somewhere above us, as if it were a rabid beast clanging its maw. Had the guests arrived already? Were they walking all over the second floor? Were they running from one corner to the other in the hallway, giggling? I should have fed Zulka to them. They're angry, their wrath knows no bounds. I squeezed myself into the fridge, expecting the darkness of the doorframe to sink its claws into me at any moment. I waited for toothy animal faces to emerge into the kitchen, their saliva splattering to the floor. I need to calm down. I need to take my meds. I grabbed the package from one of the fridge's sleeves, pushed out a pill onto my tongue, and washed it down with tap water. Then collected some more water and washed my face. I felt like the blizzard was disappointed by my choice. It wailed and attacked the outer walls of the house even harder. It felt the immense fear of the two small children inside this fragile house. I realized that the shadows were creeping closer to Oya when I wasn't watching them. A black lump that crawled from around the corner but melted from a direct look, a fuzzy silhouette under the table. What was that? Oh no. Okay. I turned my head like crazy, fending them off. A gut-wrenching squeak rang out as if somebody scraped their claw against the window's glass.
Нет,
No, no.
Вы не
You're not real.
настоящие.
But the shadows weren't real. If there was nobody inside the blizzard, does that just mean I'm insane? I looked at the package in my hand. What did I even take? The kids don't need to read the instructions for medication. They have moms for that. I pierced the tiny font with my eyes. Relieves fits of uncontrollable anger and anxiety. Helps with behavioral abnormalities, manias, destructive behavior. Can cause addiction. Possible side effects include dizziness, heightened motor activity, disruption in thermoregulation, insomnia. In high doses can cause serious injury or death. I hesitated. What was the truth? How could I tell it apart from the nasty lies? I have no choice here. I took a risk. Things would take a turn for the worse if I couldn't think clearly. I waited, but the medication didn't work. The ominous world outside didn't change one bit. It didn't become any less hostile. On the contrary, it felt like the silhouettes of trees turned into living carnivorous beasts lurking in the dark, waiting for their prey. Crooked branches bent down to the ground one moment, seeking their prey on the snowy trails, only to then shoot up toward the sky, trying to grab an unsuspecting bird. However, as soon as you looked upon them, the masquerading creatures would freeze, and they would again look like the many dead trees in the middle of the cursed taiga forest. Hold on. I just had a thought about something. Just had a thought. Sorry. That should do work. We'll see how well that works. And they would again look like the many dead trees in the middle of the cursed taiga forest. But maybe it was just all the wind's fault. No, there's no way. Black figures moved toward the house, shrouded by darkness. They were hungry. They still waited for their treat. I needed help, so I ran into the hallway, slipping and sliding. I clutched the phone. The speaker was silent at first, then barely audible beeps came through. I imagined the post swaying in the wind, the wires ringing as they were about to be snapped in half by hungry jaws. My fingers spun on the dial. Hello?
Рома!
Рома.
Рома, это я!
It's me.
Алло!
He couldn't hear me. I shouted in desperation.
Рома!
I got frequent beeps in reply. An anxious rustle arose as if the house was thrown into the forest, and its piney paws felt around the interior, trying to find a way to open the meat lock box. I dialed Polina's number. The phone vibrated with beeps as short as my breath. Finally, I called the police, but the dry female voice on the other end just kept on repeating the same words over and over. The line is busy. The line is busy. The line is... I dropped the phone. In the kitchen, the fridge grumbled as it turned off. The lights went out, flinging me into complete darkness. But it only lasted for a moment. It only seemed like the peculiar phantoms in my hallway that pretended to be shadows from our furniture creeped closer. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I started whispering the useless chant, but stopped midway. Nature wailed on the other side of the door barrier. Whoever was walking toward the house, squeaking with the snow, wasn't my parents. They wouldn't crawl on our roof, scratching it with their claws. They wouldn't look into our kitchen windows. We needed to barricade ourselves before it's too late. I chopped up the cabinet with the axe to acquire some building material. Zulka circled around my legs, following all my actions with curiosity. Metal nails dug into the wood. I slammed their heads with the axe's butt. nailed the planks to the window frame, shielding the house from the horror creeping in the blizzard. Another window was barricaded with pieces of furniture. I pulled at them to check for integrity. I wandered around the house that seemed frighteningly big now and suffocated on the thought that I'll stumble into a scowling monster as I turned another corner. I would go to the kitchen but end up in the black garage pretending to be it. Frosty winds scratched at the door. Let us in. Something evil flashed in the gaps between the planks. Feed us. I sat on the stairs and fixed my gaze on the front door. With an axe on my lap and a heartbeat beating so hard it could be used to hammer in nails, I sat and stared, my whole body shivering. I sat and stared, losing the last vestiges of my sanity. I sat and fell into slumber. I jumped up as if something bit me. My sleepiness was washed away by the incessant ringing of the doorbell. Did Dad return with the doctor, or was Mom carrying bags of medicine? Or maybe that hungry pack of animals showed up to dine. I sneaked around the hallway, the planks under my feet squeaked, giving me away.
Кто там?
Who's there? Silence. Did someone answer me but was silenced by the blizzard? I pressed my face against the peephole, but it was shaded with rime. There was only a blurry, barely discernible silhouette on the porch. Were they wearing a mask? Probably not. I had an equal chance of getting help from the night guests or being torn to pieces right in the hallway. Zolka trotted to my side from the kitchen and barked happily, scratching at the floor. It looked at me from below as if asking why I was hesitating. I glanced at the sleeping Olia and then back into the peephole. Why do you look angry? Yum. No one answered. They didn't answer. Stranger danger. They didn't answer. I'm not letting them in. Backed away into the corridor into the embrace of shadows. Knock knock. Somebody's knuckles knocked on wood, insisting on being let in. No way. Whoever it is, they're not welcome here. Mom and Dad had their own keys to the house, and that meant that the unexpected visitor clearly carried a threat. They knew we were home alone. Hold on! The porch creaked. The guests clearly changed their mind and left, disappearing in the blizzard. Suddenly, the lights went out. Darkness splashed from all nooks and crannies. The blizzard's moans intensified. I blinked like crazy, clutching the handrails. The sounds of the flute enveloped the house, streaming through the cracks in the decrepit walls. Somebody started pounding on the door. I backed into the wall from surprise. A hail of strikes was unleashed on the door, bending it like a thin sheet of plywood. As if dozens of fists and legs were simultaneously punching and kicking the wood. It's them. The door danced in the hallway. Dust flew from the platform fans. The rumbling noise stopped as suddenly as it started. I rushed to the kitchen. I heard a heart-rending squeaking sound as if someone was driving their nails into the walls. Then the flapping wings. The night churned like a giant stomach. And then they hatched from the shadows, nasty mugs in the gaps between the boards. They pressed against the windows, leaving pus and squashed maggots on the glass. Crooked fingers scraped against the glass. Bared fangs scratched away the rime. Lines of teeth bared themselves in the gaps, taunting me. Eyes shone from left and right. Dead beasts stared at us from outside and smirked. Open up, buddy. We're hungry. We want to devour. We want to smell your fear. Dance with us, bunny boy. Dance in blood, long-haired fool. Let us rest in your hot guts. In your hot blood. Sate our hunger. Our hunger. Their eyes shone like stars in the pitch-black skies. Glass popped in the kitchen. The invading wind played with our hair. It brought a flute melody, quick and slippery like a poisonous viper. The monsters thrust their paws into the gaps between the planks, clicked with their claws, demanding their treats. A huge, deformed hand held out a bunny mask, full of burrows from worms to no one in particular. Sate our hunger. Let us drink the sacrificial blood. Carve us a slice, buddy. Show yourself, be brave. Give the beast fresh meat they crave. I plugged my ears with my fingers. The nasty voices subsided, only to be replaced by another sneering voice. Anton, you must feed them, or become the meat yourself. It's your turn, look at me. I shifted my gaze to the axe. The blade reflected my twisted face. I couldn't recognize myself. Yes, just like that, the voice pleaded sweetly. Choose carefully, don't get killed. Right in front of me, illuminated by the moonlight on blade, sharp claws, was a silvery bunny mask. Our true face. It will help us get revenge on those who hit and bullied us. It will help us become who we truly are. My little sister snored innocently as she slept on the floor as if nothing was happening around her. Nobody can see me, and that means it's time to choose a sacrifice. Son of a... I will do anything for my sister. I screamed. Olia shuddered as she woke up. I'll be your treat, just leave my sister alone. Giant paws smashed through the boards as if the house was made out of matches and crawled inside. You're but a single bite, brother. I guess we'll have to sweep the flour bin. Their fingers felt around the kitchen. A hairy claw grabbed the yelling Olia by the leg and dragged her into the blizzard. Wait, you can't do that. Take me instead. So old and hard of hearing now. Come, sit on my snout and sing your song a little louder. Oh, is that supposed to be... Slew the flour from the bins. And a childless couple, elderly peasants use the last grains of flour they have to bake themselves a son who can help them around the house. When then decides to travel the land, he meets a variety of characters and evades being eaten by singing them a song. In the end, he meets a cunning fox, the gingerbread man sort of thing, almost. Then the claws the size of butcher knives grabbed me, dragged me outside, lifted me high in the air toward the sky. Ate my flesh and tore it apart piece by piece. Well, bad end, yep. That's interesting looking right there. I already figured we were in a bad end route. But this is, look at this. This is the school. Look at the people in what looks like eggs, almost. Or some type of cocoon? That's interesting. Oh, that was good. I'm fine with getting a bad ending. Or a bad end for the stream. That's okay. That was just interesting to be able to play through and get to experience. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm not going to play through more here on stream. This is going to be the end of it once we get through the credits. But that was cool. I did enjoy that. I'm definitely going to have to play more of it on my own just to get through all the various different endings. Gurev was telling us that it's 20 different endings. So, Tiny Bunny by Dmitry Mordos. That's fascinatingly interesting. But yeah, that was fun. I definitely like that. Great job, devs. Holy crap. That's a wild ride. Like, yeah, it takes a big turn, but then we have some explanation of potentially why, but also, like, maybe this is all in his head, but maybe it's not. But in order to really understand it, we would have to be able to see more of the actual picture, which means obviously playing through more of it and getting some of those other endings and really understanding what's going on. But that's cool. I had fun with that. thank you so much to Serenity Forge too for reaching out and offering a key. I do love working with Serenity Forge. They're a fantastic publishing house, and they help publish some really awesome horror stuff. So if you don't know about them, definitely go check them out. But this was cool. This was an experience. I did a long stream today, nearly 7 hours. That was what, about 6.5 hours to play through all that? And technically there's a big stint there. I'd probably put it closer to like 6-ish hours that took me to really play through the game. Because there was a couple of chunks in there that I was away for quite a while. There is the paper. You can hold, yeah, I know I can hold control. I just wasn't sure if there was much point to letting it just play through, or if it was just going to show me like these few pictures to give me an idea of what's going on. And the paper. Emergency rations. You became dinner. Lost in the night. Snow-laden roads, a lone tractor abandoned in a snow pile, the black silhouette of a school, twilight falls, but there is no light in the windows and no smoke billowing from the chimneys. The buildings are consumed by darkness. This was how the village that posed many riddles to the police, the relatives of locals, as well as the general public greeted our correspondents. Where did all the people go? Just yesterday, this place was full of life, the village depopulated in a heartbeat, in a single night, as if hundreds of people conspired to leave their homes at the same time. Without leaving any hints or traces, they disappeared, dissolved into thin air. Locals of neighboring villages refused to give us any comments and just kept on sprinkling salt on their porches out of fear, a paganistic method of protecting oneself from evil. Looking at the empty streets, one might start to believe in the most outrageous theories, as if one was also to listen to the shuffling taiga forest that surrounds the dead village. Even the most ardent atheists would be compelled to cross themselves. That's it. Ha. Ha ha ha. That was cool. I had fun. That was really good. That was very well done. I had fun with that. And I will play more, but I'm gonna play more on my own. Not tonight. At least not this tonight. This might just be something I play like in between on when I like don't feel like doing a whole lot other than maybe like reading. Yeah, I enjoyed that. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you want, like I said, you can go pick up the game for yourself. It is on 25% sale. It is normally $11. Why is there an update? It's normally $11. It's at $8.24 right now. Why is there an update? There shouldn't be an update. Why is there an update? What are you updating? What the fudge are you updating? Interesting. I don't know why there is suddenly an update for it. Because I just installed it like before stream. So that's interesting. Unless that's to like update stuff in the game and like, I don't know, whatever. It's fine. Don't worry about that. But yeah, we're going to find some place to send you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I really do appreciate it. Make sure that you swing by and check us out later because it'll be fun. Be good times. Everybody will be happy. We'll probably play something tomorrow. We'll probably play something tomorrow. I don't know what yet. Go away. Why is that like that? I don't actually need this. Whatever. Maybe. I do have one other thing that I need to play on stream. which does have it. I can wait. I don't have to do that this week. I can wait till like January to play it. So it's not big on my list of playing it, but it looked interesting. So I was thinking about, but we'll see. We'll see if I play that. We'll see how that goes down. But I need to find some place to send you guys. So let me see what is going on right now. Also, why it logged me out of like absolutely flipping everything. This is fine. Ooh, Shannala's doing stuff. Oh my god, there's... Okay, not that many people I care about online. Shannala is playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Critter Comet is playing Voices of the Void. I think we'll go see Shannala. Shannala has been going for about just over an hour, so yeah, I'll give us time. All right, but thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm going to get headed out of here. I'll probably do something tomorrow. We will see. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. And until the next time I'm going to see you, remember, keep smiling and embrace the chaos.
Welcome in. How's your stream? Welcome everybody, welcome. If you don't already know me, I'm Shannala the Cerberus. I got 3 heads of my brain cell. We're playing some Monster Hunter Wilds tonight.